This is Audible.
Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Rough by Reese Knightley, narrated by Declan Winters. Chapter 1. Gage. "Stop it! I'ma tell Travis on you." Gage squeezed the dish towel in his fist before draping it carefully over the cracked and cratered white countertop. He reached the hallway that led to the bedroom just as Molly's screaming tantrum reached epic proportions. Her cries echoed through the thin walls and bounced down the hallway. Reaching the partially open bedroom door, he shoved the door wide and stepped inside. "Uncle Gage, tell Joey to give me back my dolly." His 5-year-old niece's lower lip puckered, her blonde hair bouncing and big eyes welling with tears. Joey, on the other hand, gazed up at him all innocent, his dark curls falling into wide green eyes. "Joey, give Molly back her doll." Coming closer, Gage crouched in front of the boy. "Mine," Joey said, clutching the doll closer. "That one is Molly's," he told Joey. Joey studied him like he was working things out in his mind, and then held out the doll by one foot. Molly snatched up the floppy rag doll and ran from the room. "Joey, you have to share." "I'm sorry, Daddy," his 3-year-old son said, climbing into his lap. His heart squeezed, and he stood with Joey in his arms and carried him to the toy box. Searching through the pile of toys, he came up with a rag doll sporting copper hair and a yellow and white polka-dotted dress. "Penny!" His son grabbed the doll tightly to his chest. Gage pressed his lips to the boy's downy hair and breathed in deeply. "Gage?" his younger brother said from the doorway. "Yeah." "Some guy named Ace is on the phone," Travis said. "Can you—" Gage shifted Joey in his arms. He didn't need to finish his statement before Travis was taking Joey. "I've got him. Go on," Travis said. Joey didn't like being taken from him, and the sudden wail coming from his son's throat tightened his chest. It was only a phase, his pediatrician had said. Joey would grow out of the clingy stage soon. Gage didn't mind Joey clinging. What he did mind was the sudden change in his son's behavior. Over the past few months, Joey had gone from an outgoing and assertive child to shy and clingy. The progress they'd made in potty training had taken a sudden turn after almost a year of success. The boy's tear-stained face and trembling lower lip crushed him. "Yes." Residual anger swept through his voice when he picked up the kitchen phone. "Well, hello to you too," Ace said. He smirked, rubbed a hand over his hair, and leaned against the wall next to the phone. It was probably the last wall phone in existence since everyone had gone to cell phones decades ago. "Sorry, boss. I couldn't reach you on your cell, so I tried the emergency number you listed." "It's okay. What do you need?" He already regretted turning off his cell for a few hours. "We have a case. An undercover cop went missing." "Out of town?" His mind raced. "No." The sigh of relief couldn't be contained. "So I won't need to pack a bag. It's local, so hopefully it will only take a few days." "I'll be there." Hanging up the phone, he made his way down the hallway covered in worn, dirty brown carpet to the bedroom in the back of the 3-bedroom house. Joey and Molly were playing again. This time, they were running small plastic cars up and down a bright yellow racetrack and tower. Travis looked up from the bed. His 17-year-old brother was still wearing pajama pants and a white t-shirt. The eyes that gazed at him were bright and clear, with the shadows of old all but gone, and Gage knew he'd made the right decision in pursuing custody. "You okay to watch Joey and Molly?" "As long as last time?" While the case to catch a blacklisted spy had taken a couple of months, he'd had to fly to Alaska and had been out of the state for 2 weeks. At least that time he'd scraped together enough money to hire a woman to come in the evenings. "It's local, so I should be home tonight," he assured his brother. "You okay with that?" "Sure. We aren't going anywhere." Travis waved a hand at the children. At some point he'd need to talk to Travis about going back to school on campus. Since the trauma and subsequent removal of Travis from their parents' house, the boy had been homeschooled. When Gage had been awarded custody of his brother, he'd enrolled Travis in a public charter school geared for homeschooling. The cool part was that it was free. So far it had worked, but Gage constantly worried about Travis being away from kids his own age for so long. Whenever he tried to speak with Travis about it, his brother had avoided the subject completely, and Gage didn't have the time right now. But he'd make the time to talk again after this mission. Molly came over to hug his leg, and he stooped to kiss her tiny cheek. She giggled and darted from the room. Next year, he'd need to think about getting Molly in kindergarten, but thankfully, that was next year. "You get your assignments done," he eyed his brother. "For the whole week," Travis smirked. Gage smiled at Travis and then crouched next to Joey. His son lifted the car he held to show him. "What color is that?" "Blue." "Blue?" He lifted his eyebrows. "Are you sure?" Joey giggled. "Blue!" "Oh, okay, smarty." Joey climbed to his feet and launched into his arms. "Daddy, play with me." Cradling Joey close, he hugged him tightly. "I will when I get back from work. Right now, you need lunch." A trip back to the kitchen had him pulling out the fixings for sandwiches and soup. The items were cheap and, in his mind, filling and healthy. Although he never ate before late afternoon because it gave him instant heartburn, the children needed more. With the kids fed and dishes washed up, Gage grabbed his go-bag from inside his own room and dodged children on the way to the front door. "See you soon." Travis's dark green eyes locked on him. "Yes, I'll call in frequently. Don't go out and don't open the door for anyone." He approached his brother and brushed the dark hair from the teenager's face. Travis tipped his head back and gave him a slight smile, searching his eyes. "Not even for her?" "Not even for her. If she has a problem, have her call my cell," he ordered. "I will." The relief in Travis's eyes told Gage he'd made the right decision. The last time had been a debacle when his ex-wife showed up 2 days early to take Joey. Tina had no business arriving unannounced. It was Friday, and he had Joey until Sunday. Hopefully, like Ace said, this would be local and he'd be home before Travis went to bed tonight. "Okay, gang, let's walk me to the door." Molly ran to the door while Joey clung to his pant leg. "Be good for Uncle Travis," he said, and stooped to give Molly a hug and Joey another kiss. "Both deadbolts," he told Travis and stepped outside. He stood on the cracked front steps until he heard both deadbolts click. A quick glance down the side of the house showed the trash cans were still in place. Black wrought iron bars lined each window of the old house, and once again, he was grateful he'd had them installed a few years ago. The house matched the rest of the neighborhood with mauve stucco and black bars to keep the less desirable out. It worked, for the most part. At some point, he'd need to have the dry, dirt yard replaced with grass when he decided to put the place on the market. Working 2 jobs, he almost had enough money saved up to move his little family to a better neighborhood. All he needed was a bit more savings and a bank that would take a chance on him. Plus, the timing had to be right. None of that could happen until he won full custody of his son. Chapter 2. Mason. Dancing across the floor in his socked feet, Mason did a slow slide across the slick tile and into the brightly lit kitchen. The tiny clacking of Hassel's toenails followed him, and he smiled and selected a doggy treat he kept on the kitchen counter. "Who's a good boy?" he cooed at the 6-month-old Shih Tzu, a gift from his best friend Dean. "You need something to come home to." "But a puppy?" He'd stared in shock at the minuscule 8-week-old shaggy white and gray dog in Dean's arms at the time. "You have to take him." "Oh, no." Shaking his head, he backed up, but Dean had managed to plop the puppy into his arms. He was a goner the minute he felt that warm, wiggling body. "Damn it," he'd scowled at Dean, but cooed to the little pup in his arms. "There are no returns," Dean sang on his way out the door. Mason had glanced down at the puppy and received a tiny lick on his chin. "You're going to be a Hassel." He reached down and lifted Hassel up. Instead of wiggling, the pup waited expectantly for his treat as if it were his due, like a little prince. If Mason thought about it, The pup was spoiled rotten. Now, if only he could keep him from climbing up and perching on the furniture. Hassel didn't sit on things like the couch or chair, which were perfectly reasonable to sit on for a dog. Hassel wanted more. Once, Mason had caught the pup on the table that sat against the window, chewing on the base of the table lamp. Another time, he'd found Hassel in a cubby on his wall unit chewing on a CD. Green Day did not deserve such abuse. Giving Hassel the treat, Mason snatched up a granola bar from the pan on the gleaming counter. Juggling the pup, he grabbed a paper towel from the rack. After several exuberant kisses on his chin and cheek, Mason nuzzled his baby. "Okay, you be a good boy for Jenny," he told Hassel and returned the pup to the floor. "I wouldn't count on it," Jenny's voice floated through the door from the living room. He grinned down at Hassel. "I'm sure she's just teasing. You're the best boy in the world." Her giggle snort brought Hassel's ears perking, and he scrambled on the slick tile and raced out of the room. The new appliances sparkled from Jenny's daily visits, and he gazed around his kitchen with a smile. He'd bought this house after he'd sold the condo he'd bought from his twin brother. Forrest, his husband, and their 4 children lived next door, several hundred yards down the wide beach. It was a win-win situation for him. He loved having his family close. So what if the house was massive and he'd never fill it? Each of his nieces and nephews got their own rooms when they came to spend the night. Popping a bit of the freshly baked goodie into his mouth, he moaned around the sweet, nutty taste. Cinnamon and honey exploded on his tongue. "Oh my God, so good." Shoving the rest of the organic granola into his mouth, he tapped a rhythm on the counter on his way across the kitchen. Thank goodness for Jenny. He could hear her talking to Hassel and reminding him that he was a dog, not a cat. Opening the fridge, he found a fresh bowl of cut fruit and pulled it out and grabbed a fork. "Did you want me to book the pool man for later this week?" Jenny asked from the kitchen doorway. He ate 2 bites of watermelon and elbowed the fridge door closed. "Would you? Consider it done." "I've got a job, so I don't know how long I'll be gone." Ace hadn't said how long the job would last when he'd left the message on his cell. He glanced at the clock on the wall. It was a few minutes after noon. "Can you stay and watch Hassel? I could be gone a while." He felt better when his baby had someone here and when his house was occupied. Not that he had to worry with the security he employed, but it was better safe than sorry. "Oh, let me see. Staying in the lap of luxury right on beachfront property right next door to your brother and his 4 adorable children?" Jenny glanced at the massive stretch of the California coastline and picked up Hassel, who had come marching into the room. "Plus this little cutie? What a hardship." She really was a lifesaver. Mason gave her a wink and ate several more bites of fruit before placing the bowl back in the fridge and the fork in the sink. He popped a kiss on Jenny's cheek, and the 50-something-year-old shooed him away with a laugh. "Get going, you." He ruffled Hassel's head and smiled as she disappeared with the pup down the hallway. She was more than his savior. When his mother had discovered the state of his home, she'd suggested her newest friend, Jenny. Of course, he wanted to keep his home tidy, but being busy on assignments made that difficult, and he had to face it. He wasn't neat. He also had Hassel to think of at the time. It had taken him and Hassel 5 minutes after meeting Jenny to confirm she was the one they wanted. Jenny had retired after the kids of the family she'd worked for had grown up. He'd asked her if she would get bored, but Jenny assured him she'd be close enough to Forrest and Green to help out with their children. So, for Jenny, working for him was the perfect solution. His mom, of course, had been thrilled to have her new friend so close. Hassel was in heaven. Jenny was one of the pup's favorite humans. Once showered, he stopped in front of the mirror and finger-combed his blonde hair. There wasn't much he could do about the wildness of the strands. They just grew that way. He'd dyed his hair black for a few months, so it felt good to get back to his natural color. He ran a hand along his jaw and lip. He couldn't grow much hair, but what he did have gathered on his chin, and he left it. Reaching his massive walk-in closet, he raced his fingers over the wide selection of shirts and selected a light blue one along with a new pair of snug jeans. He grinned at the socks he pulled from the dresser. Hassel came bounding into the room and leaped on the bed before snatching up his sock. He spent a few moments trying to coax it from Hassel's sharp teeth. "That's mine. You have a massive toy box," he scolded the pup. Once the sock was free, Hassel scrambled up into his lap while he tried to get the sock on his foot. "You're living up to your name," he huffed and placed the pup on the floor. Hassel jumped back up, but Mason had his sock on by then and was pulling on his shoes. 5 minutes later, and finally dressed, no thanks to Hassel, he shoved a few changes of clothes into his duffel bag. On his way through the house, he handed Hassel to Jenny with a last goodbye and headed to the garage door connected to the house. The royal blue Alpine A110 coupe called to him, but he bypassed the sports car and clicked the fob for his new Ram. The gleaming black truck had been a frivolous expense, but he had money to spare. His grandfather came from old money, Texas oil wealth. Frederick Taylor III had made his fortune and then left it to him and Forrest. On top of that, his uncle had passed away a year ago and left him and Forrest another fortune, enough to support several charities he'd become involved with. His phone buzzed and he tugged it from his pocket with a grin at the dick pic sent from his best friend. Not his friend's dick. Dean was determined to find him a boyfriend. Mason didn't do boyfriends. He did dates, and Dean knew it. "He's single and looking for long-term," Dean followed up after the pic. "Not interested," he typed in a quick reply. "You're insane. That's a nice dick," Dean fired back. It was a nice dick, but he no longer did long-term, and Dean knew it. "Meet for drinks?" Dean's text pinged. "Maybe." Winky face emoji. "Come on, you know you wanna." Snorting, he tossed his cell in the center console, slipped behind the wheel of his truck, and pulled out of the garage when the door opened. Easing his Ram down the driveway, he rolled down the window when one of his security guards waved. "Have a good day, Mr. Taylor." "You too, Chris," he called back and turned his truck toward the office. He wondered if Gage would be on this case. He wanted to ask Ace, but didn't have the nerve. After Alaska and the shit that went down with Sphinx on their last case, Gage mostly worked from home, and Mason had a feeling that it was because of him. "Not everything is about you," he reminded himself. The truth of the matter was that Gage got under his skin. Bad. Like hella bad. In a good way and in a bad way. Not bad, but holy hot bad. Fuck. He adjusted his jeans and pulled out and onto the street. Gage didn't want anything to do with him. He snorted under his breath and took the on-ramp to the freeway. He treated Gage like a leper from the first moment he'd set eyes on him. That had been over a year ago. He could still remember his own hot flare of attraction and all-out panic when Gage had first shaken his hand during a job they'd helped out on. He'd had such high hopes for them, but Gage refused to back the hell off. The guy thought him an imbecile, like he couldn't do the job. Gage was always jumping in ahead of him to take over. After their first head-bashing, Mason had ignored the sharp jolt of awareness and constantly sniped at Gage. So much so that his own behavior was starting to grate, but he couldn't help it. If Gage didn't stop with his overbearing crap, Mason was going to do something drastic. Like what? Kiss the guy? Maybe. That thought brought a smile to his lips. Wouldn't that freak Gage out? Sweet hell, his palms grew damp thinking about it. Be careful, he silently warned himself. Gage was a forever kind of man, and Mason's gut tightened. In spite of Gage's attitude that he couldn't do his job, that man made him wish for things he never thought he could have. Sometimes he imagined desire in Gage's eyes. He snorted and muttered, "You wish he had the hots for you." It probably wasn't even desire flashing in those glinting greens. More than likely it was from sheer annoyance. Grinding his teeth, he squeezed the steering wheel, reminding himself that the men he chose to date didn't want a family. They only wanted prestige or money, and that was the way he wanted it. Sure, many of them had offered marriage, but there was no way in hell he'd commit to someone who saw fucking dollar signs whenever they were with him. He'd tried dating long-term once, but it hadn't worked out. His boyfriend had made off with the silver. Not really the silver because he didn't have any, but the guy had cleaned out his watches and the cash he'd kept in his drawer. No biggie. The shit could be replaced, but the action alone stung like fucking hell. Gage wouldn't steal from you. He shook off the annoying little voice. Fuck that noise. I don't date guys more than once, he said out loud, pounding it into his head. It was better that way. Keep it casual, date, and fuck. Besides, alone, he was king. Alone, he did what he wanted, when he wanted, and how he wanted. That was one more reason to stay single. He had almost convinced himself that alone wasn't lonely when he reached the donut shop. It was almost noon. Oh well, it was never too late in the day for donuts. Pegasus Headquarters, Southern California, Ventura County. Juggling the box of pastries, Mason entered the brewery's front door with a lighter step 15 minutes later. "Afternoon, Cooper," he called to the burly barkeep behind the custom wood counter. "Afternoon." Cooper tossed him a smile and then turned to guide a young man carrying a heavy tray filled with beer steins. The newly hired bartender of the Stone Ground Brewery gripped the tray with whitened knuckles, hands trembling. Zach had only been with them a few weeks. The Pegasus techie, Jacob Burns, had brought Zach to the bar and given him employment. According to Cooper, Jacob didn't typically bring strays home and give them a job at Ace's place, but Jacob had made an exception for Zach. Mason smiled to himself, remembering that particular day and Ace's face when he'd seen Zach for the first time. In the middle of asking where the hell Zach had come from, Ace had swallowed his words in the face of Jacob's fierce blue gaze. "Did you just hire a stranger?" Ace had growled, towering over Jacob. "Yes, and he stays." Jacob had glared right back. It was amazing to watch Ace and Jacob dance around each other, but that day most of the unit, including himself, had hustled out of there. Snatching a drink napkin, he juggled the box around and opened the lid, leaving 2 donuts on the bar for Cooper and Zach. "You better be bringing those donuts down below." Beckett's humorous voice drew his attention to the curly, dark-haired operative standing at the gleaming steel door that closed off the hallway to Pegasus's headquarters. The steel door had replaced the old wooden one. An explosion the previous month had blasted the wooden door and part of the bar to pieces, injuring Cooper and a few civilians. The expense had been astronomical, but the family of their commander, Dalton Weber, had funded the repairs. Dalton's family was almost as rich as him. Funny how he and Dalton both kept working when they didn't need to. "I suppose you can have one," he teased Beckett. "I'll take mine before Holden or Oliver get a look at that box," Beckett said, and snatched a donut from within. Mason smirked. "Settling in?" He caught the door Beckett held and followed the man down the hallway. "We've been in the house over 6 months, but I still feel like I have a shit ton of unpacking to do," Beckett said, and jogged down the short set of steps. The man placed his palm on the sensor lock and then his eye to the scanner. 3 bolts rolled, the locks clicked, and the heavy door snapped open. "Don't you have 2 teenage boys?" "Yeah, and just like teenagers, they don't do shit," Beckett smirked. Mason snorted on a laugh. "Where's Holden?" It was uncommon to find Beckett alone without the shadow of his husband. "He came in with the chickens," Beckett made a face. "I said hell no and rolled back over to catch a few more hours of sleep." The room off of the main door was a wide bullpen with desks arranged against the walls, leaving the middle open. Mason dropped his keys on his desk and turned with the box of donuts in his hands. "Howdy," Eagle said, grabbing his cell phone from his desk and shoving it Link's chair that was nudged into the same tight space. The pair frequently worked closely together like their brains were connected. He'd gotten to know Eagle and Link well while on a job that involved his own twin brother. But other than a few jobs this year, they really hadn't done much as Pegasus. At last week's meeting, Ace had informed them to be prepared to get busy. Mason was cool with that. He liked being busy. If he was going to work for a team instead of going it alone, then he wanted to work more than a few cases. He knew some of the guys worked other jobs to compensate for the wait between Pegasus calls. Some even worked in the brewery. But not him. Financially, he didn't need to find employment elsewhere. "Hey, cuz," Beckett drawled with an exaggerated Texas twang at Link. Link snorted at his cousin. "You sound like Holden." "So?" Beckett's smile grew. "I think the accent is cute." Eagle kicked Link's chair with a squinty-eyed look. "So says the guy who used howdy earlier," Link grimaced. Beckett cackled and gave Eagle a finger waggle. With a snort, Link rolled his eyes and shoved up from his chair. Both Eagle and Link were former Army, as was Beckett. While active in the military, Beckett, Holden, Oliver, Link, and Eagle had all served in the same Special Forces unit. "Wait, are those donuts?" Eagle hurried over to him. My favorite lunch food." "Bring those here," Ace called from inside his office. "There's enough for everyone." Mason held the box away from Eagle and hustled into the boss's office. The first thing he noticed was Gage. All muscles and a focused laser green gaze, he filled up a chair in the back of the office. Mason took a deep breath and stalked over to the sexy-looking man and opened the box. "I made a special trip for—" "No, thank you," Gage said, cutting him off. It stung. He sneered to cover his reaction. "Good. That will leave enough for everyone else." He spun away from Gage's searching look and headed over to place the box on Ace's desk. They could fucking serve themselves. He dropped into a vacant chair as far from Gage as he could get. Chapter 3. Gage. He rubbed at his chest, imagining the heartburn that donut would have caused. Before turning sharply away, Mason had given him a scathing look, but that was nothing new. The man he was most attracted to couldn't give a flying fuck about him. Figures. He knew he wasn't any prize in the looks department, not compared to Mason or, hell, any of the men in Pegasus, so Mason's reaction didn't surprise him. "Are those striped socks?" Eagle grinned at Mason's ankle when the man took a seat and hooked one shoe over a knee. "So?" Mason tugged at his pant leg, revealing white socks with blue stripes and little yellow balloons. "They were a gift from my brother." If anyone knew Forrest, Mason's twin brother, they'd know the man had a penchant for brightly colored things. In fact, as far as Gage was concerned, Mason had gotten off lucky with striped socks as a gift. It could have been so much worse. The last time Forrest had come to the brewery, he'd been wearing bright red sneakers. "At least it's not your hair," Eagle laughed. "What's wrong with my hair?" Mason fingered the curly blonde strands and scowled at Eagle. "You change hair colors like the wind changes direction," Eagle teased. "I like it light," Gage couldn't help but mutter. Mason leveled him a dark look. "I'm dyeing it black tomorrow." Eagle snickered and Gage sent the man a glare. "All right, eyes up here." In Dalton's absence, Ace spoke of their missing second in command. "Where's Dalton?" he frowned. "He and Adam are scouting wedding venues. He's asked for some time off and I've granted it," Ace told him. "I'll take over as much of his duties as possible." "Even in the field?" Eagle frowned. "Even in the field," Ace responded. "In the event I can't accompany you, I'll assign someone at that time." Hunter slipped into the room and took a seat. Ace squinted at the late operative, who gave an apologetic shrug. A few seconds later, Jacob Burns, the unit's techie, entered the room and Ace looked from Hunter to Jacob and back again. The rage was subtle on his commander's face, but Gage recognized the signs. It was a well-known fact that Ace didn't want Hunter anywhere near the techie. "I have those sights you wanted," Jacob said, pretty much ignoring the glower Ace threw him, and nudged the big man over to use his laptop. Ace moved, then gazed bemusedly at Jacob's dark, curly-haired head, while the keys clattered beneath the techie's hands. "It's ready," Jacob said, tipping his head up to gaze up into Ace's face for a few seconds. When Jacob moved to take a seat on the edge of Ace's desk, the boss pulled a hand down his beard and gave a heavy sigh. "A few days ago, an undercover cop named Roger Kraft missed his check-in." "What? The cops suddenly run out of people?" Hunter said. Ace's gaze cut to the operative, who swallowed and looked away. "No, they haven't run out of people. But Police Chief Parker Johnson has asked for our help, and I said yes," Ace growled. "Oh." At the mention of his own brother, Parker Johnson, Hunter fell silent. Was it a leak? Did he get made? Mason asked, drawing Gage's eyes. Ace turned his gaze from Hunter to land on Mason. That is unclear. Parker doesn't know why Kraft is missing, but he suspects it could either be foul play or Kraft went dark on his own, Ace said, and nodded at Jacob. The techie lifted Ace's laptop and addressed the room while scrolling over the mouse area. Roger Kraft went undercover 2 years ago to infiltrate a Ventura County drug trafficking organization. This is a highly sophisticated drug ring, and so far the information Kraft provided has led to the arrest of 8 members. I heard about that. The Ventura Strike Force arrested 8 last April, Gage said. He'd read in the news about the bust and the suspected ringleaders involved. Fucking druggies, Eagle muttered, and Gage silently agreed. Doesn't a guy named Charlie Fox run that ring? Eagle asked with a frown. Charlie Fox was bad news and still at large from what Gage remembered from the paper. Yes, that's right. Charlie Fox and his brother Bobby ran that ring until last year. They evaded arrest and are in the wind. The last contact Officer Kraft had with the Ventura Task Force was a month ago at his regular check-in. Officer Kraft was to provide the location of the Fox brothers at his next meet a few days ago, which didn't happen. Ace nodded at Eagle, but it was Jacob who spoke next after a short silence. If the Fox brothers caught on to Kraft, he's in a world of hurt. If Kraft went dark, he may have a chance. Ace nodded in agreement with Jacob and then swept his gaze over the unit. Our job will be to assist the Ventura Task Force with locating Officer Roger Kraft. Apprehending the Fox brothers is not our priority here. Let's say we find the cop. Are we going to stay in until the end? Mason asked, flipping a pen over and over between his fingers. A furrow etched into Mason's pretty brow, and his blond hair fell over his forehead and into his bright blue eyes before he brushed it away. Fuck, Gage loved the blonde hair. It was Mason's natural color, and the strands reflected the light. He'd hate to see Mason dye it because he couldn't keep his mouth shut. That remains to be seen, Ace said. I know that there's a good chance this officer is dead, but we need to go on the assumption that he's alive until we find out differently. We need to find a body. And there's a time frame, Jacob added on top of Ace's words. Time frame? What the hell does that mean? Mason said. That means the mayor doesn't want this dragged out, Ace jumped back in. He's only allowing Parker to have us on board for 2 weeks. Fuck. That didn't give them much time. What happens if we don't find Kraft by then? We just leave him out there in the wind? Gage asked. He had a feeling they were up against more than just a missing cop. It sounded like fucked up politics were involved, and Ace's next words proved him right. If we haven't found Kraft in 2 weeks, Pegasus is to pull out. That is an order from the mayor, Ace said. It's fucked up, Eagle growled. How can you put a time limit on finding a missing cop? It's a good thing we don't take orders from the mayor. Jacob glared at Ace. Gage bit back a smile. By the look on Jacob's face, he wasn't pleased about pulling out before the job was done. Gage wasn't either. No, we don't. But you'll leave that to me, Ace squinted at Jacob. Can't you hack into Kraft's cell phone and get his location? Hunter asked Jacob. Jacob flashed Hunter a smile. Normally, yes, but Kraft used a burner phone for contacting his department, and I checked. That burner phone was shut off 51 hours ago. Kraft could have done that to stay beneath the radar, Jacob said. Smart, Hunter said, and Gage wasn't sure if Hunter was talking about Kraft or Jacob. So, let's say Officer Kraft is already dead. Are we leaving the Fox brothers at large? Gage asked. He'd asked the question that had to be on everybody's mind. We're funded by the city on this one, Ace said. But let's reassess that if or when the time comes. I guess that's something, Gage murmured. Yeah, it's something. If we don't come back with their undercover officer, the local PD may not ask for our help again, Ace said, and swept a pen light at the large monitor on one of the office's walls. So this is his last known location. Jacob was able to find Kraft just outside of his apartment on several city cameras heading east away from its location. Ace nodded to Jacob, who launched into details of where Kraft was most likely holed up if he were alive. "He's here and alone, as you can see." Jacob pointed to one video of Kraft hurrying along the walkway in front of a thrift store. "Then here," Jacob moved the pointer, "you can see two men walking a minute later. They could be out for a stroll or after Kraft, we just don't know. The image is too grainy." "Will Phoenix be in on this?" Eagle asked with a lifted hand. They all knew that Phoenix had some of the best trackers in the world. "No," Jacob responded, not even seeing the look Ace tossed him. Jacob was taking over the meeting without even realizing it. "We've officially split the state. Phoenix will handle Northern California and we'll handle Southern. I know they have good trackers. My dad is one of them, but they won't be in on this." That actually made sense to split the state, since their twin unit, Phoenix, ran out of the San Francisco area. When Jacob grew quiet, Ace cleared his throat and spoke. "Jacob and I personally spoke with Chief Rossi this morning. Rossi has every confidence that Pegasus can handle this job with the number of members we have." Chief Giovanni Rossi oversaw both Phoenix and Pegasus. The hierarchy was that Chief Rossi reported to the former Secretary of Defense. The SecDef, sometimes referred to as Dave, had recently retired. As a close personal friend of the president, Dave kept overseeing the running of the two teams. Most people thought Phoenix followed the law more closely, but both units were actually off the books. Way off. As in underground shit. Both units ran covert ops, brought in when cases got messy or law enforcement needed plausible deniability, which was requested more than the average citizen realized. Basically, the units took care of the scum of the earth that law enforcement couldn't due to bureaucratic bullshit red tape. Pegasus and Phoenix were forces that went about righting the wrongs that fell through the cracks in the system. Gage loved being a part of them. Now that Dave had retired and no longer had to deal with the political backlash, they had even more leeway to get shit done. Some might find it odd that Jacob was in on the conversation Ace had with Giovanni Rossi, but it sounded reasonable to Gage. Jacob used to work at the Phoenix compound. Combine that with Jacob's technical skills, the techie had gotten noticed by some pretty powerful people. Add in the fact that Roscoe Burns, Jacob's dad, was second in command of Phoenix, it made sense that Rossi would want Jacob's input. Gage wasn't sure how Ace felt about it after the run-in with Jacob's three dads. Those Phoenix operatives were fucking badasses. Gage hadn't been present when Jacob's dads had come calling at Pegasus's headquarters, but he'd heard about it from Eagle and Link. A family with three dads. Hell, he'd be glad to give his own family one full-time dad, much less three. He wondered what it would be like to share the burden of caring for his brother, niece, and his own son. If only... "Gage?" "Yes." He swept his eyes to Ace and got the feeling it wasn't the first time the man had called his name. And by the way Mason was frowning at him, Ace might have called him a few times. "You okay to come into the office more often?" Ace asked. He wanted to ask what often meant in this case, but he kept quiet. If Ace needed him on site and away from home on this one, then he'd need to come up with another plan. "I'll make it work," he answered, and racked his fucking brain for a way to have Travis and the younger two cared for. But he came up blank. Last time he'd hired a woman to come in, but this time he didn't have the money. Fuck. Ace squinted at him. "Okay, you tell me if you need time." Several heads swiveled toward him, but he kept his gaze on Ace. The man didn't know his struggles, did he? Gage felt a muscle tick in his jaw. Damn it. Why had Ace voiced that concern out loud? When he'd asked to work from home, he'd given nothing away. The tired lines around Ace's eyes spoke of sleepless nights. Gage figured the man had his own demons to fight, so maybe it had only been a lucky guess. "Like I said, I'll make it work." Gazing down at his hands, Gage avoided the stares and, most of all, the curious gleam in Mason's eyes. For a year now, he'd hidden his home life from the unit, and he would keep doing it. He didn't need sympathy from others and rubbed at the burn starting in his chest. He didn't want them thinking he couldn't do the job. Because if he lost this job, he and his family were out on the streets. It might not matter in the end if he couldn't stay close to home. Shit. He was barely keeping afloat, and the attorney's fee was due at the end of the week. When Mason looked away, he found his gaze drawn toward the blond man who was, without a doubt, the brightest thing in the room. Chapter 4. Mason. Mid-bite of his donut, he noticed Gage grimace and rub at his chest. Was that chest pain? Indigestion? Gage was so fucking quiet and closed off it was hard to get a read on him. He glanced at Ace. What the hell had Ace meant, if you need more time? What did Gage need more time for? Not that it was any of his business, but he virtually knew nothing about the guy's private life, other than the fact that Gage was a damned good operative, although way too overprotective. Gage was a closed book. Again, he avoided Gage's gaze and the strange tension between them. It was there every time he was in the same room with the guy, so he should be used to it. Mason let his gaze quickly flicker over Gage. Maybe it was the guy's size. There was a sizable difference between them. Gage was a big hulk of a man who walked with power and precision. Along with a whole lot of hard muscle, Gage moved with a quietness that sent Mason's hair standing on end. Gage may be rough and gruff and certainly got under his skin, but overprotective or not, Gage was a man that Mason wanted at his side when he went into battle. He shook off the sudden picture of hard muscles on his silk sheets and a battle of a different kind. He crushed the vision which was coming up more frequently than ever. No long term. He just had to keep reminding himself of that and of what happened last time. That's it, he silently told himself. Keep remembering Silver Guy, which in hindsight was stupid. Gage wouldn't take his silver. Gage isn't even in the running, so shut the fuck up, he reminded himself. But Mason wanted Gage to be in the running and gnashed his teeth on a bite of donut. His own back and forth was giving him a migraine. When the man's piercing green gaze flicked upward and locked on his mouth, the donut lodged in Mason's throat and it took a few moments to swallow. Fuck. With a racing heart, Mason glanced away and washed the rest of the donut down with his coffee. That's it for now, Ace said. I'm waiting for more from Parker. Go get your shit together and notify family members. What I hope to be a short job may end up being longer. A series of nods and people started leaving. Mason stood with the box of donuts in his hand. Did Jenny make these? Jacob selected one of the donuts. Unfortunately, no, Mason said with a grin. Aw, man, Jacob pouted, but ate the donut with relish. All of his team had met Jenny during the brewery's renovations. She'd kept them fed while they'd worked on restoring the blown-out parts of the main room upstairs. Yeah, wish I had a Jenny, Eagle said, sneaking another donut. Knucklehead, he teased Eagle. Everyone wishes for a Jenny. Of all the Pegasus operatives, he was easiest with Eagle. They'd hit it off with banter, and it hadn't stopped since his first day. Well, why can't I have yours? Eagle groused. Because she's mine. Link snorted at their bickering and then looked from Ace to Beckett and back again. Where's Holden? Link asked. Holden came in earlier. He'll meet up with Beckett in the field, Ace said, and then added, Oliver is working in the tech room until he's back to full capacity. Good thing, Link said. There wouldn't be any donuts left if Oliver was here. Everyone laughed. They all knew of Oliver's voracious appetite, especially for such a slender man. And Maverick? Gage asked. It's moving week for Maverick and Tinley, Ace said. I gave Maverick another couple of weeks to get settled. He'll try to join us if he can. Mason was glad the newlywed Maverick was hell-bent on getting his husband settled and secure. Mason had taken it upon himself to show Maverick and his husband Tinley a few homes in his own neighborhood. They'd jumped and purchased one a few blocks away. Not that he moonlighted as a realtor or anything like that, but when Ace said to find Maverick some houses around the area, Mason had gone above and beyond. I heard Tinley is going to work upstairs in the brewery, Mason told Ace. Ace nodded. That's right. He's got experience as a server, and Cooper is going to train him in bartending. I need to drop off my car, Gage said, and suddenly stood. I'll follow you and give you a ride back, Mason said, and then wondered why in the world he made that offer. It's all good. I can get an Uber. Gage squinted at him as if thinking him crazy too. Nah, save your money. I'm going that way, he lied. You are? Gage's brow furrowed suspiciously. Yep. Gage left Ace's office and Mason hot-footed it after the guy. Snagging his keys from his desk, he followed Gage out the door and up the small steps. His face hit Gage's back when the man stopped in the middle of the hallway that led back to the brewery. Mason scrambled, backpedaling from the wall of muscle. It's cool, Gage said, turning around. I can get a ride back. Link, Eagle, and Hunter skirted around them and entered the brewery above. Ignoring the others until the brewery door closed, Mason tipped his head back and studied Gage. He knew why he was pushing this. It had something to do with Ace's comment. Who was waiting at home for Gage? Was it a lover? His stomach churned with jealousy and he squinted up into Gage's face. He knew for a fact that Gage wasn't married. He didn't wear a ring. So what? Lots of people don't wear wedding rings. Fuck. I'm coming, he snapped, and finally marched past Gage, but he didn't get but 2 feet ahead before a hand clamped on his arm. Why? Gage growled. Why what? He spun around to face Gage. Why are you interested in where I live now? It's just a ride, Gage. Get over yourself. He pulled his arm from Gage and marched out the steel door that sat at the end of the hall. The brewery was noisy and filled with smells of fried food and beer from the lunch crowd. Gage's big body was behind him in seconds. Link, Hunter, and Eagle were nowhere to be seen, probably gone to get their affairs in order. Gage! Cooper yelled over the noise and from behind the bar. Mason glanced over to see Cooper point across the room. Both he and Gage followed Cooper's finger to find a woman standing near the entrance. She looked out of place. Her brown hair was wrenched back in a tight ponytail. The blouse she wore showed mounds of cleavage, and her black painted-on jeans were 2 sizes too small. When she guzzled down beer from a stein, she wobbled in shiny black high-heeled boots. Who's she? Mason asked, taking a step with Gage only to find his face planted in the man's massive chest when Gage turned on him. He glanced upward into Gage's tight face. His eyes were shadowed swirls of anger and pain. Stay here. Mason stayed. He didn't know why. He normally didn't take orders well, but there had been something in Gage's voice that tightened his chest, and for some reason Mason suddenly wanted to bitch-slap the woman, and he didn't even know who she was. Instead, he turned and stepped up to the bar. Police Chief Parker Johnson looked up from his cell phone and gave him a smile. Hey, Parker, Mason said. Hey, Mason, Parker responded before returning to his phone. Soda? Cooper asked Mason. Please. Who's that? He said, nodding to the woman. That's Gage's wife, Zach, the new bartender, said. The room kind of grew dim, and the noise of people laughing became white noise. Something hard and tight gripped him by the chest and refused to let go. Gage was married. Zach, Cooper said gently. Get back to work. When Zach gave Cooper a guilty look and darted down the bar to refill orders, Cooper swung around on Mason. She's not his wife. She's his ex. How do you know? And why didn't he know? Why did the bartender at the brewery know about Gage's personal life and Mason didn't know a damned thing? Had you even bothered to ask? She told me when she asked for him, Cooper said. Oh. Well, okay then. The tightness in his chest eased and he was able to take a deep breath. He glanced covert-like at Gage to find him in what looked to be a heated discussion. The woman was furious and hissed something to Gage. Gage's face turned to stone. Oh, fuck. Mason launched off his stool and reached Gage's side in an instant. Maybe he should have stayed across the room, but Gage looked like he was going to do something he'd regret. Mason would think over his actions later, but right now, Gage needed him. He closed his hands around Gage's bicep. Chapter 5. Gage. I need more money. Tina's words rang in his ears. She'd taken everything from him, and now she wanted more money? No. She glared at him through a tightly pinched face. Lines around her lips and mouth spoke of her smoking habit. His anger grew when he pictured her smoking around Joey. He couldn't count the number of times he'd picked up his little boy and he'd smelled of cigarette smoke. Tina had been a mistake. Joey had been the miracle that came from his mistake in marrying a woman, or hell, even thinking he could be happy with a woman. She'd been different back then, softer and more approachable. Since his coming out and the divorce, she'd become bitter. He blamed himself. She'd been his last-ditch effort at living what most of society thought a normal life, and when she'd said she was pregnant, he'd made all the wrong decisions. Tina sniffled and rubbed at her nose and then wiped her hands down her jeans before guzzling more of the beer he was sure Cooper had given her on the house. Gage took a deep, slow breath. How much longer was she going to make him pay for ending their marriage? He squeezed his hands into fists and reminded himself that the lawyer said to keep his cool. It was the only way to get full custody. But he was out of time, money, and had very little patience left. He took a step toward Tina and she fell back. "Hey," Mason's smooth voice said at his side, and both of Mason's hands wrapped around Gage's bicep. It was the first time Mason had intentionally touched him, and Gage froze. Being distracted by the man's touch, voice, and something that was all Mason kept him from throttling his ex-wife. "Hey," he replied gruffly. "We need to head out." With a wash of expensive woodsy aftershave, Mason stepped between him and Tina. Even though Mason wasn't all that big, something in his stance made his ex-wife take another step back. "Your business is going to need to wait," Mason said in a very soft but razor-sharp voice. "Who the hell do you—" she started, but Mason wasn't having it. "So you can leave, or I can have you escorted out," Mason finished, cutting her off. Gage jerked his gaze down to Mason. He'd never heard that particular tone from Mason before. Something in the man's eyes had his ex stepping farther back. She slammed down the beer mug and clutched the strap of her purse. She turned and marched toward the exit, and when she was a safe distance from him and Mason, she felt brave enough to turn around. "I will call you. Don't fuck with me," she sneered and left. Or else what? She'd disappear with Joey? It was always his fear. Why the fuck had she come here? She'd never done that before, and he regretted giving her this address in case of emergencies. He rubbed at his chest, careful to keep his gaze from Mason and the million questions in his eyes. Questions he felt sure were set to come, but ones he wasn't ready to answer. "Ready?" That's all Mason said, and Gage stood there feeling relieved and overwhelmed and wondering why the fuck the world suddenly felt like it was burning to the ground and taking him with it. "Yeah," he managed gruffly, his heart in his throat at the thought of Mason seeing all of his secrets. "Mason, Gage," Ace called from the doorway, and Gage turned with relief. "Yeah. Change of plans." He let out a deep sigh. He'd been granted a reprieve. Following Mason back into Ace's office, Gage chose to take a shoulder lean against the wall. "Gage, I'm putting you in charge of this mission." Mason snapped Gage a cheeky grin. "Just shoot me now," he thought, and a multitude of ways Mason could fuck up a mission came to mind. "Copy," he murmured. "Check your email. There are 2 potential locations Kraft may have been taken to or is hiding at. One is a house and the other is a club," Ace said. "This might be over in record time," Mason's chair squeaked. The man could never sit still. Ace gave Mason a stern look. Gage could have told Ace to save the looks because Mason moved to his own beat. "Don't count on it. Parker is checking into a Long Beach warehouse down south," Ace said. "I just saw Parker out in the bar," Mason said. "He has a meeting in a few minutes and can't stay," Ace told Mason, and then caught and held Gage's gaze. "As much as I want to keep this local, it may not be the case." "Understood," Gage said, his mind racing. So pack a bag, because when Parker calls with new information, you'll need to be prepared to head down there at a moment's notice to check out that warehouse. Ace picked up his cell phone. Now, I have a call to make. Gage, you figure out the details, but keep me informed. Will do, Gage said and spun, striding from the room. He heard Mason's chair scrape, and then the man was right on his heels. Shit. An overnight trip. Maybe several nights? Fuck. If he was gone overnight, then he was going to need to make other arrangements. It would be much better for Travis if there were only one of the children to babysit instead of two. Parker could call and the warehouse might not check out. He'd have to keep his fingers crossed. He was due for some luck. So, who are we seeing first? Gage browsed the email on his phone and found the two locations. He forwarded the email to Mason. This might just work in his favor. He could get rid of Mason for a while to give Gage time to get home and leave his car for Travis. First, though, he needed to track down Tina. With the rest of the unit already gone to get their shit in order, that left only him and Mason. I'll check out the house location. You do a quick look at the club address. He turned toward Mason just in time to see a flash of disappointment. Or maybe that was anger, because the man's full mouth pressed flat. Why can't we check on them together? Gage stayed firm. We'll save time if we split up. Mason's lids narrowed until his piercing blue eyes were nothing but fierce slits in his attractive face. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon. The club is probably closed, Mason pointed out. Then check it when it opens, he said. That would give him time to get home. Fine, Mason's nostrils flared. And for fuck's sake, don't get into trouble. Screw you, Mason glared at him. Rather than try to smooth the man's ruffled feathers, Gage booked it out of there. He had to, because if he stayed, Mason might have taken a swing at him. He deserved it. He'd been pushing Mason away for months by coming across as overprotective. So far it was working, and his behavior served a purpose. Besides, it was better this way. Mason didn't need to know the intimate details of his life or his dismal living conditions. Nobody did, but especially Mason. The guy was loaded, and Gage shuddered thinking of the look on Mason's face if he ever came to his neighborhood. Sliding into his car, he tugged his cell phone out and punched in Tina's number. I need you to take Joey this evening instead of Sunday. He cut right to the point. Why? I need to take care of something. This is going to cost you, she snapped. I can't give you anything until payday next week, he frowned. It better be enough. Come by about 4. That would give him enough time to check the address and get home with time to spend on Joey. Her annoyed-filled sigh came through the phone before she hung up on him. He tossed the phone to the passenger seat and squeezed the steering wheel as he pulled out of the parking lot. He needed to get his anger under control. But it was a struggle. Something had to give before he cracked. Chapter 6. Mason. He scowled after Gage's vehicle when it pulled out of the parking lot. His glare was wasted on the guy. Gage had been on the phone. With a sigh, he returned to the bunker below. In a hurry to catch up to Gage, he'd forgotten an extra clip for his weapon. The weapons room was empty when he entered, and he pulled open his locker and found what he needed within. Where are you headed? Jacob asked from the open doorway. To a club, supposed to be some place Kraft might be. He tossed Jacob a glance and shut his locker. Need backup? Jacob stepped into the room, and Mason eyed the gun in the holster the young operative wore. Is that loaded? Yes. Put on a jacket, he said, and then grinned when Jacob's face lit up. Mason could still remember the excitement he'd felt on his first few missions. A cane thumped in the hallway, and ex-Army Special Forces soldier Oliver Raines stopped in the doorway. Where are you going? Oliver said. With Mason to a club, Jacob said, sliding into a leather jacket. Mason smirked at Oliver. Got bad guys to catch and a cop to save. And Ace knows you're taking him along, Oliver pointed to Jacob. Knock it off, I'm not a kid. the 21-year-old said. Yeah, he recently had a birthday. He's old enough to drink, Mason snorted on a laugh. If you asked him, Ace had his head up his ass by not utilizing Jacob's skills. Sure, he himself had been a bit skeptical about Jacob, but after witnessing the man's shooting skills at the firing range, he'd become a believer. Not only was the guy one of the most sought-out hackers in the world, his aim with a weapon was scary, and not only with a gun. Jacob had excelled with knives, nunchucks, and swords. He'd won a short sword battle with their instructor, leaving the unit stunned. You still have your contacts in the CIA? Oliver asked Mason. He squinted at the sexy operative. They all knew he was former CIA. A person never really gave up contacts. Yeah, why? You just signed your death warrant. You might need backup, Oliver said with a laugh and left the room. Well, shit. Ace would probably skin him alive. So, we should sneak out of here, he said to Jacob and grabbed his own coat. Fuck that. I'm not sneaking out of anywhere, Jacob snapped and strode from the room. Attaboy, he murmured and hurried after the guy. All was quiet in the bullpen and they made it out of the bunker without incident. In the parking lot, Mason turned to Jacob. Follow me in your car. I have an errand to run after this. He still had plans to give Gage a ride back here. By the time they got the club scoped out and Gage got the friend's house checked into, Gage should be home. It was all in the timing. He shot a message to Dean to meet him at the club since it was one they went to often. That the Fox brothers frequented the club he and Dean hung out at was a scary thought. Pulling out of the parking lot, he kept an eye on Jacob's car in the rearview mirror. The kid had balls. He'd hand it to him. Not many defied Ace. Dean was waiting for them outside of the club, which was indeed open for business. He'd known it was all along, but he'd wanted to check out the two places with Gage, and then check out where Gage lived afterward. Why was that? Leave him alone. Why are you trying to infiltrate his personal life anyway? He had no answer for the voice in his head other than to start the war all over again. Instead, he turned his attention to the two men with him. Dean, this is Jacob. Jacob, this is Dean Miller, my pain-in-the-ass good friend. Jacob laughed and shook Dean's offered hand. Mason's cell phone buzzed with an incoming text from Gage. Rather than stop to read it, he followed Dean and Jacob into the club and sat at a table by the entrance. Gage's last comment still stung. The waiter came right away and he ordered a soda with ice. His phone vibrated again and he placed it on the table. Dean glanced at his buzzing phone and then gave him a curious look. The place was hopping, with a small band playing on a stage across the room. People danced, gyrating to the music. Others stood about shouting over the noise. I'll check the back, Jacob shouted, sliding from his stool. Mason tossed a look at the two big dudes who stood guarding the hall to the back room. He grabbed at Jacob's arm and pulled the man to a stop. Start with the bartender. Stay away from the back room, he warned. Jacob shot a look over at the heavily guarded hallway and then nodded. Okay. His phone vibrated again, and this time he read the three texts. Answer me. Mason, damn it, answer me. Yes, I'm here at the club, and no, there's no sign of craft, so just chill. He shot back and tossed the phone to the table. Was that Gage? Dean asked with a laugh over the music and noise. His friend was way too fucking observant. Although that couldn't be helped. Dean was CIA, after all. Yes, he shouted, just as the band decided to take a break and his voice rang out loudly, catching a few nearby glances. That man has you in knots. He does not, he squinted at Dean. The waiter returned and sat two sodas on the table for him and Jacob and a beer for Dean. His phone buzzed against the wood table, but he didn't look at it. He's a sexy devil. Mason shot Dean a frown. Dean grinned at the buzzing phone and swallowed a gulp of beer. Don't forget, I saw him when I picked you up at work that time. His friend was correct. Sexy devil was right. He took another swallow of his soda. Why don't you ask him out? Mason scowled. He hoped his friend would drop it, but he could see Dean ramping up to grill him. Oh, come on, you like this guy. Mason crossed his arms over his chest and stared at Dean. You've been talking about him for over a year, his friend cajoled. I have not, Mason scowled. It's always Gage this and Gage that. So, he's part of the unit. We've only done a few jobs together. Right, Dean said. You took out Beckett's stalker in Texas. I had help. Dean nodded. I know. You told me Gage was there. He squinted at his friend. Yeah? So? Several weeks on the job and you didn't get to know him. A bit, he admitted, knowing it was more his fault than Gage's that a wall stood between them. That didn't excuse Gage's behavior, though. Any other jobs? We just did a job apprehending someone, he admitted, not going into details about the operation in Alaska involving the blacklisted CIA agent Sphinx. Were there any more? Mason frowned. We went up north to help Maverick. Was that a job? Nah, Maverick was getting married and Ace asked Gage and I to go along. Why? Mason gazed at Dean blankly. He didn't know why. I think to watch his back? Ace's back? Yeah. Mason shoved his empty glass away. It wasn't the first time he'd wondered why Ace would need his back watched. Mason suspected that Ace had wreckage in his past that was chasing him. But that was only his theory. He didn't know for sure. What does he do when he's not working? Ace? No, Dean said, rolling his eyes. Gage. I have no idea. Does he have any family? An ex-wife? Dean scrunched his nose. Any other? What's with the 20 questions? He snapped. When Dean gave him a hurt look, Mason sighed. I think I heard he has a brother. Gage never stays long at the office. When we have get-togethers, he takes off. He's not a people person. And you are? Dean teased, bouncing back quickly. It was one of the things he liked about the guy. Dean was one of the rare people that he could open up to as much as he could. The man had a quick smile and easygoing nature that both men and women found attractive. Screw you, he smirked. No, he wasn't a people person. Not like his twin brother. That's Forrest's job. He got the charisma. I got the brains. Ha ha ha, Dean chortled. You also got the rebelliousness. With a grimace, he finished his soda and chewed on the ice. Yeah, and being a rebel hadn't gone over with the team very well. He couldn't help it if his brain worked overtime and faster than the average Joe's. He couldn't help it if he got things done quicker and more efficiently on his own. So, what are we looking for here? Dean asked, gazing around the club. Nothing. He frowned and glanced at the bar. Where the fuck is Jacob? He's over by the end of the bar. Dean pointed. Relief swept through him when his gaze landed on Jacob talking to a waitress. Thanks. He's fucking hot. Mason squinted at Dean. Don't even go there if you value your life. Dean laughed and leaned in. He looks capable. What's he doing over there? I can't say. Why not? Dean's mouth dropped open. I'd have to kill you if I told you, and since you're my best friend, he shrugged. Ass. Dean slumped back with a smiling snicker and finished his beer. I gotta go. Dean stood, placed a few bills on the table, and clamped a hand on the shoulder. We still on for Friday? He said. Fridays were the usual night out when Mason could make it. Yeah, if I'm not on the job, Dean said and headed out with a wave. Mason snatched up his phone. Okay, was just asking, Gage had responded. He was tempted to respond, but left it alone and turned his eyes back on Jacob. The last thing he needed was the guy getting into trouble. Fuck. Now he felt like a damned babysitter. Chapter 7. Gage. It took a bit longer to arrive at the address of the house because he'd made a stop at the store first to pick up a few treats for the kids. Sometimes sugar softened the blow of him being away, and even though it was still a maybe that he'd be away overnight, he wanted to prepare Travis just in case. He parked down the block and studied the house they suspected Kraft might have been brought to for interrogation. The email from Parker said that Fox and his brothers had hired the owner of the house, Clay Sturgis, as a gun for hire. He still couldn't get over the fact that Ace had put him in charge of the operation in Dalton's absence, nor would he be getting over Mason's look when he practically ditched the guy. It was reasonable, he reminded himself, what with the rest of the team gone to get their families in order. And since there were 2 locations, he'd check one and Mason the other. Was he worried about Mason being off on his own? Hell yes. The man had a wild streak a mile wide, but they would save time if they split up. Steering Mason away earlier with his crappy comment had worked this time, but he wasn't sure how much longer he could keep his private life private. The only reason he kept it quiet was that he didn't want his teammates to think he couldn't handle the job. As long as they were in the dark, everything would be fine. Right? He rubbed at his chest. Why the hell was he trying to keep it private? Shutting the door of his beat-up 2000 Ford Focus, he approached the house. The overgrown front lawn looked like it hadn't had water in months. The place next door had a for sale sign, and he headed down the cracked cement walkway that separated the 2 homes. Reaching the backyard, he jumped the fence and quietly made his way to the back of the house. Beyond the screened-in porch, the back door was ajar. Pulling his Glock, he eased up the steps. At the opened back door, he paused, trying to get a look through the crack. The only thing visible was part of a cluttered kitchen table and food caked on the stove. His eyes swept over the floor and found a pair of boots tipped sideways. Shit. He gently nudged the door open a fraction of an inch farther. Sure enough, there were legs attached to the boots. He slowly opened the door enough to slip through at a crouch. The house remained quiet, with the only sound that of the refrigerator in the corner kicking on. He stopped at the man and put fingers to the guy's neck, feeling for a pulse. The man was already gone, his skin cool. He pulled his phone out and matched the face of the dead guy to the picture of Sturgis on his phone. It took him a few minutes to clear the dumpy 2-bedroom house before he made his way out the back door and into the yard to call his boss. Ace picked up on the first ring. "What did you find?" "A dead body at the house." He quickly explained the situation about Sturgis. "He has 2 in the chest. I can't tell if Kraft was here. I didn't see any signs of a struggle, so if he was, he may have gotten away." "Or someone moved him to another location," Ace murmured. "Yeah. How do you want to handle this?" He rubbed at the back of his neck. No way in hell did he want to go through explaining shit he couldn't explain. "Get out of there. I'll call Parker and have him call it in." Gage didn't waste any more words. He tucked his phone away and made his way to his car. Reaching home in record time, he lifted his phone to call Mason. He'd leave his vehicle for Travis in case of an emergency, but right then he was worried about Mason and what he might have found at the other location. As the phone rang, Gage noticed the car in front of his house and his ex-wife standing on the steps. Fuck. She was an hour early. "Hello?" Mason answered on the first ring. "I didn't think you'd answer after your last text." "I'll eventually answer," Mason laughed, and music and laughter filled the phone. "Where the hell are you?" he growled. "Checking on the club for the past 2 hours. As ordered. Why?" "Anything suspicious?" "I don't know yet," Mason said. Gage glared through the windshield when Tina placed her hands on her hips and tapped her foot. "Meet me back at the office when you're through." "Will do." And just like that, Mason hung up on him. He snapped his teeth and gripped the phone hard before slamming out of his car. "You're early." Tina glanced at her watch with a shrug. "I thought you needed me to take him." "I said give me until 4. This gave him no time to prepare, Joey, and she fucking knew it. "Don't be an ass, Gage. It takes 40 minutes to drive to this shitty part of town. I was in the neighborhood." He scowled, refused to buy into her bullshit, and unlocked the door. "Uncle Gage!" Molly yelled. She jumped up from the toys scattered in the living room and ran to him. "Daddy!" Joey was up and running. He caught his son and lifted him into his arms. Joey wrapped his arms tightly around his neck, so tight that a lump grew in his throat. "And Mommy," Tina snapped. Can't you say hi to Mommy?" Joey tucked his face into his neck. "Nice," she sneered, glaring at him. "Are you turning him against me?" "No, you're doing that all on your own." "Well, get him ready. I don't have all day." "Hey, buddy, let's get your stuff." He turned down the hallway, carrying Joey with him. He didn't dare tell his ex that he was going to be gone on a job. That would give her ammunition to use against him. He needed to find someone to care for the kids while he was away. As willing as Travis was, a 17-year-old wasn't equipped to watch two small children for any length of time. "Don't wanna," Joey shook his head. "I'll come get you early," he promised, and wiped the tears from Joey's cheeks. Shoving clean clothes and Joey's favorite stuffed animal into his backpack, Gage re-entered the living room. Travis and Molly were in a standoff with Tina. His ex stood by the front door as if she were afraid Travis would take a swing at her. Gage placed Joey's feet on the floor and stopped at the bar to write a $50 check made out to Tina. Money he couldn't afford. But if she needed it for Joey, then he'd give it. Joey clung to his leg. "I'll be over to pick him up a day early," he said, holding the check out. When she didn't answer, he lifted the check before she could snatch it. "Understood," he waited. "Yes," she hissed, and snatched the check. "Let's go, Joey." All hell broke loose from his little boy, and Gage ended up carrying Joey out to her car and buckling his trembling little body into the car seat he'd bought her. "Shh, it's okay, baby," he soothed in a whisper. "Daddy will come get you soon," he promised, running his hand over Joey's curly hair and brushing strands from his sweaty forehead. "I love you," he whispered and kissed the boy's cheek before shutting the door. "Be safe," he said to Tina through the closed window, but she ignored him and zipped away from the curb. His eyes stayed glued to the car until they turned the corner. At that point, he pulled out his phone and called his lawyer. "Gage, what's up?" "I needed Tina to take Joey early." "How much earlier and why?" James Preston asked. "1 day early and it's work." "Did you tell her that?" "No. I'm going to be away overnight." He rubbed a hand over his mouth. "What was Joey's emotional state?" "Crying. He didn't want to go," he said around the lump in his throat. "Okay, I've got that noted. Gage..." "What?" "If we don't find more ammunition on her and you don't get someone to take care of the kids while you're at work, you're going to end up with joint custody again." A heavy sigh ripped from Gage's throat. "Something's going on with her. I just can't figure out what." "Can you afford a PI?" "No." "What about a sitter?" James said. He could barely afford James, much less a private investigator. Plus, he needed a sitter first. But he had to figure out how to do just that. He solved problems for a fucking living, and he couldn't solve his own. "I'll figure it out." "Okay, call me if you have any more updates." "Yeah." He hung up and re-entered the house. Travis stood in the living room with his arms crossed against his chest, anger on his young face. "I hate her," his brother spat. He swallowed and nodded. "Where'd Joey go?" Molly came up to him and he lifted her in his arms. "He went to visit his mommy," he told her. "Where's my mommy?" Molly tipped her head. "She's in heaven, baby girl." He rubbed a hand down her back. "Can I visit her?" "Not right now." His throat tightened. 2 years ago, his sister's crackhead boyfriend had wrapped his car around a pole going 90 miles an hour on Pacific Coast Highway, killing them both. Molly still asked when her mommy was coming home and sometimes, like now, if she could visit. Explaining death to a child was damned difficult. "How about an early dinner before I leave? Macaroni and cheese sound good?" he asked, kissing Molly's cheek before putting her on her feet. "Yay!" she hollered and raced to the kitchen. Gage pulled his brother's stiff form into his arms for a swift hug. "I hate when she takes Joey," Travis mumbled. "I can watch them both." "It's too much with both of them overnight and it's not fair to you." He put Travis at arm's length. "I still hate it," Travis sniffed. "I'm trying, bro. It won't be long and we'll all be together for good." Travis grimaced. "You've been saying that for 2 years." "I know." His voice sounded like gravel on pavement. Travis reached up and gripped the side of his neck. "I'm sorry. I don't want to make anything harder on you. I know you've sacrificed a lot for me. For us." "And I'd do it all over again," he said, turning Travis toward the kitchen. He didn't want his baby brother thinking about the situation he'd rescued Travis from. It had taken months of seeing the counselor down at the free health center to get Travis through the trauma. "Can I thaw the garlic bread?" Travis asked hopefully. They only used frozen food for special occasions or when rations were running low. "Yeah," he said, smiling. "I think that's a great idea." Chapter 8. Mason. He was still frowning at the phone and going over the short conversation with Gage when Jacob appeared at the table. The younger man slid into his seat and guzzled the watered-down soda. "Where's your friend?" "He had to leave." "He seems nice," Jacob said. "Yeah, and you know that because you talked to him for 2 seconds?" Jacob grinned. "I thought maybe you two were hooking up." Mason snorted. "No, I've known him for years. We're just good friends. Did you find out anything at the bar?" "No, and the bartender hasn't seen Kraft in several days." Mason frowned. "You asked him that outright?" Jacob rolled his eyes. "No, I told him Kraft dated my sister and broke her heart and I wanted to punch him in the nose for it." His mouth gaped. "And he believed you?" "Well, yeah, since he'd just finished sharing that a guy did that to his own sister." His respect for Jacob grew. The young man might just turn out to be one of the best secret weapons Pegasus had. Jacob was so good-looking that people didn't think of him as anything other than a pretty face. Mason knew the reason Dean said Jacob looked capable was because Jacob looked older than he was. The hair on Jacob's face was thick, and if the operative didn't shave it daily, it quickly grew into a neat beard and mustache. Mason had never had the luxury of looking older than his age. He'd been born with a baby face that didn't see facial hair until he was close to 30. Hell, he'd be 36 this December, and he still had trouble growing more than a small beard. "So, you're 21?" Mason asked. "Yep, just turned in April. I can drink if I want, but I've never cared for it." "Good for you. Have any siblings?" "Yeah," Jacob grinned. "A sister away in college and 2 younger siblings. A sister and a pain-in-the-ass brother. Hence the reason I don't live at home." Mason smirked. "Not to mention having 3 dads probably cramps your style." "Yeah, there is that. They can be intimidating." "I heard Roscoe is your uncle, not your dad." "Yeah, Roscoe is my uncle by blood, but also my adopted father. He's my mom's brother. When she died, he came for us. After he married my other 2 dads, they all adopted us." "I'm sorry for your loss." "It was a long time ago," Jacob said, giving him a slight smile. Mason smiled and drained his glass. They sat quietly for a few minutes and he casually observed the thin crowd. The club was awash. Without any sign of Kraft or anything that looked underhanded, this was a waste of time. Of course, Kraft could be hidden in the back room. He eyed the hallway and 2 beefy men. He and Jacob wouldn't be getting through that doorway in the light of day. He might need to make a trip back here tonight. They sat there for a while, watching the people in the club. Music was piped in over the speakers while the band took a break and the dance floor was crowded. Mason studied the gyrating bodies, but so far none of them matched the Fox brothers. "We should probably head out," he said, glancing at his watch. "Wait!" Jacob stopped him from rising. "Let's brainstorm on how to get into that back room." Jacob was way more adventurous than Mason gave him credit for. "You think that's possible in broad daylight?" He quirked one eyebrow. "We'd have to take out the 2 armed guards at the doorway." Jacob gave a slight frown. "And probably a few others. I know the bartender is packing." Jacob's voice faded into the background when Mason caught sight of Gage's ex-wife wobbling her way from the back room to the bar. Talk about a small fucking world. She had pulled her shirt down to expose more of her cleavage and removed the band holding her hair back. But it was definitely her. Just the sight of the woman Gage had tried to make a life with turned his stomach. Acting like God's gift to men, she bellied up to the bar, laughing too loudly when she ordered a shot. How in the hell had Gage married a person like that? When the bartender poured her drink, she tossed it back and slammed the glass down, gesturing for another. An alcoholic? Maybe that was why Gage had left her. Mason didn't have the whole story yet, but he planned on getting it. "So, what do you want to do?" Jacob said. "Tell me who else you think is packing," he murmured, turning his face from the bar, but he kept Gage's ex-wife in his peripheral vision. Jacob launched into descriptions of other people in the club he suspected were associates of the Fox brothers. From what Mason could tell, Jacob's instinct was spot on. "I think the Fox brothers used to run business out of here," Jacob said. "What do you think?" "I think you're right. Let's stick around for a few more minutes." "Casing the joint?" Jacob whispered, his gaze dancing with delight. Mason snorted and waved down the waitress for 2 more sodas. "So, tell me about how you grew up. How old were you when your mom died?" Mason asked, not to kill time, but because he genuinely wanted to know. "Growing up wasn't fun," Jacob evaded, and the shadows in the young man's eyes stopped him from probing. "I grew up with a twin brother," he said, changing the subject. Jacob laughed. "A quirky one, too." Another half an hour passed with them talking and no sign of Kraft nor the Fox brothers. And frankly, Mason was sick of watching Gage's ex. In the past 30 minutes, she'd hit on 3 men and managed to get 4 free drinks. Had she cheated on Gage? Is that why it ended? "Who are you watching over there?" Jacob finally asked and swiveled around. "Nobody." "You sure were staring a hole into someone." Mason decided to change the subject. "I need a favor." It hadn't taken long to cajole Gage's home address from Jacob, and Mason was whistling when he left the club. 20 minutes later, the smile he wore quickly died when he pulled up to the address and sat in his truck in front of the house. Wow. This was not how he pictured Gage living. Why hadn't he known what neighborhood the guy lived in? The street was packed with cars, and in the few minutes he'd been idling there, numerous people had come in and out of a house down the street and jumped into or out of parked cars. The business of that house silently spoke of drug traffic. Fucking hell. Making a decision, he eased his truck up over the curb and onto the dead grass in front of Gage's house before shutting off the engine. This wasn't a neighborhood you left a truck like his unattended, but he stepped out anyway. Flipping the alarm, he approached the front steps. Before he reached the cracked cement steps, the front door was yanked open. "What the hell are you doing here?" Gage's face resembled a thunderstorm. "Don't you need a ride to the office?" He squinted. "No," Gage growled, but was cut off by the appearance of a young, slender teenager with dark hair and bright green eyes. Eyes the exact color of Gage's. In fact, the boy could have been a replica of him. "Yes, he does need a ride," the teen said with a smile. Mason grinned at the boy. "Hi, I'm Mason. I work with your brother." "I'm Travis." The boy reached out and gave him a firm handshake. "How do you know I have a brother?" Gage frowned. "Do you think I'm stupid?" He rolled his eyes at Gage. Travis laughed and Mason smirked. "Don't answer that or I'll punch you in the nose," Mason warned when Gage opened his mouth. "I like him," Travis hooted and scooted over to allow the tiny form of an adorable little girl to slip in next to him. She had blonde hair, but her green eyes were exactly like Gage and Travis's. "Well, hello there," Mason said, crouching down to the little girl's level. "What's your name?" She buried her face in Travis's pant leg and didn't answer him. Good. She knew not to talk to strangers. His own nieces and nephews were the same way. "This is Molly," Gage said, reaching down and picking up the little girl. "Hi, Molly," he said, using his softest voice before turning his curious gaze to Gage. "She's my niece." "Ah, well, that answered one question." "Come inside," Gage said, shouldering open the door and placing Molly on her feet. Mason glanced back down the street before stepping inside and closing the door. "Want something to drink? We have water and..." "Water," Travis offered. "No, I'm good." He glanced around the bare room that was furnished with a sunken-down couch. Beneath scattered toys lay a dirty, worn carpet that was probably sand color once upon a time. An empty macaroni and cheese cup sat on the bar counter that separated the living room from the kitchen, and an overdue bill stamped "Now Due" in red lay folded neatly on the table next to the door. Molly picked up a ragged doll and approached him with it. He crouched again to her level. "What's her name?" he smiled, pointing to the doll. "Sally," she said, holding the doll out to him. He took it, how could he not, and smoothed the tangled blonde strands. "She has hair like you and me," Molly said. Inching closer to him, she reached up and touched a strand that fell over his forehead. "She sure does." He smiled and gently tugged one of Molly's curls. She giggled and snatched her doll back, dancing over to Travis. Gage picked up a bag by the table and took his jacket off the hook by the door. "So, Molly's mom or dad going to hang out with these two?" He stood and looked around. "No, my sister is deceased," Gage murmured. Before he could ask about Molly's father, the little girl ran back to them. "That means heaven," Molly said. "Yep, that's right," Travis told Molly, sinking down to the couch. "I'm watching her," Travis added, and sitting cross-legged, he picked up a children's book. After a quick glance at Gage, Mason smiled at Travis. He had the sudden urge to spirit them all away from this crappy place and take them to his brightly lit house on the beach where Jenny could spoil them rotten. But he swallowed back the words. It wasn't his place. "Ready?" Gage said gruffly and pulled open the door. "Yeah." Mason stepped back outside and cased the immediate area. His stomach soured. Gage's house had wrought iron bars on the windows and dual deadbolts on the front doors. He waited while Gage gave last-minute instructions and the keys to the shit-brown car in the driveway to Travis to use only in case of an emergency. Christ, what if this turned out to be an overnight job? Gage stepped out and closed the door but didn't move until both deadbolts clicked. Making his way toward his truck, Mason deactivated the alarm and slid behind the wheel. Glancing over, Mason found Travis waving from behind the bars and between the curtains. Mason lifted a hand and then squeezed the steering wheel until his knuckles grew white. When Gage shut the door, he couldn't keep his mouth shut. "Jesus Christ," he snapped. "There's a fucking drug house down the street." "Don't you think I know that?" Gage's voice sounded rough with emotion. "You know?" He scowled, backing his truck off the grassy dirt faster than he'd like, and the vehicle bounced when the wheels left the curb and landed in the street. "I have to work," Gage said tightly. "We need the money." The worry and pain in Gage's voice stopped him cold, and he had a sudden flash of a Kraft mac and cheese cup and the overdue electricity bill. His brain kicked into overtime, going over scenario after scenario of how he could help Gage. But he came up with nothing. How the fuck could he get Gage to take his help? Why was it so important to him? I'd help anyone in that situation. Yeah, he would, and he had helped people in the past. But this time it was different. This time, it was Gage. "Do you really want to get involved?" a voice niggled. Hell yes, and for some reason that thought didn't bother him at all. Before reaching the end of the street, he pressed the brake. From his peripheral vision, he saw Gage's head snap toward him. "What?" "I hate leaving those two there alone." He gritted out and gripped the wheel before turning his head slowly to hold Gage's green gaze. "Me too." The man's eyes were tortured. "Do you have anyone to stay with them?" he said. "If I did, they'd already be there," Gage rasped, raking his fingers through his hair, leaving the dark strands stuck up in all directions. Mason wanted to reach out and smooth the dark messiness into some type of order. "I have someone." "You do?" "Yeah," he said, and punched in the phone number to Jenny. Chapter 9. Gage. He just couldn't get over Mason taking charge like that. It really was the perfect solution. Jenny, Mason's friend and housekeeper, was on her way to his house to watch his niece and brother until he got back. After a quick call to Travis to be on the lookout for the older woman, Gage couldn't hold back a sigh of relief. On their last job in Alaska, he'd been so fucking worried, and even though he'd hired a person to stay with them, he'd called several times a day until he could get his ass back home. Getting another full-time job would take care of leaving the children alone so much. Maybe a mall security guard or something. Because although Pegasus paid him a decent wage, it had the tendency to take him away from home a lot, which left his family vulnerable. Hence his recent request to Ace to let him work from home. He could stop by the house while on a job. If Parker didn't need Pegasus to go out of town to check on that warehouse, Gage could work more. With Joey at Tina's this coming week, he could pick up extra bouncer shifts at the Lamplight Bar. Travis had already agreed to watch Molly. Now, though, he couldn't do any of that until Parker found out more on the warehouse. Mason pulled into the brewery parking lot and sat idling the brand-new Ram. The powerful engine purred like a jungle cat. Fuck. The vehicle was a man's wet dream of a truck, fully loaded with all the bells and whistles. It still had the new interior smell. I can't pay, Jenny. Shut up, Mason glared at him and shut off the engine. This is a gift, so don't insult me or Jenny. Silence rang through the cab for several long moments where he held Mason's eyes until his words sank in. Mason was giving him a gift and he'd be a fool to throw it back in the man's face. Thank you, Gage said gruffly and reached for the door handle. Wait. He turned back to face Mason. Yeah. Mason pulled at the small bit of sexy blonde hair that grew on his chin and turned those cobalt blue eyes on him, and Gage felt judged beneath the burning gaze. What did Mason see when he looked at him? A hulking moron? An idiot who couldn't take care of his family? Trash from the wrong side of town? He swallowed around a dry throat. What happened to Molly's mom? She was killed in a car crash with her deadbeat boyfriend, he rasped. Was the boyfriend Molly's dad? No, my sister never knew who Molly's dad was. The words came out clipped, more than he'd like, but the third degree stiffened his spine. Does your brother live with you? Yes. He could see several more questions burning in Mason's gaze, and he held his breath waiting. Mason didn't ask any more questions and instead let out a soft sigh. Until you get someone, Jenny will be there. Mason's hands tightened around the steering wheel. Did Mason expect him to object? The thought that someone, anyone, but mostly Mason, would help him made the lump in his throat grow bigger. He'd never had someone in his life that gave without thought. Hell, he never had anyone giving or helping him ever. He was the one who helped. Sure, he knew if he asked Ace or any of the guys in Pegasus, they would have helped him out. But he'd never ask. Everyone in his life looked to him for answers, not with an offer to help. Mason did that. Mason hadn't even asked him. He just gave without a second's hesitation. Thank you, he said again, watching the surprise sweep into the man's swirling blue eyes. Mason's smile lit up the inside of the Ram's cab. Something exciting snapped in his chest, and Mason's eyes dropped to his mouth a split second before the man removed the key from the ignition. Mason sat for a moment and then flicked his gaze up to lock with his. You know, if you ever need someone to talk to, I'm here. Mason's throat moved and Gage's gut tightened. This coming from a guy who doesn't trust anyone, Gage teased. Mason gave a quick nod. Yeah, I know it may not seem like it, but I am here. The silence lingered. Mason's chest rose and fell before his gaze swept away, releasing Gage from some invisible cord. Mason slipped from the cab and shut the door. Christ. During that brief moment, Gage's cock had turned rock hard, and he stiffly got out of the truck. Adjusting his pants, he gripped his duffel bag to hide the state of his dick and followed Mason into the brewery. Hey, guys, Peter said as he held the brewery's front door open. Hey, Peter, Gage murmured to the bouncer and stepped inside. Mason gave Peter a fist bump. Reaching the Pegasus bunker, the steel door bolts rolled and locked them inside. He tossed his duffel bag on the desk and followed Mason into Ace's office. Other than the dead body, what did you find? Ace asked, glancing up from his laptop. Nothing, Gage said. You found a dead guy? Mason spun on him. Yeah. Why didn't you say anything? You didn't ask. Mason made an annoyed sound in his throat that brought a grin to Gage's lips. "Don't even," Mason warned, but Gage's smile grew until the guy swung to punch him in the arm. Gage easily caught the swinging fist in his big beefy hand. His own closed completely around Mason's fisted hand. The electric effect was instant. "Knock it off," Ace grumbled, and Mason's swift intake of air was muffled, but Gage heard it. Did Mason feel the tension between them? As if forgetting that he held his hand, Mason suddenly jerked away. That had to be a yes. Mason felt it. The man's tongue darted out as if licking its suddenly dry lips. Gage's heart pounded hard, so much so that he rubbed his chest. "Parker sent a text. He'll be calling within the next few minutes," Ace said. "So now we wait?" Mason asked. "Go get geared, but yeah, now we wait," Ace said. "Roger that," Gage said to Ace and headed out of the boss's office. Reaching the weapons room, he stepped inside and dialed the cell he had Travis carry at all times. He needed to know that Jenny had arrived or he wouldn't rest. "Hey, bro," Travis answered, and the sound of a car driving in the background stopped him in his tracks. "Where are you?" His heart lurched. Mason bumped into his back and then stepped around him to look up into his face. He held the man's worried gaze. "Let me hear," Mason hissed, and Gage punched the speaker button. "Where are you?" he asked again. "If you think for 1 minute I'm going to leave these precious babies in that neighborhood while you're gone, then you need to have your head examined, Gage Hillcrest." Jenny's voice came sharply over the phone. He was so shocked he couldn't speak. "Do you hear me, young man?" "Yes, ma'am." Mason laughed at how quickly he'd caved to Jenny, and Gage swiped at him, but Mason dodged out of reach. "Can I ask where you're taking them?" "To Mason's beach house, of course. Sand, sun, and food," Jenny said firmly. "Oh, hell... heck, yeah," Travis said with a strangled laugh. Gage could picture Jenny shaking the schoolteacher finger at Travis for using the H word. "Yay!" Molly's cry of excitement came over the phone. "The beach!" "And don't you worry about little Miss Molly. I have 2 car seats in my vehicle," Jenny announced. "Yes, ma'am." "All right, then. You boys go do what you do, and I'll do what I do." A third yes, ma'am might have sounded odd, so he did the next best thing. "Thank you, Jenny." "You're welcome." And with that, Jenny ended the call. He stood there, staring at the phone as the weight of worrying over leaving Travis and Molly alone was lifted. "Hey," Mason murmured, stepping up all in his space. "You okay?" He didn't know why he did it, but he tossed his phone to the closest table and cupped Mason's face in his palms. "You keep surprising me," he growled. "You're really sexy when you admit that I'm smart," Mason quipped, looking so damned beautiful and smug. "Thank you," Gage said with a soft chuckle, and the thought that Mason found him sexy had him lowering his head to brush a kiss on the man's lips. It was only meant to be a small kiss, but the moment their lips touched, his gut exploded like a pack of firecrackers. And when Mason moaned and parted his lips, Gage was a goner. He cupped the back of Mason's head, slipping his fingers through soft strands of bright hair. Mason fisted his hands in Gage's shirt and hung on. "I think they're in the ammunition room gearing up," Oliver's voice echoed from down the hall. Mason sprang back, staring at him like he'd grown 2 heads. By the time Oliver reached the open doorway along with Hunter, Mason was already across the room in his locker digging inside for gear. From here, Gage had an opportunity to run his eyes over Mason's fine backside. He didn't adjust himself in case others notice, and it took another few seconds to get his brain working again. Holy crap, he had probably complicated the shit out of things around here, and he had no idea what the hell he'd been thinking. He snatched up his phone and tucked it away before hustling to his own locker. "Hey guys, Eagle and Link will meet up with you once Parker calls Ace," Oliver said, entering the room. "Have you guys seen Jacob?" Mason asked, looking behind Oliver and Hunter. "Last time was with you," Oliver said, shaking his head. "What?" Gage croaked, the rasp in his throat making the word come out harder than he'd have liked. "I took Jacob to the club with me." Mason's chin tipped. Gage squinted at Mason. And did you bring Jacob back from the club with you? No, Mason rubbed fingers at his chin. I came straight to your house. Oh, man, Oliver piped up. You better start praying. Mason's face went pale and Gage turned on Oliver so quickly that the guy stumbled back, his cane hitting the wall with a slight crack. Don't, Mason snapped harshly at him. Jacob should have been back already. We need to get to that fucking club and find him. Gage snagged up another clip and shoved it into his pocket. The worry on Mason's face galvanized him into action. What do I tell the boss? Oliver said. Keep this under wraps if you can, Gage growled, following Mason out into the hallway. Secrets have a way of coming out, Hunter offered. Gage tossed a dark look at the man before he turned and came face to face with Ace, who clearly, by the look on his face, had heard their whole conversation. The whole fucking thing. Ace turned his icy gaze on Mason. Where's Jacob? Chapter 10. Mason. Thank God Oliver had come into the room. He might have climbed Gage like a tree and fucked him against the wall, but now he had bigger fish to fry. Jacob's at a club, Mason said, keeping his spine straight. What club? Ace growled, low and menacing. The club that Kraft and the Fox brothers frequent. His mouth grew so dry he could barely swallow. And you left him there? Ace's whole body grew more menacing, if that were possible. He was supposed to come right back here when I left. So, Ace snarled, you left a young, green operative on his own. It wasn't a question, and when Ace clenched those giant hands, Mason took a slow step back. He knew in his heart he could probably take Ace down, but he also knew he wouldn't. You're benched. Ace, Gage said quietly. Shut up. Ace didn't even bother looking at Gage, and Mason felt the weight of Ace's icy eyes all the way to his soul. I've given you numerous chances to show me that you can be trusted. Wait a damned minute, Gage snapped at Ace. I'm not going to shut up. Mason gaped at Gage for challenging Ace, and when their boss swung around on Gage, the scene became mind-blowing. The two powerful men faced off, one pissed, the other confident in his ability to not take any shit. Gage's expression was calm and collected, while Ace's was filled with rage. You're not thinking clearly. Jacob is a grown man who's told you time and again that he wants to be in the field. A muscle ticked in Ace's jaw. He left him there. To drive home, Gage responded, and then turned on Mason. Mason waited, his hands shoved into his pockets. He was so fucking tempted to walk out. Fuck this noise. If Ace didn't trust him, then he might as well get the fuck out while the going was good. He could always get his job back with the CIA. Did you leave Jacob in an unsafe situation at the club? No, the Fox brothers weren't there. Jacob managed to get information out of the bartender about Kraft, and that the guy hasn't seen Kraft in a few days. He did. Ace sounded surprised. Yes, I fucking did, Jacob snapped, his voice ringing out from the end of the hallway. Mason's heart slammed against his ribs, but it was nothing compared to the rest of the men. Ace just about jumped out of his skin at the interruption, and Gage? Well, Gage spun so fast that he smacked the wall and bumped into Oliver. Mason snapped out a hand and caught Oliver before he could topple. What is this? Beckett said from behind Jacob. A new meeting place? The cocky bastard glanced around the narrow hallway. My office now, Ace growled, stalking past them. Screw this, Mason muttered and spun to stride back into the locker room. He slammed open the metal door of his locker and grabbed his duffel bag before shoving the door closed with a loud crack. Mason. He ignored Gage's soothing voice and unzipped the duffel to rummage around inside. No, I'm done trying to prove myself, and now you've gotten into the middle of it and challenged the boss. He'll get over it. Don't leave. I can't stay. Gage, Ace said from the doorway. Mason hadn't even heard the boss return. Let us have a minute. Mason kept his face angled away and positioned his ammo clips against one side of his bag. Gage hesitated, and Mason didn't tell him to go. He wanted Gage to stay and defend him to Ace. But on the other hand, he wanted Ace to believe in him because he should, not because of someone else's opinion. With slow steps, Gage left the locker room and closed the door. "What?" Mason tossed Ace a glare, tipping his chin up. "Not moving fast enough for you?" He yanked the zipper closed on the duffel. The silence went on so long, he finally paused and glanced at Ace. "I spoke out of fear." The words were so quiet and so at odds with who Ace was that it took Mason a moment to comprehend. Of course, he knew Ace feared for Jacob, and it was pretty clear to him why the guy did it, but to have Ace admit that he spoke out of fear was surprising. The man was a closed book. "Does Jacob know?" He leaned a hip against the table. "Know what?" Ace rubbed a hand at the back of his neck. "That you're in love with him," Mason said. He'd never had a problem with speaking his mind and wasn't going to sugarcoat it now. "You're wrong. That's not what's going on here." Ace's smile was a touch sad. "So, let me get this straight. You chew my ass out and suspend me because you're afraid for Jacob. But you don't love him," Mason quipped. Yep, always the smartass, but Ace was delusional. "That's correct," Ace said, as if it made perfect sense. "You care for him." "I do, but I don't love him." "Ever heard of the man who protests too much?" He arched one eyebrow at Ace. Ace squinted at him. "I came in here to apologize and ask you to stay. I didn't come in here to discuss my love life with you." "Love life? So you do love him?" A muscle ticked in Ace's jaw. "Knock it off. I won't apologize again. You either want to stay or you don't." "I'm not the one that wanted to go in the first place. It was your overbearing protectiveness, not love, that had you taking it out on me. I've tried to prove myself time and again to you and this team, and I'm done. You either trust me or you don't." He crossed his arms against his chest. Ace nodded. "I do trust you. I let my temper get away from me. I'm not sure why I did that, but it won't happen again. Please stay, Mason. The team wouldn't be the same without you." Christ. Ace really wasn't sure why he ripped him a new asshole when he thought he'd abandoned Jacob at the club. Man, oh man, was his boss in denial. Ace wasn't a man who flew off the handle, but he did that when Jacob was involved. That Ace let Jacob get to him spoke volumes, but Mason wasn't going to keep pointing out the obvious. "You should apologize to Gage for telling him to shut up," he said instead. "I will." "And Jacob." When Ace frowned at him, Mason grinned. "You know, for always selling the guy short. He's not a marshmallow. You keep treating him like he's a wimp that doesn't know squat and he'll leave." Ace closed his eyes and then opened them before muttering beneath his breath. "That might be best." Mason laughed, right out loud, and the sound echoed off the walls and bounced around the lockers. "What's so funny?" Ace growled. "Nothing, boss." Really, what could he say that he hadn't already said? "Let's go then. The team is waiting." He followed Ace back through the hallway and into the main bullpen. Oliver was standing in the middle of the room wielding his cane at a man in the bunker doorway. Mason recognized the chief of police, Parker Johnson. "I don't know how you got the code to get in here," Oliver said and waved his cane in the air while balancing on one leg. "You need to put that down before you hurt yourself," Parker squinted. "Scared?" Oliver taunted. "Not on your life," Parker growled. "Oliver, stand down," Ace said, walking forward, his hand outstretched. Mason went to Oliver and placed a hand on the top of the man's cane to slowly lower it back to the carpet. "What?" Oliver said, all innocent-like. "I wasn't going to hurt him." "Much?" Mason cackled beneath his breath and guided Oliver to Ace's office with a hand on the man's arm. Inside, Gage was prowling, and he spun when they walked in. Long, powerful strides brought the man past Oliver and into his space. Mason glanced up. "What?" "You okay?" "Yeah, I'm staying." Gage's tight expression eased. "Have a seat, please." Ace came inside with no signs of Parker. Gage turned to look at Ace before he selected a chair. "Gage, I'm sorry for biting your head off," Ace said. Gage nodded and then took a seat. When the big man's body settled, Mason dropped into a nearby chair. You all have been doing a great job. I don't think I've said that enough, Ace said. Thanks, boss, Beckett said after looking at every man in the room. I'm sensing some undercurrents going on here, and I have a solution for that. I figure we should do some team-building exercises. Beckett sucked in a breath and launched into describing exercises he assured them would be good for the team. Here we go, Oliver groaned beneath his breath. Mason coughed to cover up his laugh and put a hand over his mouth. Beckett was a talker. Beckett, Ace gently interrupted the man. Beckett paused, mouth open, and then snapped it closed. Not the time. No, Ace said, his lips twitching. But submit that to my email and I'll make time for it. Seriously? Hunter looked slightly horrified at the thought of a team-building exercise. Ace pinned Hunter with his icy gaze. Yes, seriously. And you'll be team captain of that when it happens. With a pained expression, Hunter closed his mouth. Jacob snickered from where he'd taken a lean against Ace's desk. Mason put a hand to his forehead and couldn't help the laugh that escaped. Gage groaned and shook his head. All right, back to business, Ace said, and everyone pretty much dropped into silence. What did Parker want? Hunter asked. To tell me we're on hold. On hold? Mason frowned. Yeah, the warehouse didn't pan out, but Parker is working on another lead. So you can all take off, but keep your cell phones handy tonight. What about Jacob? Mason asked. No way in hell was he letting this go unasked. Ace's eyes snapped to him. I don't want to worry about my job if I take him along on a case. He tipped his chin up, smirked at Jacob, and then met Ace's razor-sharp gaze head-on. Yeah, what about me? Jacob swiveled on the desk to face Ace. The pair locked gazes for a moment. When you go on a job, you tell me, either in person or via text, Ace said with a harsh sigh and pinned Gage beneath a steely gaze. And you are responsible if he forgets. I'm not going to forget, Jacob snapped and slid from the desk. Gage stood and fisted Jacob's shirt to push him toward the door. We can do that, Gage told Ace. Mason stood and followed everyone but Gage, Oliver, and Ace out into the bullpen. How are you handling the tech room? Ace asked Oliver. I'm a medic. How do you think I'm handling it? Oliver groused back. He'll do fine. What did Chief Parker Johnson want? Oliver's voice came through the open office door. You already know Parker needs help with a job. Plus, he might be retiring, Ace answered. He's not wanting to work here, is he? I can't see him taking orders from anybody. Oliver's voice sounded odd, but Mason didn't catch Ace's answer because Gage appeared in the doorway and closed the office door. Man, I'd like to be a fly on that wall, Beckett said and then cackled, and Mason agreed but kept quiet. Beckett said enough for all of them combined. We are done for now, unless we get a call, Gage said, striding for the door. Mason snatched his keys up and followed Gage out the door. It was late, sometime after 7, he was sure of it. Molly was probably already in bed. His nieces and nephews, the little ones, went down between 7 and 8. Travis was probably buried in his movie collection or in the game room gaming or in the water swimming. Now he just needed to figure out how to get Gage to spend the night. A tingle ran down his spine. Of course, it was only because he'd hate to take the kids away from enjoying his home. That was all. Chapter 11. Gage. Mason's house was a fucking mansion. Okay, maybe not quite a mansion, but close. It sat on the beach with the ocean sparkling darkly as it crashed into the shoreline and slid up the beach like clear velvet beneath the full moon. With a drink in his hand, Gage stood on the lower patio of 3 patios on the bottom level of the house. Tipping his head back, he stared up at the star-filled sky. He still wasn't quite sure why he hadn't insisted on waking Molly and collecting Travis and booking it out of there, but it might have been his brother's crestfallen look with the gaming paddle in his hand. Gage suspected that the reason he stayed had mostly to do with when Mason whispered, "Please stay." He was a sucker for soft-spoken men. You're a sucker for Mason's softly spoken words. Maybe, but he wasn't going to admit that out loud. He took a sip of the whiskey. It was so goddamned expensive it went down like smooth silk, and he'd bet money the glass he held was pure crystal. Tiny dice-shaped ice clinked against the glass. The room behind him was a massive dining room with an equally large bright kitchen to the left of that. Beyond that was the living room with an entryway that was half the size of his whole house. The second level held the gaming and movie room, and the third was the living quarters. Living quarters? Jesus. Jenny had her own set of rooms connected to a little girl's dream room, and he'd found Molly sound asleep. A tiny white and gray puppy next to her lifted its head before curling back up. Molly, wearing what looked to be a new pink nightgown, clutched a brand new doll in her arms. He'd left her there and followed Mason back through the rest of the house. With marble tile, granite surfaces, and expensive furniture, the whole thing made for an imposing sight. Call him crazy, but he fucking loved everything about it. Mason hadn't gone for a modern look for the home, instead using old-fashioned dark leather furniture with lighter chunky wood tables to accent. Other than the kitchen's slick tile, the rest of the house was wood floor and carpet. Gage would bet money the floor was real wood. I found a pair of Holden swim trunks if you want to join me in the hot tub, Mason said, coming to stand at the railing next to him. Gage almost swallowed his tongue when he got a look at Mason wearing a pair of tight, dark blue swim trunks. Muscles formed a six-pack on the man's sleek form, and a blonde treasure trail disappeared into the waistband of the trunks. Gage's hand reached out without him being aware of making any decision, and he took the trunks Mason held out. You can change in my office. Mason pointed to an open door just off the dining room. Or one of the bedrooms. Mine is on the second level. Mason gave him a slow smile. Gage beat a hasty retreat. The inside of Mason's office was just like the rest of the house, and the light scent of Mason's aftershave lingered in the air. A leather couch sat against one wall with a wide desk against another. Windows lined one wall of the room that would offer a panoramic view of the ocean in the daylight. God help him, he wanted to be here to see it. Yanking off his clothes, he folded them neatly and then lifted his glass from the small coaster he'd left it on upon entering the room. Returning to the patio, he made his way to the end and the bubbling water. Mason sat up to his neck in the heated bubbles and grinned at him when he touched a toe into the steaming water. Too hot for you? The teasing in Mason's voice brought a smirk to Gage's mouth. Not much is too hot for me. Is that right? Do tell. Mason chuckled and took a sip of his drink. The water was hot. Even more. Mason was hot. So fucking hot. Nope. Why not? Mason's voice held a lilting and sexy cajoling tone that made him smile. In fact, Gage couldn't remember the last time he'd smiled so much. With Molly asleep in a princess room and Travis living his gaming dream, life almost felt perfect. With the exception of Joey's situation. Thinking of his little boy in a place he didn't want to be brought a lump in his throat. What's the matter? Mason asked and floated across the distance. The closer Mason grew, the more Gage knew he couldn't speak. Something about the man's nearness calmed him, soothed him in a way he didn't think possible. Mason, while impulsive, was one of the kindest human beings he'd ever come across. Hey. Mason's wet hand cupped his jaw and his thumb brushed against his stubble. His gaze burned down into Mason's with hunger and need all rolled up together. Finally releasing his death grip on the hot tub side, Gage closed his hands gently around Mason's waist and eased him closer. Testing the waters. He must have done something right because Mason didn't back away. You're incredible. Not the words Gage thought he'd say, but they felt right and accurate. I told you, Mason said with a quick grin. You get brownie points for pointing out how awesome I am. When Mason licked his lips, Gage felt the air heat between them. We shouldn't do this, he murmured with his eyes locked on Mason's face. It is against the rules, Mason agreed. No, it's not, he grumbled on a half-laugh. It's against your rules. What? He frowned. You don't want to get into a relationship with me. Gage's mouth dropped open. I never said that. No. Mason's head tipped just a tiny bit as if thinking over the past year they'd known each other. But I can see it in your eyes. Okay, turnabout is fair play. You've been snipping at me and pushing me away since the day we met, and I want to know why. Mason sighed and then shrugged one wet shoulder, but he didn't pull away. Curious. When Mason opened his mouth for a quick response, Gage placed fingers against his lips, stopping the words. Be honest with me. Mason swallowed, pursed his lips against his fingers, and let out a long breath. Gage removed his hand and slid it down Mason's back to his spine. This, Mason waved a hand back and forth between them, scares me. Why does the thought of us scare you? In Gage's mind, it was completely the other way around. He was the one petrified. Mason was the whole package. He had no baggage, no kids, no overdue bills, a big, beautiful home, an awesome career, and was gorgeous inside to boot. Mason's mouth opened and then closed, then opened again. A huff of sound came out. Tell me, Gage whispered. You look like forever. When I first saw you, when I first touched your hand, that's the only thing I could think of. Mason's eyes swirled with so much emotion, Gage had trouble formulating a response for a moment. Was he a forever kind of man? You bet your ass he was. Could he commit to Mason the way the man deserved? No. Not until Joey was safe. Mason huffed a laugh and shoved away. You wanted the truth. Gage tightened his grip. I am. What? Mason stopped struggling and Gage released his tight grip. A forever kind of man. So, what are you saying? Mason asked, putting a foot of distance between them but not moving too far away. There's a reason I don't have anyone in my life. Mason's lips pursed. The kids. Yes, but that's not all. He swallowed. When he didn't go on, the silence stretched between them. He wanted to share so fucking much, but he couldn't jeopardize his chances of having Joey full-time. If he allowed whatever was building between them to take flight, it could ruin his chances for full custody. It was too much right now. You know, like I said before, I'm a good listener. I want... Fuck. His voice wobbled and he drew in a deep breath. Mason moved closer again, hands slipping up to cup both sides of his face. I want you to go out with me, Gage said, his voice so husky it sounded gravelly. I can't promise more. Not yet. Mason smiled. It started out small and then grew until it reached the man's eyes. Gage wanted to howl from elation and sorrow all wrapped up together. Are you asking me on a date, Mr. Hillcrest? Laughing relief welled up and he yanked Mason closer. I think I am, Mr. Taylor, he whispered. Chapter 12. Mason. They could be so good together. He wasn't sure how he knew that, but he'd always known that if he let his guard down and took a chance, Gage could rock his world. Gage was hesitant, though, and that notched Mason's own curiosity up to an extraordinary level. His whole life he'd had men throw themselves at him, if not for his money, then for his looks. But they needed to set down some ground rules. You need to tone down your overbearing ways on the job. I'm overbearing? Amusement filled Gage's green eyes. You know you are. I will if you quit being so reckless. I'm not reckless. You are, Gage growled. Point one time out. I'll do one better. I'll point it out the next time you are. Fine, Mason said. Does this end our date? No, Gage rasped, fingers tightening around his wrist. I get my date. Mason smirked. Since you ask so nicely. Gage made a sound in his throat that was so stinking cute, and Mason's smile grew. The silence stretched between them, and he could feel Gage's hesitation. He'd never been with a man who was so cautious. He couldn't quite read all of Gage yet, but he was damned sure that the man didn't want anything from him other than his company. Gage didn't even want a relationship. Gage wanted one date. With him. What are you thinking? Gage lifted a wrinkled hand from the water and brushed the blonde strands back from his forehead in a gesture that sent a shiver down Mason's spine. The level of intimacy increased, and he tried to sidetrack his dick by responding with something else. I'm thinking that I've dated some very fucked up men. You lumping me in that category? Gage's eyes narrowed. Nope. He popped the P. I'm just reminded of how fast some of my dates wanted to call us an item. He used air quotes when he said the word dates. Ah, Gage said with a nod. They want it in your bed and pocketbook. Mason huffed and pulled his wrist from Gage's grasp. You are quick. Gage preened and blew on his knuckles. You have no idea. The amusement in Gage's voice had him joining in the laughter. I hope you're not too quick, he said with a pointed look from Gage's face and down his chest to where the rest of him was buried beneath the water. I guess you'll have to find out, won't you? Gage chuckled after a brief flash of surprise. Are you secretly the Minuteman? Mason laughed, backing out of Gage's reach. I'll Minuteman you. Gage lunged across the hot tub, water splashing. Mason laughed, trying to get away. Hands slipped on his wet skin when Gage finally managed to wrangle him in. Mason spent several minutes sharing laughter before he realized he was sitting face to face on Gage's lap, his legs on either side of the man's thighs. So much for taking things slow. Mason slipped his hands up the outside of Gage's arms to his shoulders. Leaning in, he pressed his parted lips against Gage's already open mouth. Mason did it slowly, allowing Gage a chance to call a halt. None of that happened. Gage leaned in just as slowly, letting the intimacy build. There was no hurry between them. Gage gently stroked his tongue against his, and a soft groan welled in Mason's throat. His own tongue swirled with Gage's while his fingers caressed through the man's rich, thick hair. His parted lips pressed, kissed, and suckled, then moved away only to come back. Gage ground his hips up beneath him, and Mason gyrated down, cock grinding against Gage's through the swim trunks. After several long moments, he eased back and noticed the water had wrinkled his fingers. I'm a prune, he whispered, tracing over the ink that covered Gage's upper body and arms. I like prunes, Gage informed him. He laughed on a groan and then reached for Gage's hand before sliding off the man's lap. Without saying a word, he led Gage from the hot tub, snatched up 2 large beach towels, and had them through the patio doors and back into his warm kitchen within a minute. Gage dried his trunks, chest, and then stood rubbing the towel in his hair. Mason did the same. Now that they were inside, all his plans kind of went out the window. Gage wanted a date. That was certainly short-term and very old-fashioned. Mason couldn't remember a guy he'd dated and he hadn't fucked. Not that he was loose, but it kind of went with the territory. Did Gage fuck the men he dated? He doubted it because of the kids. Gage wouldn't have a man over, and he certainly wouldn't stay out all night having sex while the kids were home alone. That's a lot of work, he motioned to Gage's tattoos. I had it done in the Marines. All of it? He traced his eyes over every bit he could see. Yeah, nothing else to do on leave. Yeah, he rasped. He didn't have a tattoo on his body at all. I'm 35, he blurted. I know how old you are. You do? Yes, I checked, Gage said. He squinted. How old are you? 33. You'd be dating an older man, he pointed out, changing the one date to several. Gage took a step toward him and Mason took one back. The man's eyes glittered and he took another slow step. Mason did the same. Where are you going? Gage's voice was low, sexy, and hungry. To my room. Do you want to come? Those words sounded so fucking corny and were at complete odds of what he should have said, and he grimaced. Fuck. Needy much? It's okay if you don't. We can... His words were cut off by Gage advancing completely on him. A hard hand cupped the back of his neck, and he was lifted to his toes and given a kiss so possessive he couldn't think for a second. Yes. The word was spoken low and hungry, and Mason's blood rushed from his head to his dick in a nanosecond. His lips parted and Gage's tongue was there again, tasting him like a fine fucking wine. Sweet holy hell, the man could kiss. Mason drew back and pulled Gage up the stairs into his room. Closing the door, he flipped the lock and reached for his swim trunks while Gage stood looking around the massive bedroom. He knew it was luxurious. He'd spared no expense when he'd bought the ginormous bed, and he wanted to give the mattress a try with Gage. Mason grinned. You can help me test out the bed. Gage's eyebrows flew upward. New? Delivered a few weeks ago, he said with a smirk. Is this where I say it'll be my pleasure? Or mine, Mason said with a laugh and pushed his swim trunks off before kicking them away. He stilled beneath Gage's hot gaze for a moment and then ran his hand down his abs, his fingers trailing through the blonde hair that led to his hard cock. Gage didn't say a word, but Mason saw the look of desire flash. Reaching for his own trunks, Gage shoved them down and stepped away from them. The man was stunning, big in every way, with hard muscles and tattoos that ran from his chest down his stomach, ending before his thick cock. Mason backed away. If he touched, there'd be no stopping. Rummaging in the nightstand, he tossed condoms and an unopened bottle of lube on the bedspread. Got enough there? Gage teased, eyeing the string of condoms. Well, I figured we could use one a minute and get in 10 minutes, he said, his smile growing. And then he ran. Gage's growling laugh echoed in the room before Mason was caught and lifted. With a bounce, Gage tossed him to the big wide bed and followed him down. Chapter 13. Gage. Leaning over Mason and gazing into his eyes felt almost surreal. He dreamed about this moment for what felt like forever. He wanted to go slow and drag this out, but Mason's hands stroked down his back and gripped his ass hard. Mason ground upward, thrusting his cock into the hard muscles of his abs. He wanted to date Mason, and if he were being truthful, he wanted way more than one date. Of course, he wanted to fuck the man as well, but sex led to complications. Complications he didn't need right now. You think too much, Mason whispered and then rolled them. Gage's back met the bed and Mason straddled his lap, grinding his balls down on his groin. Mason reached down and gripped his cock hard and moved down to take him in his mouth to the fucking root. Fuck. He groaned and fisted the bedspread while Mason's warm, wet mouth devoured him. He could only take it so long and sat up. Mason pulled off with a hard, sucking pop and licked his glistening lips. Gage growled and power-lifted Mason. He rolled them and had Mason onto his back on the bed in seconds. Mason's grin was hot and his hands hungry as they slid up his arms. Mason wrapped his long legs around his waist hard and sent his cock thrusting upward. Leaning down, Gage caught Mason's lips in a hard kiss. Mason opened his mouth and tangled their tongues together before nipping at him. Teeth bit at his mouth and he groaned. The room whirled and Gage found himself flipped flat on his back again. His cock turned to steel. He fisted a hand in Mason's hair and kept the man's mouth still while he kissed those parted lips, sucking at the bottom one before delving in to tangle with Mason's tongue again. Releasing Mason's hair, he swept his hands down the man's arms and laced both hands with Mason's fingers. Pushing upward, he rolled them again and settled his hips between Mason's splayed thighs. Using the whole weight of his body, he pinned Mason beneath him and drew the man's hands up next to his head and held them flat to the bed. Pulling his mouth from those tasty lips, he roamed down over one nipple and sucked hard before chewing lightly. He swirled his tongue around the hard nub before giving attention to the other. Mason bowed his back, and the panting sounds coming from Mason sent his own hips grinding. Lifting up, Gage moved his mouth downward and swallowed Mason's leaking cock to the hilt. Mason lurched upward, but Gage held on tightly, taking his dick in until the head lodged deep. Gage. The growl of his name accompanied Mason's writhing body, and Gage grew lightheaded. He pulled off when he suspected Mason was going to blow, and worked his way upward. Catching that waiting mouth, he marauded Mason's lips with biting kisses. Gage slipped a hand down Mason's thigh and lifted it up. Spreading Mason's ass cheeks apart, he sent his cock nudging the man's puckered hole. Mason slapped a hand around for the lube and condoms and handed one to him. Another few moments and he rolled on a condom while Mason lubed between his cheeks. Placing his cock at Mason's entrance, he pressed forward inch by fucking inch, watching the pleasure spread over Mason's expressive face. Too fucking slow, Mason growled. That was his only warning before Mason bent his leg, braced his foot on the bed, and rolled them. His cock dislodged, but before he could complain, Mason reached down and positioned it again, and sank down over the head and took his length completely. It wasn't slow. It was hard and fast. Mason leaned forward, blonde hair falling into his face, and gripped his shoulders to use for leverage. Slamming down, Mason took him to the hilt before leaning down and kissing him. Their open mouths met and kissed, tongues fucking as fiercely as their bodies. He grunted into Mason's lips, chasing that biting mouth. Mason didn't slow down at all, not even when Gage found himself thrusting wildly beneath him. He gripped Mason's ass and slammed up, sending his cock deep each time. Mason gasped into his mouth and sucked on his tongue, grinding. Small grunts accompanied the sound of gasps. The sounds Mason made yanked answering groans from Gage. Nonsense sounds and groans, no words, just need, hunger, and the desire to fucking come. His cock swelled and he groaned. "Don't come," Mason gasped against his mouth, slamming down on him again. Gage reached between them and closed his hand around Mason's leaking cock and squeezed him hard, brushing his thumb against the wet tip and pressing the tip of his thumb into the slit. Mason shouted into his mouth, pulled back, and yelled. With pumping hips, Mason bucked wildly and shot ropes of cum up his stomach. Gage gritted his teeth and pistoned upward once, twice, and the room whitened out. His orgasm rolled over him and he fisted Mason's hair to bring the man's mouth back to his. Fuck yeah, Mason moaned. Gage groaned in agreement until his cock stopped pulsing. Chapter 14. Mason. Well, that was a pent-up year of waiting, Mason said with a breathless laugh. Gage chuckled. Been wanting to jump my bones for a while then? Don't let it go to your head. Too late for that. Mason smiled and sat up. I was making up for lost time. He yawned and popped the condom off of Gage's dick and tossed it into the trash by the bed. Oh, really? When did you first want me? Mason rolled his eyes but grew serious, seeing the desire in Gage's gaze. when we first shook hands. He wasn't going to lie about something he found important. Yanking up the sheets and then blanket, he settled on his stomach, half on Gage's chest. Not going to shower? He crossed his arm on Gage's chest and placed his chin on his arms before tracking the ink on Gage's skin. I'm not worried about a little sweat and cum. Christ. In bed, Gage had met him beat for beat in every way imaginable. The sex had been off the Richter scale in his opinion, and he was pretty sure Gage felt the same. Gage's rough fingers swept through his sweaty hair, brushing it away from his eyes. The man's touch sent a shiver down his spine. You have a beautiful soul, Gage said. How would you know? It shines from your eyes. Corny. Truth, Gage argued. Most people call me beautiful, not my soul, he shrugged, holding Gage's eyes. I'm not most people. No, you aren't, he agreed. Tell me about your childhood. I want to know how little Gage grew up. Gage gave a grimace. It's not glamorous. He could tell by the tightness filling Gage's face that it was a touchy subject. When he was just about ready to change the subject, Gage spoke. I grew up poor. Really poor. Thrift store clothes, top ramen, and borrowed books. When Gage paused, Mason chose his words carefully. The last thing he wanted was to wound this warrior's pride. From what I've seen of Travis and Molly, it sounds like you've come a long way. Gage gave a disbelieving snort. You've seen my house. The only thing I can do is keep up the mortgage, put food on the table, and clothes on the kids. Gage's look dared him to argue, but Mason wouldn't go down that road yet. He wanted to offer to help, but he knew better. It was way too soon. At least he'd been able to help with Jenny. What happened to your parents? You mean my sperm and egg donor? Okay. He waited. Gage sighed. My dad owns a small engine repair shop. We ate when he made money or wasn't drinking his earnings at the local bar. Mom took her anger with my dad out on me. Fuck, Mason sighed, brushing a kiss to Gage's chest. Gage gave a grimacing smile and slipped his fingers through the strands of his hair as if comforting him when it was Gage that needed comforting. It was a long time ago. When I turned 18, I joined the Marines and never looked back. You did, though. What? A light furrow creased between Gage's brows. You did look back. Gage closed his eyes and then blinked them open. I was 16 when Travis was born. He was 2 when I went into the Marines. I saw him when I went home to visit, but our mom wouldn't let me in the house. Why? I didn't know it at the time, but the place was falling apart, so I'd take Travis to parks or the fair and stuff. A good big brother. No, not really. He was being abused. Oh my God. His heart lurched. He didn't say anything? No, he's not the type to complain. Gage blew out a deep breath. When I came home on leave 2 years ago, I couldn't find Travis at the house, so I drove by my old man's small engine repair shop. I found Travis working in the back. He was 15 years old and had the hands of a 30-year-old, cut with grease embedded so deep that it took a year to completely remove it. I grabbed him out of there and took him home. When I saw the state of the inside of the house, I freaked. Gage stopped talking and Mason held his breath. The 2-bedroom dump I grew up in had the back room ceiling caving in from weather damage. Mold and rot in the one room Travis and Molly had to share. He'd pulled the mattress off the bed for her and he took the box springs to sleep on. I filed charges the next day and I took my parents to court. The silence lingered and Mason let it. It was a lot to absorb and his heart ached for Gage and the children. Gage let out a sigh. They didn't even fight me. They didn't want Travis, and they certainly didn't want to take care of my dead sister's kid. But you do. They're family, Gage's eyes swirled with a myriad of emotions. I was due to re-enlist, but I opted out and came home. The kids are covered by my VA benefits, so I was able to have them in counseling the first few years. How'd you end up at Pegasus? He'd never known the details. I was doing some mercenary work and ran into an old buddy of mine who told me about Ace. You called Ace, and the rest is history, Mason smiled. Gage grinned. Something like that. But it's not history, though, is it? The man's eyes flew to his, something guarded in their depths. What do you mean? You work more than one job to keep your family afloat. You work from home whenever you can, so that means you can't afford a sitter for the kids. True, but that's just life. Is it? Gage nodded and ran a hand down Mason's bare back beneath the covers. Sometimes you have to live with the life you've got while waiting. Waiting? For better things. For things to look up. For things to get easier. Mason's lips twitched. Like dating me? Sure, it was cocky, but a man liked to hear he was wanted. Oh, hell no, Gage grumbled. What? He asked all innocently with wide eyes and a grin. Nothing about you is easy. Whatever will you do? I'll think of something. Gage growled low and hungry, and hard hands pulled him upward into a heated kiss. When the kiss ended, Mason pulled back and licked at his swollen lips. What about you? Me? Yeah, how'd you grow up? I never knew my dad, he grinned. Neither did my mom. She was a free spirit in her day, a child of the 60s. Gage grinned, eyes riveted on him, so Mason continued. It didn't matter, really. We grew up on my grandfather's ranch. When we were 12, he picked us all up and moved us to Montana. Montana? Gage looked intrigued. Yeah, we actually lived here in California before Grandpa made the move. I've always wanted to see Montana. I'll take you sometime. Forrest and I own a home on Flathead Lake. Is that where the money came from? Yeah, old money. Texas oil. Then we had an uncle pass away a few years back and leave us another small fortune. He shrugged, embarrassed. That you give a lot of to charity. He squinted at Gage. How do you know that? I told you. I read up on you. A flush swept from his chest and up his neck at the thought of Gage caring enough to look him up. I've bruised you. Gage brushed a finger over his swollen lips. I've bruised you, he said, smirking, and glanced at Gage's neck and chest where he'd bitten the man. Although Gage's marks were mostly covered by the man's ink, Mason didn't have that luxury. Gage swept a quick look over Mason's face and neck. Oh, man, Gage chuckled. Just think what the guys will have to say about this. Gage groaned. I don't want to think about that. Fine, then I'll give you something else to think about. He huffed on a laugh and crawled up to straddle Gage's hips. He suspected there was more Gage wasn't telling him, but he also knew they were new at this. It was going to take time for Gage to open up all the way. Think you can last longer this time? He teased, grinding his balls down against Gage's cock. Gage's chest jerked and his hands swept up to tightly grip Mason's hips. I doubt it. The bigger man growled and flipped him. Oh, it's on, Minuteman. Mason laughed when his back met the mattress. There was no more talking after that. Chapter 15. Gage. The view was just as spectacular as he'd imagined. The sun had turned the ocean into a mass of liquid glitter, and the beach stretched out for miles with only a few people wandering through the morning brightness. The kids and Jenny's voices drifted from the kitchen behind him as they cleaned up the morning's breakfast dishes. It had been a meal fit for royalty, even though he hadn't eaten any of it. Mason had lightly teased him, but he'd laughed it off. The kids, though, had devoured breakfast. He lifted the mug he held and took another slow swallow of the hot, cream-colored coffee. A soft whine had him gazing down at the shaggy white and gray-colored dog. It was a puppy, according to Mason, and wouldn't grow much bigger than what it was. The dog held one of his socks in its mouth, and when he caught the end of the sock, the dog pulled back, holding it in its teeth. Setting aside his mug, he lifted his sock, and the puppy came with it, teeth attached. He caught the little thing with a hand under its butt and cradled it to his chest. "Now I know why Mason calls you Hassel," he muttered, working the sock from the puppy's tiny teeth. When the screen door opened, he glanced over and found Mason holding a mug in his hands. Ripped and faded jeans poured over the man's body, and with bare feet and a t-shirt, Mason was a vision. Mason smiled at Hassel in his arms. "Is he giving you trouble?" "Nothing I can't handle." He lifted the dog up and stared at him in the eyes. "No chewing on my socks." Placing the pup on the patio floor, he gave it a pat on the head. "Oh, that's telling him," Mason said with a huffing laugh. Hassel yipped and ran back into the house in search of, he was sure, more breakfast nibbles. "Mornin'," Gage said, returning Mason's smile. "Good morning for the second time," Mason said and sipped at his coffee. The second time was correct. He'd woken up in Mason's bed and they'd made love again. This time it had been fast and furious. It still took his breath away thinking about it. Closing the screen door, Mason came over to stand at the railing and balanced his mug on the surface. The man drew in a deep breath of the morning air before taking another swallow of coffee. "No word from Ace yet," Gage murmured. "Who knows how long it'll take for Parker to get another lead," Mason said, scrunching his nose. Gage agreed. "It could be all day." He didn't want to leave here. He didn't want to take the kids home to the dismal house with the bars on the windows and leave them there all alone while he worked. Hell, he didn't even want to be at that house if today ended up being a day off. "So, what do you want to do today?" Mason gazed up at him. "I don't know, but I don't want to go home." He mumbled honestly into his mug, wondering why the hell he'd said that out loud when he had no intention of saying anything. "You don't have to go home." "Yeah?" He pulled his eyes from studying his lukewarm coffee and focused on the bright blue eyes that rivaled the sky. "Yeah." Mason's smile was slow and delicious. "Stay here and play." Play. He tested the word. It felt foreign on his tongue. When was the last time he'd ever played? "Mm-hmm." Mason inched closer. "Games in the water with the children. A day on the beach." "Games!" Molly shouted, overhearing their conversation as she struggled with the screen door. She was wearing a brand new bright pink swimsuit with her hair in adorable pigtails. Before Gage could step over and help her open the screen, Travis was there. "Water games?" Travis picked Molly up and tossed her over his shoulder. Apparently, they had a pair of eavesdroppers on their hands. His brother was shirtless and wore a pair of shorts that could double for swim trunks. Molly shrieked with laughter, and Mason's chuckle swept over the patio. Travis opened the gate on the patio and jogged barefoot across the sand with Molly. Hassel darted from the patio and bounced along behind the children, his tiny bark letting everyone know he approved of the play. When Travis reached the water, he acted like he was going to fling Molly into the waves, but he swung her around. Instead of placing her down, Travis held Molly's feet dangling over the shallow crest of white waves that slipped up the sandy beach. When she kicked her legs, Travis gently lowered her into the water. She immediately started splashing Travis. He ran from her, and their laughter along with the dog's barking rang out over the beach. The sound brought tears to Gage's eyes, and he quickly blinked them away. "I'm not keeping you from anything, am I?" He drew in a slow breath. "No." He pulled his eyes from the happiness on his brother and niece's faces. "I want to spend today with you." He had enough on his plate thinking of Joey with Tina in a place he didn't want to be at. He was silently kicking himself in the ass for calling her to pick up Joey. He could have had his son here with him. Okay, then stay and play. Mason smiled and plucked the mug from his hands. He placed their mugs aside and yanked off his t-shirt. Gage devoured the man's chest and abs. Mason was ripped. His abs held a six-pack, and Gage wondered how many times a week he had to work out to keep that or if it was effortless. Yanking at the button of his jeans, Mason grinned and lowered the zipper. Gage threw a look toward the beach, eyes wide. Mason shoved his jeans down and stood wearing swim trunks. "Thought I was naked, didn't you?" "No," he said, but even to his own ears the words sounded unsure. Mason laughed. "Liar. I put your swim trunks there." The man pointed to the lounger next to the door. "You can change in the office again if you want." With another searching look and smile, Mason was out the gate and running across the sand toward the children. Gage stood admiring the tan skin and blonde hair and wondered how the hell he'd gotten so lucky to be in this man's life. "Gage!" Travis hollered. He snapped his eyes from Mason and Molly starting a sandcastle in the wet sand to find his brother with his hands on his hips at the water's edge. Once Travis had his attention, his brother lifted his hands with a come-here wave. "Coming," he called back and snatched up the trunks from the chair. He wasn't going to miss 1 second of this day. Chapter 16. Mason. He wanted to give them the world. He wanted Gage, Travis, and Molly to be his. Fuck. Here he went from thinking a family was the last thing on earth that would ever be his, and now it was all he could think about. Heaven help him, Mason wanted to be a part of this family more than anything on earth. The past 24 hours had been the best in his life. "Eat, eat, eat!" Shouts from Gage and Travis filled the patio. Molly giggled and Jenny made tisking noises as he shoved a hot dog into his mouth. Gage sat across from him. When Mason took out half the hot dog with one bite, Gage stopped shouting and smirked. With ease, the bigger man picked up a fully loaded hot dog and shoved the whole thing into his mouth in one bite. Mason laughed so hard, he ended up spitting the dog and bun into the sand to avoid choking. "You suck," he laughed, and was up and out of his lounge chair when Gage lunged at him. "Ew, don't you dare spit that at me." He ran down the beach, away from the laughter, with Gage giving chase. Typically, Hassel would be underfoot, but the puppy barked from the safety of Travis's arms. Finally stopping, Mason turned and faced Gage, dodging the swipe of his big beefy paw. Gage, with his cheeks puffed out, chewed and swallowed the hot dog and opened his mouth to show it was empty. "Ah," Gage said with his mouth open. Mason doubled over with laughter. "Dork, I thought you were going to spit that at me." "Don't tempt me," Gage said with a loud laugh and then lunged again. This time Gage caught him, but it was only because Mason was unprepared. "I won," Gage crowed and lifted him in a fireman carry over his shoulder and started back toward the cookout they were having. "Dream on, Minuteman," Mason whispered for Gage's ears only, and laughing, he smacked his hands on Gage's tight ass cheeks. It was just him, Gage, Travis, Molly, and Jenny. He'd thought about inviting his brother and his family of 6 to come by, but the thought had only been for a moment. He'd wait to introduce Gage to them another time. Right then he wanted Gage and his family all to himself. He wanted to get to know them, to laugh with them, and show them how good life could be. He now knew what he wanted. He just had to give Gage time to figure out if he wanted the same. Sure, some people may think it was too soon, but the truth of the matter was he'd wanted Gage for a long time. Now that he had thought about it, and as corny as it sounded, he and Gage were made for each other. "Well, now that you've got that out of your systems," Jenny shook her head with amusement, "I think s'mores are in order." "S'mores!" Molly clapped her hands. They spent the next few hours making s'mores and telling made-up stories on the beach. When the hour grew late, Jenny wrapped up the food and, with the help of Travis and Molly, carried things back into the house. He and Gage took care of the fire pit and put out the flames before tucking the lounge chairs back on the patio. "So, how did you come to be in the CIA with being so rich?" I thought agents had to stay out of the limelight, Gage said. They do, but being rich was part of my cover. Mason's grin widened. It worked perfectly. Nobody suspected. Didn't you have to make appearances? Where? You know, Gage said, waving his hand about. At rich guy functions and stuff. Not often, he chuckled. Plus, my cover was as an eccentric recluse. Okay, Gage looked impressed. I guess living here, you are kind of secluded. Yup. Mason looked up at his house and then the ocean. This is my paradise. Why'd you quit? The CIA? Shit went wrong on a case I was helping my brother with. I don't know if you know, but Forrest used to be FBI. No, I didn't know that. Yeah. He was in a car accident that left him injured a few years ago and started thinking he'd leave the FBI. He turned to glance out over the ocean. He caught a case and I came to help. The SecDef started pulling my strings and I didn't like it, he ended flatly. And what did you do? Told Dave to go to hell, he said with a smirk and then threw out his arms. And I bought this place. It was a condensed version of what had happened, but that was the gist of it. You don't have problems with theft? Gage seemed to sense it was time to change the subject and began stacking loungers on top of each other for storage in the small nearby shed. No, Forrest and I hire 24-hour security for this section of the beach, Mason said and locked the shed after Gage placed the loungers inside. Really? Gage frowned, searching the sandy beach on their way back to the patio. Yeah, see that guy down there? Mason pointed to one of his security team. I do. He looks like a civilian, Gage said, reaching the railing. Yes, we didn't want guards in full uniforms combing the beach. He came to stand next to Gage. How many guards do you have? 6. 6. Gage glanced from the beach to him, and Mason gave a rueful smile. We have families here. Forrest lives just down there. Next door? Gage was quick to look at the home that sat several yards down the beach. Mason nodded. He could almost see Gage's brain processing everything. And the guards are more for your protection rather than the property. Oh man, he'd forgotten for a moment how super quick Gage was. Most people didn't pick up on that. Yes, both he and Jenny, plus his mother and Forrest's family, had round-the-clock security. It came with being wealthy. I never need to worry if someone is going to snatch me or someone I love and hold them for ransom. Gage studied him. Has it ever been done before? No. Mason reached over and pulled on his t-shirt. Has anyone ever attempted to kidnap you? Gage asked. Nope. I told you. I've hired the best security. The best? Gage asked, his voice curious. The best in the world, he said with honesty. I don't fool around with something that's so important. So you can rest assured whenever you're with me, you'll all be protected. Mason left off the part where he'd already hired someone to watch over Gage, Travis, and Molly after this. The phone on his dresser in the house was filled with text messages he'd sent earlier to put everything in place. If you want to back out, now's the time, Mason said and tipped his chin, bracing himself for the blow he was sure to come. Gage fisted the front of his shirt and pulled him closer. The man's eyes glittered as his head dipped. I'm not backing out. I want that date. The words were all but growled against his mouth. But Mason didn't care. In fact, he was so happy he could have fucking burst. Chapter 17. Gage. Outside of the brewery, Gage grasped the top of the tactical vest and cracked his neck. The snug fit felt as familiar as his own skin. According to Ace, Chief Parker Johnson had caught a break in the case, and a factory was their goal. The place was located down in Long Beach, about an hour or so away. He felt energized and knew it was from 2 things: Mason at his side and the breakfast he'd consumed. He couldn't believe Mason had talked him into drinking an organic protein shake this morning and that the drink hadn't given him heartburn. It was a fucking miracle. I didn't know you didn't eat before noon, or I wouldn't have teased you, Mason said while dumping ingredients into the blender. Yeah, he said, rubbing at his chest. Instant heartburn. It's all the crap you're eating. I don't eat crap. No fast food or processed food, then? He opened his mouth, closed it, and frowned. Well, yeah, but didn't everybody? Like I said, crappy eater. I'm not. His words were drowned out by the blender. What? Mason asked when he stopped grinding. I said. Again, the blender started up. Mason's eyes danced with laughter. You're asking for it. He'd laughed and lunged around the counter, but Mason was quick and out of his reach in seconds. What vehicle are we taking? Jacob asked, jogging with him back to the brewery parking lot. His crew fanned out and walked behind him. Let's take the Pegasus vehicle, he responded slowly when his eyes landed on the large, attractive figure of the chief of police lounging against the hood of said SUV. Parker, what brings you here? He stopped a few feet from the chief. They were the same height, so meeting Parker's eyes was easy. I thought I'd accompany you to the factory. Do you have any idea of what would happen if anything happened to the chief of police in this county? Beckett popped off. I do, Parker responded. So you better watch my back. I thought I heard Ace say you were thinking of retiring, Mason said. Maybe, Parker said. I haven't decided yet. Gage smirked at Parker. So what's this, slumming? Something like that, Parker grinned. Aren't you kind of young to be a police chief anyway? Mason peered at the guy. Parker's smile was rakish. Kind of. Where's Eagle and Link? Mason asked. Ace said they're already almost to the factory, Gage responded. That's weird. Why'd they leave without us? Mason's lips pursed. Gage wanted to pop a kiss on the man's lips, but refrained. According to Ace, they were in that neck of the woods, Gage said. Oh, that's right. Eagle's aunt lives down there, Mason said with a snap of his fingers. Down there was down south of their location. All right, let's load up, Gage said, just as Beckett squeaked and launched toward a truck pulling into the parking lot. Current Pegasus operative and ex-Special Forces soldier Holden Reck got out of the truck and towered over his petite husband. Beckett had no reservations and launched into Holden's arms as if he hadn't seen him at breakfast. Holden, you got your gear? Gage called across the distance. Holden lifted his head after giving Beckett a thorough kiss and nodded. Snatching a duffel bag from his pickup, the pair made their way over. Gage tossed the keys to Jacob. You're driving. That would give Gage the passenger seat. That way he could turn the seat around and have a bird's-eye view of Mason. When the team loaded up in the vehicle, Gage swiveled his chair around until he was facing the unit and slanted a glance at Mason. Where's your vest? He asked Mason. In the back. Mason waggled his eyebrows at him. A hickey marred the side of the blonde-haired hottie's neck, and his lips were swollen and red. Gage couldn't look away for several moments. Amazingly, the unit hadn't razzed either of them about their bruised lips or marks. The only one who'd had the balls to say something had been a grinning Travis. Gage had given his brother the eye, and Travis had managed to rein himself in after a few teasing comments. He casually glanced at the men and found Hunter was staring at him and then Mason and back again. Gage met Hunter's knowing gaze with a squinted look. The corner of Hunter's mouth quirked. What's that on your neck, Mason? Gage gnashed his teeth. Apparently, Hunter wasn't intimidated by his stern glare. A hickey, Mason smiled at Hunter. Beckett hooted a laugh and scooted closer to Mason to admire the mark. Nice one, Beckett said. Holden reached for the back of Beckett's vest and pulled him away from Mason, sliding the man's ass on the bench seat. The men laughed, and God help him, so did he. It felt good. He felt lighter, not quite stress-free, but almost. With the kids still at Mason's home with Jenny, he didn't have to worry about them. Only the situation with Joey still stressed him out. He hadn't been able to get a hold of Tina this morning to speak with Joey, and he felt a bit out of sorts with that. Travis and Molly were over the moon at getting to hang with Jenny at Mason's house. Gage had almost fucked up the whole thing. I don't know what I'll do with the kids while I'm at work the rest of the week, he'd muttered, entering the tactical room at Pegasus. Are you kidding me? Mason had snapped, spinning him around. What? He'd felt confused at the sudden display of temper. Travis and Molly are staying at my house with Jenny while you're at work. Indefinitely. Period, Mason said with a glare. He'd stood there in the face of Mason's fierce gaze and tilted chin, and before he could stop himself, he stepped closer and kissed the man's lips. He took Mason's mouth like a starved man. Had it only been hours since they'd left Mason's bed? It felt like days. Only the sound of the team coming down the hall had broken them apart. 45 minutes later, the men in the back hadn't stopped talking. Parker seemed to fit right in. He wasn't a bull in a china shop. Parker let the men come to him if they wanted to include him, and after 5 minutes of silence, the group hadn't shut up. Except for Holden, but he was always quiet. The Pegasus tactical vehicle had cushioned bench seats for the men that sat across from each other with additional space in the far back for gear and weapons. The gleaming SUV was state-of-the-art and expensive as hell. His cell phone pinged and he answered the call from Eagle. Where are you? Gage said. On the west perimeter. I don't know how long we'll be able to sit out here, though, Eagle growled. Wait until we get there, he ordered. Mason sat on the bench seat behind the driver's side and was listening to his side of the conversation, and Gage would have said more, but Eagle hung up. Factory is 10 minutes out, Gage told the unit, sliding his cell phone away. Park a block away when we get there. He shot a look at Jacob. Will do. With his seat turned around, Gage had a great view of Mason. What's going on? Mason said. Just Eagle being impatient. Mason would have said something further, but Hunter interrupted. So, what's your story, Mason? Gage snapped his gaze to Hunter and found the sexy operative sitting across from Mason, with his eyes riveted on Mason's face. Gage swallowed around the sour taste in his mouth and tried to remind himself that Hunter was a fucking flirt. He did shit like this to get under a person's skin. There was no way Mason would fall for such an obvious ploy. Would he? My story? Mason grinned at Hunter and then flashed Gage a look from beneath his lashes. A look that made Gage want to punch something. Yeah, you know. Your history, Hunter said. What did you do before you came to Pegasus? CIA. Mason looked surprised that Hunter didn't already know that. No shit. Why'd you quit? Mason smirked at Hunter. Nunya. Huh? Hunter's brow furrowed. None ya business, Beckett jumped in with a cackle. Gage shot a look at Beckett. The man was too damned funny. Hunter gave Mason a sheepish grin and turned on Parker. What about you, Parker? You know what I do, Parker scowled at his brother. Hunter's smile was smug. I do, but don't you want to tell the troops why you may be retiring so soon? Parker's eyes narrowed to slits. No. Can I? Hunter asked. Parker shrugged. Hunter turned to the rest of the guys. Well, the story I heard, because I wasn't there to see it firsthand, was that my big brother punched the mayor in the nose. Jaw, Parker growled. Nose, jaw, whatever. Hunter waved a hand. You punched a politician? Jacob gaped, his mouth open. Jacob shot Parker a surprised look over his shoulder and then turned his eyes back to the road. With the blinker on, Jacob took the off-ramp that would take them to the factory. Parker rubbed at the hair on his jaw and shrugged. Dude, Mason knocked his fist against Parker's. Parker returned the bump with a grimace. I may get canned for it, so it's not something I brag about. I think it's awesome, Hunter told Parker. It wasn't my finest moment, Parker scowled at his younger brother. Hunter snickered. You're my hero. Shut it. Parker's frown deepened. The rest of the unit laughed, and Gage let his gaze linger on Mason's beautiful smile. Chapter 18. Mason, The minute the sliding door of the tactical unit opened, Mason heard gunfire in the distance. With his heart in his throat, Mason launched toward the factory. Pulling his weapon from his shoulder holster, he slammed his shoulder against the building's door. "Mason, get your ass back here!" He ignored Gage's bellow of rage and kicked at the wood when the door refused to open. It splintered and gaped wide with a crack. Eagle and Link were inside somewhere. Slipping through the broken door, he crouched before darting across the dark interior of the factory toward the direction of the gunfire. That was when it dawned on him that he wasn't wearing a vest. Well, he wasn't perfect. Okay, Gage had called him impulsive or something like that, and perhaps he was because he hadn't stopped to think about a vest before reacting. "This one might get me fired," he muttered under his breath. "If you don't fucking stand still, I'll fire you myself," Gage hissed from behind him. Mason stopped and turned, still crouching, to find Gage hunkered down holding out his vest. Mason slipped it on without a word. "Thanks. I'm going to kick your ass when we're done here." "What did I do?" he grumbled. Maybe if he acted innocent, Gage would let it slide. "If you need to ask that, then maybe you're in the wrong profession. I'm former CIA. How often do you think I wore a vest?" He kept his voice calm even though his heart was pounding at the thought of Gage actually kicking him off the team. He wouldn't do that, would he? Probably never. Gage reached out and double-checked the Velcro strips with a few hard yanks. "Times have changed, and you promised me, so don't fucking do it again." He heard the fear in Gage's voice loud and clear. Fuck. Times had changed. He'd spent 2 wonderful days with Gage and his small family. He'd spent 2 nights making love to this man. He had more than himself and Hassel to think about now. Not to mention he had date night coming up that he was not going to miss. "When's our date?" he whispered, just to make sure Gage knew he was serious. "Friday." Before he could respond with a snappy comeback, Gage was spinning him around toward the gun battle going on in the distance. The rest of Pegasus must have fanned out because he and Gage were alone. He turned back and planted a kiss on Gage's lips. "Thank you. I promise I'll stop." A sound left Gage's throat, and it was cute. It kind of reminded him of a cross between a puppy and a grizzly bear, and Mason snickered before darting through the dark. He had no doubt Gage would keep up with him. Waiting for Gage to share more about his life would give him time to work on his shit. Mason knew waiting wasn't one of his strongest qualities, as his impatience frequently got him into trouble. Like now. "Eagle, Link, report," Gage rasped, pressing the mic in his ear. The tiny ear mics were designed to be pressed to talk, otherwise the small device couldn't pick up sound. After a few moments, Eagle's voice filled the mic. "Pinned down on the 2nd level of the west side." Mason took off running at a crouch, darting from one piece of machinery to the next, keeping himself covered as much as possible and making sure what he did hunker behind could also fit Gage's size. Imagine, just like that, he was modifying his own procedures to accommodate Gage. And Mason had to admit Gage fit into his life like perfection. "How many?" Gage asked Eagle while he easily kept up with him. 10? 15? Eagle's voice was almost drowned out by automatic gunfire. "Maybe more, I can't tell." "It's 18, Link growled over the mic. Gage barked orders for the rest of the unit to make their way to the 2nd floor. Mason studied the set of metal stairs that led to a catwalk. He pointed and Gage nodded. Racing up the stairs, he reached the top and darted down the thin walkway, keeping as low as possible to avoid detection. The catwalk ended without any connection, which was odd, but Mason went with it and leaped to catch hold of a metal bar over his head. He swung his body over and landed in a crouch on the top of the metal roof covering the generator. The thing held his weight easily. He glanced back. Gage might be able to make the jump, but no way could the metal cover hold the bigger man's weight. "I'll come back." "Wait," Gage said with a shake of his head. "I'll go down and find another way." In the past he would have gone on, but his feet wouldn't move. Something had changed in the past 24 hours. Hell, in the past few minutes, and even though he'd come charging into the factory on his own, The thought of Gage being out of his sight for 1 minute suddenly felt unacceptable. Things sure as shit had changed. He swallowed down a fear he'd never felt before. "Go on, but watch your back," Gage growled. In the distance, automatic gunfire never let up, as well as the shouts from the unit. It was a cold reminder of the danger that lay ahead. Gage gave him one last look and turned, making his way back across the catwalk. The man's big shoulders disappeared down the metal stairs. Mason finally moved. He stepped back as much as possible and then leaped upward. Catching the metal bar overhead, he swung and landed back on the catwalk. He raced across and jumped down the stairs, noisily taking them 2 at a time. Gage turned with a look of surprise, and then a smile creased the skin around the man's eyes. Surprise quickly morphed into horror, and Mason did the only thing he could think of. He dropped to the ground and rolled. Gage opened fire, sending several rounds into something behind him. Mason came up aiming, but the 3 perps were already dead. Gage fisted Mason's vest and yanked him close. They stood like that for a few precious seconds, connected in a way he'd never dreamed possible. "Ready?" Gage asked huskily. "Yeah," he breathed. He didn't think about the fact that the 3 men could have killed him. All he could think about was if he hadn't come back down those stairs, Gage wouldn't have turned around in time to shoot those men. That was the last time. Never again would he leave Gage's back open, not even for a fucking second. When Gage paused and eased open the stairwell door, Mason moved in closer, his back bumping Gage's while he kept his weapon trained at the empty room behind them. "Clear," Gage whispered, and Mason was right on the man's ass when they entered the stairwell together. Other than a curious smile, Gage didn't say anything about his hovering. Until they reached the top of the stairs, and then Gage whispered for his ears only. "We should pick up more condoms." Mason slapped a hand over his mouth to keep the laughter muffled. "There's 6 left," he hissed behind his hand. 6 more times? A smile toyed along Gage's lips as he eased open the door and disappeared inside. Mason glared. 6 more times to make love? Fuck that. He darted in after the man and caught up with Gage hunkered behind a stack of rebar. Gunfire echoed and pinged the metal at their location. "And then what?" he groused, returning fire. Gage glanced at him with a grin, but infuriatingly didn't say anything. That might be because they were being shot at, but so what? He wanted to know. Did they buy more condoms after the 6 ran out? Or was this some kind of test? And when exactly were they going to use the rest of the 6? A perp launched up over the rebar and Mason rolled flat to his back, arms lifted, gun extended, and he put a bullet in the man's chest. The body came crashing down, but Mason rolled out of the way and came up on one knee to find Gage looking at him with pride. Mason winked and Gage shook his head. "Stick with me, baby, and I'll keep you safe," Mason teased, and Gage closed his eyes with a groan. "Are you two flirting?" Eagle dodged into view and hunkered next to Gage and the dead guy. "Maybe," he said with a smirk. "Nice to see you still walking." "You two Finish that sentence and you won't be walking for long," Mason warned, cutting off Eagle, who was tempted to give him nicknames because of his height. Squirt was just one in a long line of names. Although he really didn't mind Eagle's teasing, he wouldn't let the man know that. And he wasn't that fucking short. It was just that next to the giants of Pegasus, he and a few of the other guys appeared that way. "Just kidding," Eagle said with a snort and scooted on past them to run toward a stack of wooden pallets. "Squirt?" Mason narrowed his eyes and turned them on Gage, but he never got a chance to nip that in the bud because 2 more suspects came around the far side of the rebar. Mason dropped low and Gage responded, dropping flat and rolling. Mason fired, but one fucker ducked back. Gage put a bullet in the man's leg and the guy toppled into sight. Mason fired and the bullet entered the man's chest. The other guy fired and a round pinged and bounced off the metal near his head. Gage growled and fired once, twice, and 3 times. Each shot jerked the suspect back until he toppled over dead. "Overkill much?" he whispered, and kissed the man's cheek on his way past to kick the guns away. It took the unit another 20 minutes to subdue the rest of the perpetrators and gather the ones left alive outside. The perps were sitting on their asses, lined up on the curb with hands zip-tied behind their backs. Mason stalked to the tactical vehicle and guzzled down water. "I thought Gage was going to hyperventilate when you ran out of here without your vest." He lowered the bottle and eyed Jacob before he tossed a glance at Gage, going from suspect to suspect. "Don't ever do what I do. I'm a horrible role model." Jacob smiled and twisted off the cap to another water bottle. "With that, yeah. But you're super quick. How do you know?" "I was with Hunter and Parker when you scaled those stairs in Catwalk. Gage could barely keep up." Jacob's hair was slick with sweat. His vest was dusty from the factory, and there was a scrape on the guy's chin. "That catwalk ended up being a dead end, and we had to come back down." "Still, though, you're hella fast. Think you can teach me some moves?" Jacob asked. "Sure. Meet me in the sparring room later this week, and we'll set something up." "Really?" Jacob's eyes lit up. "Yeah, I've seen you with weapons. You're very good and fast. It won't be that hard of a leap to hand. Didn't your dads ever teach you fighting?" "Sure." Jacob's smile grew. Uh-oh. What had he gotten into? He squinted and Jacob laughed. "Not to your caliber, but I know some stuff. You can tell me if I measure up." "What happened to your chin?" "Parker pushed me to the pavement when things got hairy," Jacob shrugged. "Didn't that piss you off?" "Nah, he reminds me of one of my dads. It's something they do. But if he continues to act that way, then I'll sit him down." He tapped his water to Jacob's bottle in a silent toast and then made his way over to Gage. "Did they say anything?" "Nothing, and there's no sign of Officer Kraft in the factory. At this rate, we've reached a dead end." Mason eyed the perps on the curb. 3 of them were sitting rather close together. Brothers, perhaps friends? He could play on that. "Maybe you're not asking the questions the right way." He grabbed up a roll of duct tape sitting on the ground next to a stack of unused zip ties. With a smile, he ignored Gage's questioning look and approached one of the 3 perps. Crouching in front of one man, he tore off a piece of duct tape and slapped it over the guy's mouth. "Cops are on the way," Gage growled after stalking closer. "Bring those 2, he told Gage and Hunter before lifting one of the 3 perps by the arm and then pulling him toward the factory entrance. "Hey," Parker called, and Mason stopped to hold the police chief's gaze. "Hurry up, I've called it in." One side of Mason's mouth tipped in a small smile before he pushed the perp through the door and back into the factory. Once inside, he shoved the man to the ground. Gage and Hunter put the other 2 next to the first one. Mason gazed at the perp with the tape over his mouth. "Did you hear that? I'm going to have to hurry. The cops are coming. So, Tom," he pointed to the guy with the taped mouth and then the 2 men sitting next to the guy. "Dick and Harry. Tom, you're first." He pulled his knife and flipped it open. Grabbing Tom by a fistful of hair, he jabbed the knife into the top of the man's thigh. Behind the tape, Tom screamed, but it was the man next to this guy that held Mason's attention. Dick's eyes were wide with fear. "You fuck!" Harry raged. Mason pulled his knife from Tom's leg, wiped it clean of blood on his pants, and picked up the duct tape. He tore off a piece and moved to Dick. "Next is Dick," he said flatly, and lifted the duct tape toward the guy's mouth. "No, wait, I'll tell you." Mason lowered the duct tape. "Keep your mouth shut," Harry snapped. Mason turned and duct taped Harry's mouth. "When I want your opinion, I'll ask for it." He lifted the knife in his hand, the end pointed down toward Harry's leg. Harry gave a muffled shout behind the tape and shook his head, toppling to the side on the concrete. "Okay, Dick." Mason turned back to the middle guy. "Where were we?" "The guy you want? That officer? The last I knew, he was still alive, but barely. He's being held by the Fox brothers." The man gave the location of where the Fox brothers might be holding Officer Kraft. Hunter recorded the information on his phone. Sirens filled the air, growing closer. "Oh, look at that. Time's up," Mason said. He pulled up Tom and took him back out, with Gage and Hunter bringing the other 2. Back at the curb, Mason shoved Tom into a seat and then ripped the bottom of the man's t-shirt to wrap around the knife wound on the man's leg. "Gotta go, boys." Mason shoved up and walked back to the tactical vehicle. "How the hell is Parker going to explain that to the cops?" Gage growled in his ear. "Who the fuck cares? They're criminals, hired thugs to do nothing but kill us. And regardless of what that fucker said back there, they've probably killed Kraft too." Gage's throat moved in a hard swallow. "So excuse the fuck out of me if your delicate sensibilities think I was too harsh on the fucking bad guys," he snapped. "That's not what I think," Gage jerked back. "I don't want you getting into trouble." Okay, Mason was taken aback and he stopped yelling to really look at Gage. Worry creased the man's face. Fuck. Gage was a worrier. Sure, he'd known that Gage worried, but to this degree? He suddenly realized Gage had probably worried his whole life. With a childhood like Gage's, who fucking wouldn't? The guy had stressed where his next meal would come from as a kid, and now worried about his current house payment, as well as Travis and Molly's care. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to lose my temper," he whispered and stepped closer. Pulling Gage's head down, he pressed their foreheads together. "Firecracker," Gage whispered with a smile. Chapter 19. Gage. Gage breathed in and released a slow, hard breath when Mason laughed at the title. Cupping one hand on the back of Mason's neck, he gently squeezed. Mason got into more trouble than he'd been prepared for, but the man was one tough son of a bitch, and Gage would gladly lay his life down for him. Running into places without a vest and questioning suspects with CIA interrogation methods had been impulsive, and he'd be the first to admit Mason had surprised him both times. But the truth was, he didn't give a flying fuck if Mason stabbed 100 bad guys, but he didn't want Mason getting into trouble with the local law for roughing up a suspect. It was a good damn thing that they'd taken the perps back into the factory, out of sight. Look on the bright side. At least I didn't waterboard them. Gage laughed. God help him, he laughed loudly. Mason grinned, stepping closer, all up in his space, and Gage didn't fucking care who saw them. He lowered his head and Mason lifted on his toes and they kissed out there by the vehicle. "You two finished?" Hunter asked, coming around the side where they'd holed up. "Because Parker says we're clear to leave." He didn't jerk away and closed his hands at Mason's waist, keeping the man close. After another few seconds, he lifted his head, smiled, and released Mason. "Just like that, huh?" Mason said, clearing his throat and turning to Hunter with raised eyebrows. Mason acted as if Hunter catching them kissing had been the most natural thing in the world. It warmed Gage's chest that Mason would be proud to be with him. Be with him. The thought sped up his heart rate. But before they could truly be together, Gage had a few things to figure out. "Just like that," Hunter pointed out. "My brother knows we don't have time to spare. If Kraft is alive, then he may not have much time." "What about the cops? Don't they need a statement from me?" Mason asked. "No. As far as the cops are concerned, those fuckers are cop killers or accomplices. They're lucky to be alive, if you ask me," Hunter said with a dark tone, a tone that Gage hadn't heard from him before. "Copy that," Mason whispered. Gage glanced at his watch. It was just after 3 in the afternoon. "Let's get out of here." "Where are we heading?" Mason asked. "Inland. The address the perp gave is an old junkyard on the outskirts of Garden Grove." When the rest of the unit, including Parker, showed up at the vehicle, Jacob hauled ass out of there, keeping it to 5 miles over the speed limit. When they reached the area some 30 minutes later, LA SWAT was on site a block away from the junkyard. Gage was glad for the help. If it had been after dark, they may not have needed the might of the LAPD. But it wasn't dark. It was broad daylight and the perps could definitely see them coming. All they could hope for was to take them by surprise. Heavy-duty shears cut through the chain-link fence and handlers coaxed the one guard dog into taking treats to allow for their entrance. So much for the place being deserted. Gage had Pegasus teamed up with SWAT and they moved out in 2- and 4-man teams. Fully geared tactical men armed with automatic rifles swept through the junkyard, catching perps by surprise. This time there were no deaths and no gunfire other than an accidental when a perp's gun was knocked to the ground. There was no sign of craft, and none of the perps were talking. "Shall I?" Mason offered with a sneaky look. "No, you may not." Gage squinted, not sure if Mason was serious about stabbing more suspects. Mason smirked and jogged to the vehicle, leaving him shaking his head. Damn it, the man certainly kept him on his toes. He liked it. A lot. "What now?" he asked when Parker approached. "Now we wait. I'm going back with SWAT to question the suspects. I'll try to get another location. Until then, I sent you the address to a place you can use for the night. We need to stay local just in case," Parker replied. "Understood," Gage said. It was over an hour and a half back to the Pegasus office, so it made sense to stay local. Plus, if Parker got another address soon, they'd be able to respond quickly. "I'll meet you there later," Parker left with the SWAT team leader. "Eagle and I will follow you," Link said. Gage gave the operative a thumbs up and approached the Pegasus vehicle. "I'm fucking starving," Mason said, tearing at the Velcro straps on his vest and shaking sweaty hair from his eyes. "Let's get showered and find something to eat," Gage said, and gave the address to the house to Jacob. He locked his gaze with Mason's during the drive. Sparks of awareness zapped between them, and he was tempted to get a hotel room. Mason smirked as if reading his mind. Fuck. He was so enthralled with Mason, enamored. He'd never wanted another person this much before, and now Mason was all he could think about. And Joey. And the fact that he hadn't told Mason about Joey. Mason's gaze turned puzzled. Shit. He must have given something away in his expression. Gage turned his head away and glanced out the window, his attorney's words ringing in his ears. "Stay out of relationships until you have full custody." "Why?" He frowned at James. "Because it looks like you're more interested in hooking up instead of taking care of your son. That and the fact that you're gay." "They won't care about that. Will they?" James scratched at the hair on his jaw. "If you get a conservative judge, they might. You think Tina will use it against me?" "Probably. I don't even date." He closed his eyes and James clamped a hand on his shoulder and squeezed. "Then keep doing that." The vehicle bounced and brought him back to the cab and the unit. His eyes returned to Mason to find the man's worried gaze. He tried to give him a smile of reassurance, but he knew in his heart it fell flat. Something hot burned in Mason's eyes, and Gage had a feeling he was out of time. Chapter 20. Mason. They'd opted to get fast food instead of cleaning up and going out. Mason was fine with that. He wanted to corner Gage anyway and find out what the fuck had put that look of fear and worry in the man's green gaze. Only Gage was avoiding him. They'd arrived an hour ago, cleaned up and eaten, and still Gage sat outside on the patio with the door closed. Eyes averted, scanning his phone. So... He shook his head and glanced over when Oliver eased down on the sofa beside him. He'd been surprised, like the rest of them, to find both Oliver and Ace at the house when they'd arrived. The place was a vacant safe house, according to Hunter. Parker and Ace were holed up in the office, talking over strategy. Since this wasn't Parker's jurisdiction, the man had called in the LAPD chief of police. Parker and LAPD's chief went way back, and since an undercover officer was missing, LAPD had opened their doors. They were in charge of questioning the junkyard suspects, but so far hadn't been able to get squat from the perps. The rest of Pegasus were either crashed out or had found something else to do with their time. Beckett and Holden had taken over one of the 4 bedrooms and had disappeared over half an hour ago. Eagle and Link had opted to spend the night at Eagle's aunt's house, which was a 15-minute drive from there. Every single operative of the unit stayed in the area since they were so far from home. "So," Oliver elbowed him. "What?" he said, pulling his eyes from Gage. "Covered in hickeys." He scowled. I am not. Oliver snorted on a quiet laugh. I'm just messing with you. He sighed and sat back, hiking a knee on the sofa to sit sideways facing Oliver. This put his back to Gage. It was better that he couldn't watch Gage check his phone every 5 minutes. It was starting to piss him off. He knew for a fact that guy had already talked to both Travis and Molly when they'd called Jenny earlier. Who was Gage waiting for? His ex-wife to call? Mason's gut soured. He's so into you. Right, he said flatly, giving Oliver a skeptical look. He is, Oliver urged. He hasn't looked away since you turned your back just now. A tingle ran down Mason's spine, but he shrugged and didn't look back. He's waiting for someone to call. Who? Oliver shifted his leg out, and using both hands he lifted his leg cast up and onto the ottoman. If I knew, I wouldn't be so pissed off. Mason huffed an annoyed sound. Scratch that. I might be more pissed if I knew who. Do you know who? I suspect it's his ex-wife. Oliver frowned. Why would his ex-wife be calling him? Maybe because he called her. Gage had been on the phone leaving a voice message several minutes ago, but Mason hadn't been able to hear any of the words. Oh, hell fucking no, Oliver squinted. You better nip that shit right fucking now. What shit? Parker asked from over the back of the couch. Oliver's head tipped back and he gazed up into Parker's face. What? Oliver appeared to have lost his train of thought. Mason smothered a smile and shook his head at Parker. My shit to deal with. Parker drew his gaze slowly from Oliver's face and gave Mason a smile. You seem more than capable of handling your shit to me. How would you know? The temper in Oliver's voice had Mason jerking his gaze to Oliver to find the guy glaring at Parker and then him. Mason cleared his throat. Screw this. Oliver shoved up and wobbled. When Parker reached over the couch as if to steady the man, Oliver slapped the guy's hands away and picked up his cane. Parker backed up into Ace and the two men almost toppled over. Mason stared in amazement as Oliver thumped his cast and cane on the floor all the way down the hall. What the hell is going on? Ace growled. I have no idea, Mason said to Ace, but his eyes were locked on Parker. Don't ask me. Parker threw up his hands and stalked into the kitchen. Ace frowned at Mason like this was all his fault. I didn't do anything, he snapped. Are you picking on Mason again? Jacob said, coming into the room. What? No. Ace frowned and turned to Jacob, but Jacob wasn't the type to back up. That put Ace a few inches from him, so Ace had to tip his head down to look into Jacob's face. The height difference between the two men wasn't much, but it was enough that Jacob had to tip his head back to see up into Ace's eyes. Jacob licked at his lower lip and Ace made a sound in his throat. Boy, those two had it bad. Mason gazed at the empty hallway where Oliver had disappeared. What are you doing here anyway? Jacob asked Ace. Mason didn't want to hear any more. He shoved up and didn't stop until he'd reached a closed bedroom door he suspected Oliver was behind. He rapped twice and then opened the door. In here, Oliver snapped. I know you're in here, you butthead, he said, closing the door with a snap and then leaning back against it to glare at Oliver. If you think for 1 minute that there's anything between Parker and me, you need to have your head examined. You really think I'd jump from Gage's bed to Parker's? Are you fucking insane? Oliver eyed him with a smirk. No, I don't think that. But I have to keep Parker on his toes. Mason's mouth gaped and then snapped shut. You little sneak. Have you ever seen the tabloids? About Parker? No, I haven't. Why? He's a fucking magnet. He's got a new girl or guy on his arm in every single shot. The guy has dated more people in his life than I've met in the entire army. Wait, what? There were too many soldiers to count in the army. Perhaps there was a number somewhere of the number of troops, but he didn't know it. You're exaggerating, he said calmly and took a seat on the bed. Maybe a little bit. Oliver dropped to sit beside him. You like him? You think? Oliver sighed and plucked at a frayed end of the torn jeans that accommodated his cast. Instant attraction. Like, boom. Oliver's hand made a fist and then opened as if a bomb had gone off within it. Does he like you back? I don't think he knows what to think of me. I can't seem to get a nice word out of my mouth after I looked up his dating history, Oliver grumbled. Mason smiled at the cute curly-haired man. Parker would have to be blind not to see what a great catch Oliver was. Oh, Oliver, Mason laughed. I think you confuse him in a good way, and maybe that's good. Really? Yeah, some people need a little bit of shaking up to see the light. Like Gage? And me. I used to snap at Gage all the time because... Oliver turned on the bed a bit more, his gaze attentive. Well, because I was stupid. I was scared about commitment. I didn't want to be liked for my looks or money. And I'm not saying that to be vain. He finished with a sigh and hiked his knee on the bed. Oliver smirked. I can see you. I know how good-looking you are, and with your insane amount of money, it's no wonder you're cautious. That there were two of you running around available was mind-boggling. Mason smiled ruefully, thinking of his twin brother, Forrest. He pulled at his sneaker's shoelace, retying it. Well, Forrest has been off the market for a few years now, and I've made the year's most eligible bachelor list the past 2 times. That must really suck. He glanced up to find Oliver smirking at him. He swiped out a hand, but Oliver fell back on the bed with a laugh. The problems of the rich and famous. Yeah, I imagine to most people it's stupid, Mason agreed. Hey, Oliver said and waited for him to gaze up before he sat up and finished. It's not stupid. Everyone wants to be loved for the person they are, not for their looks or money. He gave the man a half-smile. Thanks. Any time. And if you need help with Parker, let me know. Ditto with Gage. Oh, I think I know exactly what to do with Gage, he said, pushing up from the bed with a grin. Uh-oh. Oliver's laugh followed him out of the room. Does this include sex in the bedroom next door? Because I can tell you that I don't want to hear that. Mason laughed and snapped the door shut. When he reached the living room and gazed at the patio, it was empty. You can run, he muttered to himself, and spun around only to run into a hard wall of muscle. Gage's arms wrapped around him. Without any words, Gage wrapped him up tight and Mason hung on. He wasn't sure why he wasn't demanding answers, but something in Gage's grip made the hairs on the back of his neck stand up and a lump grow in his throat. He probably couldn't describe it if he had to, this feeling he had in Gage's arms, but it was unlike anything he'd felt in his life. Just below the simmering lava of desire flared a feeling that scared the hell out of him. He figured that feeling had something to do with the forever he'd called Gage. Oh, man. He tightened his grip. If he couldn't get Gage to open up and share everything with him, they were doomed. And forever would be damned. Chapter 21. Gage. His time had run out. He felt it in Mason's grip. He felt it in the way the man's breath hitched at his touch, the way Mason clung to him tightly. Get a room, Ace growled from the couch. Gage drew back. He hadn't seen the commander sleeping on the couch. Mason gave a start of surprise, grabbed his hand, and pulled him toward the bedroom. Inside the room, Mason left the light off and walked, still holding his hand, into the bathroom. There, Mason turned on the light and started the hot water. Get in when it's warm. I'll be right back. And even though they'd showered when they'd arrived at the safe house, Gage didn't hesitate. He yanked off his clothes and stepped beneath the warm spray. Mason reappeared naked with a condom and lube. Stepping into the shower with him, Mason set the items on a small shelf and then turned toward him. Warm, wet hands ran over Gage's arms and up his chest. Gage knew Mason had to be angry about his earlier behavior, but the man said nothing about it. He didn't demand to know who he'd called, nor who he was waiting on to call him back. Now, with Mason's hands on him, he let the worry fade for a while. Mason had a gift of taking away his anxiety with a word, look, or touch. With an open mouth along his skin, Mason tasted each tattoo with a flick of his tongue before pressing kisses and moving on. Gage closed his eyes and leaned against the cool tile while the warm water beat down on them. When Mason sank to his knees, Gage opened his eyes and blinked the water away. Mason's tongue darted out and flicked at the tip of his dick, and Gage groaned. Lips slowly closed over the swollen head of his cock. Blue eyes swept upward, holding his for a moment, before Mason closed his eyes and took him deep, all the way down his throat in an oh-so-fucking slow move that ripped the breath from him. Gage groaned again and ran his fingers through Mason's hair, toying with the bright strands while the man literally made love to him with his mouth. Drawing back to the tip, Mason slid his mouth back down his cock inch by inch until his nose was nudged into his pubic hair. Mason reached between Gage's legs and cupped his balls. His fingers rolled the skin and toyed with the orbs. Gage braced his hands flat on the wall to keep his legs steady, his chest heaving. Mason drew back off his cock with a slow pull and stood, trailing his mouth up his stomach to his chest, biting and licking at the tips of his nipples, sending shock waves through his chest and straight to his dick. He cupped the back of Mason's neck and drew the man's head up. When their open mouths met, Gage swept his tongue inside and Mason sucked at him. After several long moments, Mason eased away and reached for the condom. Grabbing a towel from the edge of the shower, Mason dried Gage's sensitive dick. Gage shuddered beneath the touch when Mason slipped the condom over his cock. Through a fog, Gage lifted the lube and dumped enough into his palm. With a slow smile, Mason turned and pushed his ass back into him, grinding with his whole body. When Mason's back met his chest, Gage undulated his cock against the man. Mason reached back and pulled his cheeks apart, and Gage lubed up his dick and positioned the head. Easing through Mason's tight entrance, Gage slipped the head inside. Mason lifted to his toes, and Gage paused. With a slow grind of his hips, Mason moved, taking him in inch by fucking inch with a move so slow he was sure he'd come by the time Mason was done. When Mason let go of his ass cheeks and pressed his hands on the wet wall, Gage flipped off the water and gripped Mason's hips. With his dick fully inside, Gage moved his hips in small, slow thrusts, making sure to keep so fucking deep inside Mason that he'd never slip out. He dropped his head forward and trailed biting kisses along Mason's shoulders and back, nuzzling into the blonde hair at his nape. Mason gasped and fisted his hands on the wall. Gage released one hip and slid his hand up Mason's back along his arm and then pressed his hand over one of Mason's. Their fingers locked and he rocked his hips in small thrusts. Mason gasped and then groaned. His ass clenched around his dick hard and Gage's own breaths grew ragged. Mason reached down and yanked at his own swollen cock. Sinking as deep as possible, Gage stayed there, rocking while Mason fucked his own hand. With a low grunt, Mason orgasmed, and shudders rolled through the man's whole body. Gage let go. His gut clenched and his balls emptied into the condom with jerking spurts. His breath became a ragged gasp in his throat until every last ounce of seed had left him. He slumped, breathing heavily against Mason's back while the man panted with palms splayed against the tile. After several long moments, Gage pulled slowly out and removed the condom. He tossed it to the corner of the shower floor and flipped on the hot water. Mason turned and walked into the spray, and Gage wrapped the man up tightly in his arms. They stayed like that for several more moments. Wordlessly, he washed up with Mason and cleaned up the used condom on the shower floor before grabbing the lube from the shelf. With a towel around his waist, Mason left the room. Gage quickly dried off, snapped off the light, and followed the slender man into the darkened bedroom. Standing in the dark, he became unsure, which wasn't a familiar feeling. Mason didn't seem unsure, though. The man slid into the bed beneath the covers and then flipped the edge back open. With a quiet sigh of relief, Gage dropped his towel and slipped beneath the covers. Mason moved in close to his side, and Gage wrapped an arm around him. "We will talk tomorrow," Mason said. He didn't have a response for that. He heard the "or else" in Mason's tone of voice just then and wondered what the hell he was going to say. He said nothing at the moment, though, and tightened his arms. Somehow, when he thought it might be impossible, he fell asleep. He woke to the sound of voices in the hallway. Mason was curled up in his arms, but blinked awake at the same time. "I'm getting us coffee," Mason said, sliding from the bed with a stretch. "Don't move from that spot if you value your ass." He smirked and admired the man's body until it was hidden with jeans and a t-shirt. Mason left the room and he rolled from the bed. If Gage was going to go down for his lack of communication, then he wanted to be dressed. Tugging on a pair of camouflage pants along with a black t-shirt, he pulled on socks and stepped into black, chunky combat boots. Grabbing his brush from his pack, he sat on the bed, running it through the hair on his head and face. The door opened and Mason came in juggling 2 mugs. He booted the door closed with a bare foot and eyed him. "You suck at following orders," Mason said, handing him a cup of coffee with half and half just the way he liked it. He sipped at the hot brew and then smirked. "So I've been told." Mason perched on a chair next to a small desk in the room instead of sitting next to him on the bed. The man's lips pursed as he sipped at the mug, but his blue eyes didn't waver from Gage's face. "Who did you call yesterday?" Mason asked. The man's tone of voice was light and almost loving, and Gage didn't want it to end. But he was out of time. "My ex-wife." He froze at the look on Mason's face. The loving gaze of blue turned into chips of ice and Mason's face turned to stone. A swallow seemed impossible at the moment, so Gage took another small sip of coffee. "Why? Why would you call her and then stare at the phone as if waiting for a callback like a lovesick fool?" The words felt like a slap to the face, and Gage's head jerked back. "I didn't do that." "Oh, yes, you did, and I want to know why." Mason's words rang out angry and hurt before silence swept over the room. Gage sucked in a hard, quick breath. "Time's up. I called her and I waited by the phone. Because..." He cleared his throat. "She has my son." Shock swept over Mason's face. Shock and disbelief and then an unimaginable hurt. "Your son." The words came out with a croak. "I have a..." Mason jerked when hard knuckles rapped on the door. Before Gage could finish his sentence, the door popped open and Jacob's head poked inside. "Sorry to interrupt, but Ace is holding a meeting in the living room and you two are the only ones not there." Mason jumped up and swept out of the room. Jacob scrambled back out of the man's way and then threw Gage a curious look. Gage gave Jacob a grimace and followed the younger man back into the living room. Could shit get any worse? Chapter 22. Mason. Gage has a son. A son he hadn't bothered to tell him about. They'd only been seeing each other a few days, said a voice of reason, but he shoved that away. So the fuck what? A few days was long enough. It could have come up 100 times since, but he wasn't important enough in Gage's life to even share the information with him. Information that in his mind was huge. How can you want to be with someone and not fucking share that you have a child? A vision of a dark-haired boy with the same green eyes as Gage flashed in Mason's head. He'd bet money the boy would be a mini replica of Gage. He didn't even know how old Gage's son was, nor his name. Damn the interruptions. What would he do when he did talk to Gage? It was a toss-up whether he'd walk away or demand answers from the man. Could he walk away? It only took a nanosecond to come to the conclusion of no. Oh, hell no. He wasn't walking away. That also brought up the question of why. Why had Gage withheld that information from him? He knew for a fact that Gage wanted him, still wanted him if the man's burning gaze was testimony. Then why? His brain kicked into overdrive. Who had custody? The sketchy ex or Gage? Did they share custody? How come Molly or Travis hadn't mentioned the boy? Now all he had was more questions that he had no answers to. Hunter and Holden came out of the kitchen carrying fresh coffee. Now that we're all here, we can start, Ace said, throwing the coffee-wielding pair a dark look. Beckett scooted over on the couch for Holden to take a seat next to him and share his coffee. Hunter leaned against the wall. Ace nodded to Parker. You're on. About 20 minutes ago, we got a tip from an informant about a cop being held in the back room of a local dry cleaner, Parker said. That's our mission. Find out if that's true and if Officer Kraft is there. Silence rang through the room. Were they supposed to say something? Mason looked at Ace, who was watching Jacob. Always watching Jacob. Mason smirked. Ace jerked his gaze away and squinted his eyes, moving them to each man in the room. So, get ready. We're out of here in 5 fucking minutes, Ace growled. It was the order they'd all been waiting for. Scrambling, every person ran for their rooms and gear. Mason dodged around Gage and was fully dressed in tactical gear in 2 minutes. He snatched up his 9mm handgun and ran smack into a fully geared Gage blocking the doorway. He stepped back and looked up. Gage's eyes were a swirling turmoil of green, and Mason's mouth grew dry. Hard hands reached out and double-checked the Velcro straps on his vest, and he almost smiled. Almost, but his heart hurt a little too much right now. The bruises hadn't even begun to heal, and they wouldn't until he had his answers. No matter what, Gage whispered, I have your back. The words choked Mason up for a few moments before he could answer. Ditto. Yeah? Gage asked roughly. Apparently he didn't believe him. Always. No matter what. Relief swept through Gage's eyes, and Mason slipped past the man and walked down the hallway. If he stayed there, he would have bawled, and he wasn't going to do that now. Maybe later. Maybe. They rolled up silently on the dry cleaner by way of the alley in the back of the building. The place was bigger than Mason had expected. Eagle and Link met them there. An LAPD officer sprinted over and handed Parker a piece of paper. We have the warrant, Parker said, and with a nod, Gage cut the padlock of the gated door and eased it open. Hunter, Beckett, and Holden were out front guarding the front entrance. Mason followed Gage, Parker, and Jacob through the back door. Eagle and Link brought up the rear. Parker and Jacob went left, and he and Gage went right while Eagle and Link disappeared into the racks of hanging clothes. The information that this was a small dry cleaner was false. It looked to be a laundry warehouse service where the cleaning business was done in a small area up front and the rest of the company was run in the back. The clunking sounds of washers and drying machines filled the room with constant noise. Door, Gage whispered. Running at a crouch down one of the aisles, Mason put his back to Gage's when they reached the door to what looked to be an office. Covering the way they'd just come, Mason watched the narrowed aisle, his gun held in a firm grip. Gage lifted up and peeked into the glass window that ran the length of the office. After a second, Gage lowered slowly back down. It's Kraft, and he looks alive, Gage whispered. Holy fucking hell. They'd found Kraft and he was alive. Adrenaline pumped through his body and he returned Gage's nod. He lifted a finger and pressed the mic. Kraft located, he whispered. Back office, south side. Gage held up 4 fingers. 4 armed suspects, Mason finished softly and released the mic. Eagle and Link reached them first. The pair were armed for fucking bear and looking meaner than wildcats. Parker and Jacob, holding automatic rifles, brought up the rear to protect their flank. We go in on 3, Gage said to him, Eagle, and Link. 4 on 4. It wouldn't be a fair fight. Lethal force? Eagle asked. If necessary, Gage said with a grunt. Mason squeezed his gun when Gage reached up to slowly turn the doorknob to the office. When the door cocked open an inch, Gage shoved it so hard the wood slammed wide and cracked against the wall. Gage went in first and rolled. No gunfire yet. That was a plus. Sweeping into the room, Mason ran for one of the perps reaching for a gun. Dropping low, Mason sent his gun barrel first into the man's junk, and the perp went down with a cry of agony. Gage had a gun pointed to one man's head just as Eagle and Link converged on the other 2. One perp thought about fighting, but Eagle had the fucker by the head and cracked it into the wall. Mason dropped down with a knee to the back of his perp's neck. He placed his handgun hard into the side of the guy's temple. "Move and you're dead," he growled. "Breach," Gage ordered. It was the signal for Holden, Beckett, and Hunter to come through the front door. Parker and Jacob came into the office and hurried over to Officer Roger Kraft, who was tied to a chair in the corner. The guy was in bad shape, but breathing. "Call medical," Gage snapped into the mic. "Roger," Parker called, gently lifting the man's wobbling head. The officer's face was so swollen Mason winced when the man groaned in agony. "Parker," Roger Kraft whispered through what sounded like a broken jaw. When the perp beneath his knee wiggled, Mason sent his weight harder down on the guy's neck. "Give me a fucking reason," Mason growled and smacked the end of his gun against the guy's temple. The man gasped with a grunt and went completely still. "Yeah, buddy, it's me," Parker said tightly and untied Roger's hands. Kraft's arms fell limp to his sides, too weak from being tied for so long. Parker held Roger to keep him from slipping to the floor. Jacob snatched up a bottle of unopened water from the table, twisted it open, and put the tip to Roger's lips. The man tried to drink and swallow, but more ended up running down his chin and neck. "Are any of these men the Fox brothers?" Gage asked Parker. "No," Parker scowled, and then walked across to one of the perps and power-lifted the man by the back of the neck. "I work with a very special team of operatives who would rather see you dead than do paperwork. You got me." The perp gasped, eyes wide, and nodded. "Where are the Fox brothers?" They left town. Canada, I think," the man stuttered. Parker dropped the perp to his ass and stalked back over to Kraft. "Hang on, Roger," Parker said, placing a gentle hand on the man's shoulder. "Ambulance is on the way," Holden growled from the open doorway. Beckett and Hunter moved inside the office, working from one perp to the next, zip-tying hands until every man was secure and the weapons were piled on the table in the middle of the room. Officer Kraft started to cry, and the horror-filled sound echoed in the room. Mason couldn't take it. He held Gage's eyes for a split second. When the man's form blurred, Mason booked it the hell out of there. "Mason!" He didn't stop when Gage called his name, instead pushing through the cops and SWAT coming from the alleyway entrance. He didn't stop until he was outside at the back of the building and sucking in huge gulps of air. "Mason!" He spun and placed his hands on the wall and gazed down at the filthy ground until he could get a grip on his emotions. He never lost it. Ever. But he lost it just now, and he figured it had something to do with his feelings for the big, rough, and loving man standing next to him, with a voice filled with so much concern, Mason couldn't answer for several long moments. Instead of saying he was okay, because he clearly wasn't, he said the one thing he'd been dying to say since this morning. "Tell me about your son." Chapter 23. Gage. "His name is Joey," Gage said gruffly and studied the hot cup of coffee between his hands. The noise of the diner they'd found was muffled in the background. He'd need to thank Eagle and Link for lending him and Mason their SUV. He glanced up when Mason didn't say anything. As soon as he met the man's gaze, Mason reached across the table and caught his hands. "He's 3. He's shy, but he wasn't always that way. He used to be such a handful, but lately, he's insecure and unhappy. He cries when Tina takes him, and there's nothing I can do about it." He knew his words came out tangled and rushed, but he had so much he wanted to tell Mason. Mason's eyes filled with worry, and his love for the man deepened. Somewhere between that first handshake Mason had spoken about to this table right here, he'd fallen head over heels in love with this man. "I'm trying to sue for full custody. I think she's being cruel to Joey, but I don't have proof. He's too young to decide on his own, so the courts gave us joint custody," he went on doggedly. "My lawyer says I can't be in a relationship with a man because the judge might be prejudiced against gays." Something like rage flashed in Mason's eyes for a split second, but then was gone. The man's fingers tightened on his own. Gage drew in a deep breath and finished. That's why we can't be anything beyond a date. We can't be a couple until I get custody of Joey." Mason opened his mouth, took a breath, and then closed it and waited. Gage didn't know what else to say, so after the silence went on too long for his comfort, he finally spoke. "What do you think?" This man's opinion mattered to him. "Who's your lawyer?" "James Preston." Something swept into Mason's eyes. "Will you take me to meet him?" The question was so out of the blue that Gage couldn't think for a moment, but then he found himself nodding. "Of course, if that's what you want." "Oh, yeah." Mason's smile looked a bit calculating, and Gage wasn't sure what to make of it, so he thought he might be mistaken. "You want food first?" Gage glanced at the untouched menus. "No? You?" "No, I'm good." An hour and a half later, Gage stood in the lobby of the law offices of James Preston. Mason sat on one of the chairs and casually flipped through a Better Homes and Gardens magazine as if he didn't have a care in the world. Gage imagined, with the amount of money Mason had, he was comfortable in just about any situation. "Mr. Hillcrest," the secretary said, coming down the hallway. "Mr. Preston will see you and your friend now." She gave Mason a sweet smile. Mason winked and caught Gage's hand and drew him down the hallway. Gage tried to dislodge the grip on his hand, but Mason was having none of it. "Relax, she won't tell. She digs this," Mason said, tossing a look at the grinning secretary. Gage burst out laughing just as Mason tossed open the door to James Preston's office. He didn't think it would, but the door cracked back against the doorstop and James jerked upright at his desk. Mason's gaze zeroed in on James. Gage swallowed and made the introductions. "James, this is Mason." "Mason Taylor. I'm Gage's boyfriend." James stumbled up from his desk, his eyes wide, his face a bit pale. "Jesus, you're Mason Taylor." Gage didn't know what the hell was going on, so he stood there with his mouth open. Mason gently placed a finger beneath Gage's chin, and his mouth slowly closed. "Yes, like I said, I'm Mason Taylor." "The world's most eligible bachelor," James said breathily, as if in awe of Mason. "That's right, the same." Mason walked around the office, gazing at the bookshelf filled with odds and ends and the certificates of achievement that hung on the walls. James couldn't take his eyes from Mason, and frankly, neither could Gage. The world's most eligible bachelor? How the hell had he not known that? "We are seriously going to need to work on our communication," he growled at Mason. Mason turned around and eyed him. "Both of us," Gage corrected hurriedly. "Mm-hmm," Mason agreed, and then turned his gaze on James. The attorney's throat moved with a hard swallow. "So, let's get this right. You told Gage, Mr. Hillcrest, that he couldn't get full custody of his son if he were dating a man?" "Well," James cleared his throat, clearly uncomfortable. "I didn't say it exactly that way." "Oh, yeah. The judge might be biased," Mason snapped his fingers. "That was the part you added." "He might be," James said a bit defensively. Mason gnashed his teeth. The sound snapped in the room, and James actually stepped back from his desk. "Look, Mr. Taylor, I don't want any trouble with you." Gage frowned and looked from James to Mason and back again. Mason stepped closer, and Gage became fascinated by the look of utter fury on his lover's face. "You are fired, and you're lucky I don't have you drawn and quartered. You'll refund Mr. Hillcrest's money immediately, and don't you ever," Mason spat the words out, "ever contact Gage again, or I will come back here and bury you." James lifted a hand to his chest, his face paper white. "Am I clear?" "Yes." Mason turned to Gage with a smile and held out his hand. Of course, he reached for it and hung on tightly while they left the room. "What just happened?" he rasped, feeling dazed. "Wait until we get in the car," Mason said, and smiled with a wink at the secretary on their way out the door. The doors to the SUV closed them inside, and Gage sat there in a stunned silence for a few minutes. "Can you do that?" "Do what?" Mason tossed him a smile. "Draw and quarter him." "Fuck yes, I can." Mason started the car and punched in a number on his cell phone. The ringing of the phone sounded in the overhead speakers. "Hello?" a woman said. "Bethany, it's Mason. Are you and the boys in?" The woman laughed. "Yes, hold on, Mason. I'll put you on speaker." "You dog," a man's voice said. "Ditch out on our anniversary dinner and we don't hear from you for a month?" "Love you too, buddy," Mason said with a laugh. "You're on speakerphone. I have Gage Hillcrest with me. Gage, meet Scott Hobbs, who's speaking, and one of his partners, Tim Olson, is probably somewhere in the background glowering." "Hello?" Gage said, not sure what else to say. "Oh?" Scott said. "Yes, oh," Mason agreed. "Gage is important." Silence rang through the phone. "As I live and breathe," Scott said in a hushed tone. "Knock it off," another voice, Gage presumed it was Olson, growled. "Nice to meet you, Gage. How can we help?" "We're close. Can we stop by the house?" Mason said. "I'll put on some coffee," Bethany sang. Who are these people? Gage turned to gaze at Mason as he took the freeway just a little too fast. "Olson, Hobbs, and Alder Law. They seemed like family," he said. "Like in a relationship." "It's a throuple," Mason tossed him a smile. "2 men and a woman." "Interesting. You'll love them." Mason took an off-ramp a few miles down the freeway and zoomed through a very expensive side of Bel Air. They pulled up to a gated community and the guard waved them in. Mason parked in front of a mansion-sized home. As they approached the front door, Mason took his hand and held it tightly. A gorgeous woman opened the door. She wore a white button-down dress shirt tucked neatly into tight black pants. Sandals graced her feet, and her toenails matched the pink on her fingers. But it was her hair that drew his attention. Coal black, it hung in rivers of silk to her ass. Mason laughed at his stupefied expression and hugged the woman in the doorway. "Hey, Bethany." "Hiya, sweetie," Bethany said and drew back, offering Gage a hand. "I'm Gage." He shook her offered hand and then stepped inside at her gesture. "Mom," a young girl, probably about 8 years old, cried, coming into the room. "I can't find my remote." "Leave your mother alone," a deep voice said from the doorway, and Gage glanced up to find an equally attractive man standing in the doorway wearing a white dress shirt and dress slacks. "Go find Sissy. Mom, Daddy, and Papa have to help Uncle Mason and his new friend." "Uncle Mason!" the girl squeaked and launched herself into his arms. Mason caught her with a laughing growl and gave her a tight hug. "Sorry," a soft female voice came from the doorway, and a woman in jeans, sneakers, and a blue blouse entered. When Mason set the little girl on her feet, the newest woman came forward. "Come on, Ruby. I found the remote. Tell Uncle Mason goodbye and we'll watch Frozen." The little girl waved and the pair left the room. "Tim Olson," the man shoved from the doorway, and Gage shook the offered hand. "I see you've met our wife, Bethany. Come on, Scott is waiting in the office." They followed the dynamic pair through the mansion. Gage might have felt a bit intimidated if the people hadn't seemed so down to earth. That they were friends with Mason was clear. It was almost as if they were family. "Darling, they're here," Bethany said when they entered the room. Come in," a voice called from across the room. The voice belonged to a man with a shock of red hair and bright blue eyes. Scott Hobbs waved his arms and then held them out to Mason. Mason skirted around him and approached the desk in a rush. He went around the desk and stooped down to give Scott a long hug. That was when Gage noticed the wheelchair and stepped closer. Scott released Mason and swiveled the chair toward him. "Gage, nice to finally meet you." "Finally?" Gage tossed Mason a quick look and leaned across the desk to shake Scott's hand. "Is this the part where I tell you I've had a crush on you for a while?" Mason wrinkled his nose at him in a cute-as-fuck smile. "No," he answered with a chuckle. "You can save that until later." The three others broke out in laughter. "I think you've met your match, Mason," Bethany said with a smile and then turned to Gage. "Cream in your coffee, Mr. Hillcrest?" "Gage, please. And yes." Once everyone was seated, Scott started the ball rolling. "What's going on?" "Preston strikes again," Mason said with a squint. Scott pinched the bridge of his nose. "Wait." Gage glanced around. "You all know James Preston?" "And wish we didn't," Tim said, and told him that he wasn't the first case they'd taken from Preston. "I never even knew he was doing anything wrong," Gage said, rubbing a hand over his mouth. You wouldn't, sweetie, Bethany assured him. But telling you not to date because you're gay is unethical. The fact of the matter is that James is struggling with his own sexuality and he transfers his skewed views onto others. Honey, TMI, Tim said to Bethany, and she turned on her husband. Tell me I'm not wrong. She arched one perfectly plucked eyebrow. You're not wrong, Tim said with a sigh. Christ, all this wasted time, Gage muttered, feeling sick to his stomach. Never fear, Scott said with a smile. We are here to save the day. Yeah, the guy sang that last part, and Gage couldn't help but chuckle while the man's spouses groaned. Tell them your story, Gage. Mason reached for his hand. There in the safety of that room, Gage told it all. Of his fuck-up when he'd married Tina after finding out she was pregnant, how he'd made things worse by hanging in there for a year. He told them about her outrage when he'd told her he was gay and wanted a divorce, of how the past 2 years had been hell ever since she'd been awarded joint custody. She's taking her anger with me out on Joey. I never know where he is. She never keeps me informed. She changed her last address and hasn't updated me or the court. Joey cries when she comes to pick him up. She speaks to him cruelly. His voice cracked. I've recorded it. He pulled out his phone and played one of the numerous video recordings he'd taken in secret. Tina's snide voice could be heard. The video didn't show her face because he'd taken it in secret, and she didn't say anything outright threatening to Joey because Gage had been there. But her tone of voice was mean. Vicious bitch, Bethany snapped, and Scott reached for her hand. Sorry. The woman threw him a contrite look. No apologies needed, Gage said. Mason inched closer to him and placed a hand on his thigh. So you don't know where your son is right now? Tim said, getting back to business. No, I mean, it's her week, but I call every evening to say goodnight to Joey. She doesn't pick up every time, but this time she hasn't picked up in 3 days. She's never gone this long. Simply put, he had no clue where Joey was, and Tina wasn't returning his calls. Hang tight, Tim said with a smile. I'll send our investigator to her last known address. You can do that? Scott smiled. Yes, we can. Just give us the last address you have. Gage found the address in his phone and gave it to Scott. Lifting Mason's hand from his thigh, Gage linked their fingers. When he glanced over, he found the man's blue eyes locked on his face. He couldn't afford what these 3 attorneys charged, but he'd pay for the rest of his life if they could help him get full custody of Joey. The throuple sprang into action, and the room became a hum of noise. Thank you, he whispered to Mason while he had the man's attention. Mason lifted his hand and kissed his fingers. Chapter 24. Mason. The waiting was excruciating for Mason, so he could only imagine how Gage felt. He jumped to his feet and tugged at Gage's hand. Come on, I'll show you how the other half lives. Gage smirked and got to his feet. Don't let him fool you, Gage, Scott called out. Mason could buy us 10 times over. Gage looked stunned at the news, and Mason snorted and tightened his fingers just in case Gage wanted to bolt. A slight exaggeration, he promised Gage, and drew the man from the room to take a turn around the massive gardens. The stunned, panicked look left Gage's face when Mason pulled him outside into the beautiful, lush foliage. Mason moved in close to Gage and wrapped his arms around the man's waist. Gage held him with a tight squeeze. Please don't leave me because of my money, Mason whispered in a tight voice. Hey, Gage said roughly and eased back. Fingers moved beneath Mason's chin to tip his head up. I would never leave you because of your money. Promise. Gage gave a slanted smile. I don't think you realize how much I love. Gage paused and cleared his throat. I feel the same, Mason said with a pounding heart. Is it too soon? After a year of going round and round, Gage's smirk morphed into a smile. We've been saints. Mason sniffed and gave a wobbling nod. Hey, Gage said, drawing him closer again. I'm serious. I'm not going anywhere. Not even if I insist on private schools and college tutors and princess bedrooms? Not even then. Or graduation sports cars and trips to Cancun? Those included. When I dress you in a tux that costs more than your salary and take you to benefit after benefit? As long as I get to pick the tux, Gage growled, that same smile toying at his lips. Not even when... Gage pressed fingers to his lips to stop the flow of words. Not even then. You don't know what I was going to say, Mason pouted. It doesn't matter. I'm not going anywhere. Now promise me the same. I promise, he said immediately. My mother is going to love you. I've met your mother, Gage pointed out, and he was right. Gage had met his mother when Leslie came to the reopening of the brewery after the explosion that took out the bar area. Yes, but you haven't met my mother as my boyfriend. Your mother loves me. She does? He blinked. Yes, I struck up a conversation with her at the brewery and she invited me over for dinner. That was months ago. Yes, but she invited me. So that means she likes me, Gage said as if that sounded reasonable. Mason couldn't help his snicker snort. It was true, though. His mother wouldn't invite anyone she didn't like to dinner. Gage, Mason, Brittany called from the doorway. Gage tensed and Mason locked their fingers together and pulled the bigger man back to the doorway. We have our investigator on speakerphone. Once enclosed back in the office, Mason stood by Gage's side instead of taking a seat. Gage was restless, and the lines of worry bracketing his mouth had Mason worried as well. On the phone with us is Paul McCoy, Scott said. Go ahead, Paul. We have Gage Hillcrest and Mason Taylor joining us. Hey, Mason, Paul said. Hey, Paul. So, Mr. Hillcrest, I went by the last known address of your ex-wife and the place was vacant. I've located her newest address in a neighborhood just outside of La Brea. According to the neighbors, she lives there with a man. The neighborhood isn't the best. Looks like a lot of drug trafficking goes on there. Her car wasn't there, and when we canvassed the house, it looked like there were a few kids' toys. Gage rubbed at his mouth. What do we do? Well, right now we wait until she comes home, unless you have an idea of where she'd be. I have no idea. A vision of Tina flirting for booze at the club flashed through Mason's mind. Fucking hell, why hadn't he thought of that sooner? I might. Gage jerked toward him with a quick suck of breath. It just dawned on me, Mason said with disbelief. What just dawned on you? She was there. She was at the club when Jacob and I were looking for Kraft. Who's Kraft? Tim and Paul both said. Someone in a case we're working on, Mason said with a shake of his head and told them of how Tina had come in to work the men at the bar for drinks. What day was that? Bethany asked. It was the same day I asked her to pick Joey up early, Gage said. What time did she pick up Joey? About 3 o'clock. I know because she came an hour early, Gage said gruffly. What time did you see her at the club, Mason? Sometime around 3:30. He swallowed. But she didn't have a little boy with her. So she picked up Joey at your place and dropped him at the sitter to hit the bars? Scott said flatly. We can work with that. What's the name of the club? Paul asked. Franklin's off West Main, he said absently, holding Gage's gaze. Fear spiked down his spine. I had no idea, Mason whispered harshly. Excuse us, Gage said and gripped him by the hand to pull him from the room. I'll have my team head over to the bar. It was the last thing he heard Paul say before Gage pulled him into the hall and snapped the door closed. I had no idea. Mason's voice cracked and he gripped his hair in his fists. Mason. How could I have known? He slapped a hand to his forehead. Mason. What? He stopped raking his fingers through his hair. This is not your fault. You didn't know about Joey. This is on me. I should have shared it with you sooner. If I had told you, you would have told me about her being there. I would have, he whispered fiercely. I would have confronted her at the bar if I'd had known she had your son. Mason felt a bit adrift, like he'd been left in the dark, and he fisted his hands. Don't ever do this shit again, he snapped. I'm sorry. I mean it. If there's something else you need to come clean about, then you tell me right the fuck now, Mason hissed. I'm overdue on my mortgage, I'm late for my double shift at the bar, and Travis is growing out of his last pair of shoes." "What?" Mason said on a half-laugh, half-sob. "That's it, baby." "No. Wait." Gage swallowed hard. Mason pressed his hands to his mouth, waiting. He shot bad guys, ran with an elite team of operatives, and carried an automatic rifle into situations that would make a grown man cry. But waiting for Gage to come clean almost brought him to his knees. "What? You have another wife?" he choked out. "No." Gage rubbed hands at his face. "My parents are drug addicts. I give them money when I can." "That enables them to use," Mason pointed out. "I'm not perfect." "I don't want perfect," he charged. "But we are going to discuss this further." He poked his finger in Gage's chest. "Yes, darling." Gage smiled and caught his finger to bring it to his lips for a kiss. "I'm serious." "So am I." Mason moved in for a kiss and Gage didn't disappoint. As long as they were honest with each other, the rest of the crap would work itself out. Chapter 25. Gage. Before Gage and Mason could make it back into the office, a voice from near the front hallway called out. "Hey guys," Jacob said, coming toward them. "What are you doing here?" Gage asked Jacob with a look of surprise. "I asked Jacob to come," Tim said from the open office doorway. "I figured since you all work for the same employer, you could use him as backup." "Backup for what?" Mason frowned. "How do you know Jacob?" Gage cut in. Jacob laughed and hugged Tim and Bethany before walking through the office door. Gage pulled Mason to a stop. "Did you know that Jacob knew these people?" "Of course." Mason grinned and kissed him on the lips before striding after Jacob, and Gage followed everyone, still trying to process being part of the rich crowd. "You know of Pegasus?" Gage asked. "Yes," Tim answered. "We all met Jacob's dad at a fundraiser about 6 years ago," Scott said when Jacob came around the desk to hug the guy. "Which dad?" Gage asked. There were 3 of them. "Wild," Mason said. "Who?" Gage asked, looking confused. "My rich one?" Jacob grinned. Mason linked an arm through his. "John Creston." He was still drawing a blank, but it appeared everyone in the room knew Jacob's rich father. "It's a small world," Gage muttered, and the room broke out with laughter. "Didn't Mason tell you that we're on retainer for Giovanni Rossi?" Bethany asked him before giving Mason a pointed look. Mason was quick to hold up his hands, anger flashing across his face. "I was going to, but things were moving kind of fast." Gage caught Mason's uplifted hands in his, and that seemed to calm the man down. The last thing he wanted was Mason upset over that. Mason was quickly becoming his rock, and he needed the man focused on the task at hand. Locating Joey. Mason took a breath and walked into his arms, and Gage pulled him close. "I have Paul on the line," Scott pointed to the speakerphone. Jacob dropped onto one of the loungers, looking at home in a place Gage couldn't imagine using the restroom in. The down-to-earth attitudes of the occupants made the mansion seem almost normal, but he had to wonder just how long it would take him to acclimate to this lifestyle. "Mr. Hillcrest," Paul's voice came over the line. "I'm here." He turned toward the phone, but kept one arm around Mason's waist. "We found your wife's car in the parking lot of the club, and your wife is inside the club." "And my son?" "There's no sign of the boy," Paul let out a sigh. "I think you need to get here, and to keep this on the up and up, you should involve the police." "I'll call Parker," Jacob said and lifted his cell phone. Gage looked at Mason, his mind going blank. He couldn't even think straight. "It's okay." Mason stepped closer again, becoming the rock he needed him to be. "Where's Joey?" Gage's voice came out like a croak. "Parker?" Jacob's voice sounded as if in a tunnel. He could hear Jacob telling Parker what was happening, but nothing really computed through Gage's fog. "I'll meet you here," Paul said, yanking him from his stupor. "I'm at the club. I won't let her leave if she comes out." "Babe," Mason whispered and caught his hand. "Let's go." He was outside sucking in huge gulps of air before he even remembered walking out of the house. Mason tucked him into Eagle's SUV. I can get my car later, Jacob said, and jumped into the back of their vehicle. Call me the minute you find something out, Bethany yelled from the doorway. We will start the paperwork. Mason punched the gas pedal and the SUV left the Bel Air estate with a squeal of tires. Parker, Ace, Eagle, and Link met them in the club's parking lot. How's Officer Kraft? Gage asked when the four men approached. He's out of surgery. He had some internal bleeding they managed to stop and repairs to his face and hands. It's going to be touch and go for a while, but the doctors are hopeful, Parker said. I'm glad, Gage said. Thanks to Pegasus, Parker responded. So, listen, this club was part of the Fox Brothers operation, and while we believe they're in Canada, keep your eyes peeled. Did you find evidence of them in Canada? Gage asked. I'm working with the Canadian police as we speak, Parker said, and then glanced at the club before back at Gage. Fill me in. What's the situation? As quickly as possible, Gage briefly filled them in about his son, Tina, and the ongoing saga. She frequents this club and is currently inside. I don't know where my son is, and it's her week to have him, Gage said, and then clenched his teeth. What is our legal recourse? Mason asked Parker. If you share joint custody and it's her week to have him, then you don't have cause to remove him unless she's left the boy in harm's way. I don't know where she left him. Then this needs to be an unofficial stakeout, Parker said. We will tail her back to where your son is. If he's in an unsafe environment, then I'll personally remove him. I have a judge on speed dial, Jacob said, holding up his phone. You do? Ace gazed at Jacob like he was seeing the man for the first time. I do have friends in high places, Jacob said with a smirk. And a filthy rich dad, Mason pointed out. That too, Jacob huffed. But this was all me. I helped a district judge when a hacker stole sensitive information from his personal laptop. Gage's mouth dropped open and then snapped closed. Was asking for a judicial favor even legal? Fuck it. Everybody could call in all their favors if it helped him locate Joey. All right, I suggest you and Mason stay out of sight, Ace said. Me? Mason said. What did I do? According to Cooper, you confronted the ex-wife when she was speaking to Gage. Cooper has a big mouth, Mason muttered. Regardless, you two disappear, Ace pointed to him and Mason. Eagle and Link, you go inside and act like paying customers. Oh, I've always wanted to drink on the job, Eagle cackled. Link rolled his eyes. Come on, you freak. I'm not a freak. I'm a realist. Link shoved Eagle toward the club doors with a groan. We'll be in Eagle's SUV, Mason said, tugging at Gage. Who's going to watch the parking lot? Gage asked, not budging no matter how much Mason pulled. We are, Jacob said, pointing to him and Ace. Ace's head snapped up like he'd just swallowed a lemon. And you? Gage said to Parker. I'll be close by, Parker smiled. Don't worry, by the time the night is over, we'll know where your son is. Gage had to be satisfied with that answer. He didn't have to like it, but what Parker was trying to do made sense. They had to follow the law or shit would go south and his actions could be seen as a violation of the joint custody agreement instead of concern for his son's welfare. Gage finally moved at Mason's urging, and when they slid into the SUV, Mason started the engine. Where are you going? See that burger place right there? Mason pointed to the Jack-in-the-Box down the street. I'm going through the drive-thru and we are getting something to eat. God help him, he didn't want to eat, but his stomach said otherwise. I can't remember the last time I ate, Gage whispered. I think it was the shake I gave you the other morning. No, really? No, we ate fast food at the safe house last night, but still, that's not enough to keep my strength up, much less yours. He gave Mason a rueful smile. Mason opened his mouth as if to say something and then closed it, only to open it one more time and then close it again. What is it? Gage said. You told the group back at the mansion of how you got married to Tina, divorced, and custody. But where did you and Tina meet? Gage gave a deep sigh. At a bar when I was on a weekend leave. We hit it off and screwed around. I gave her my cell phone number. 6 weeks later, she sent me a text that she was pregnant. Did you have a paternity test done? When Joey was born, yes. The next weekend we were married and I had her and Joey added to my benefits. Did she live on the base? Hell no. She sucked my paychecks dry and lived off base. We managed to make it work, but honestly, it was because I was stationed overseas. A year later, I came home and told her I was gay. Just like that? Well, yeah, I've always been gay, but I finally told her. And? Mason asked when he grew silent. You know the rest. She freaked out, and now she's taking her anger at me out on Joey. Mason reached out and took his hand. We will get him back. People put their kids with sitters all the time to go out and party, he pointed out, and lifted Mason's hand to kiss the tips of his fingers. Mason didn't say anything further, and when the car ahead of them pulled away, he eased the SUV up to the order window. I'll have a cheeseburger meal, Mason told the woman at the drive-thru, and then turned to Gage. 3 double-doubles and a large order of fries and a large Dr. Pepper. Gage smirked at Mason's gaping mouth. What? Gage grumbled defensively. We are going to work on your obsession with junk food. So says the guy behind the wheel at a drive-thru burger joint, he pointed out. Mason grinned. Okay, fine, but this is an exception. I want to eat healthy, Gage said. It's expensive, though. Mason didn't speak again until they were parked 2 blocks down from the club and eating their fill of fast food. I know it's expensive, but Jenny cooks, so you and the kids shouldn't have any problems eating healthy now. A bite of burger lodged in his throat. Mason spoke as if he wanted them to live with him. It was completely unexpected. Gage grabbed for his Dr. Pepper and took several long swallows from the straw. What? He gazed up to find Mason studying him. I didn't say anything, Gage said defensively. Your look did, Mason returned flatly. Do you not want to live with me? Of course I want to live with you, he growled. Just warn a guy, will you? A smile toyed at the edge of Mason's mouth, and laughter filled the man's eyes. That was out of the blue, Mason admitted, his gaze contrite. I should have asked. Gage, will you and the kids move in with me? It's not too soon for you. Soon? Mason's smile was sexy as all hell. Like you said, we've been saints. Chapter 26. Mason. Fuck. The weight was killing Mason, so he could only imagine what it was doing to Gage. After eating, Gage had dropped into silence, using a pair of binoculars to stare at the front door of the club. The man had barely moved. Gage suddenly reached up and pushed the mic in his ear. Eagle. Report. They'd managed to get mics set up several hours ago when Link came out as if to piss behind the club. Oliver had shown up with several mics and recording equipment for Pegasus. They hadn't thought to bring the Pegasus vehicle, but really that would have looked out of place. Where's your cast? Mason asked the medic. Oliver smiled. I'm free. He held up the cane he had in his hands. When the hell did you have time to have your cast removed? Mason asked Oliver with a frown. I called in a favor. I am a medic, after all, Oliver smirked. Anyway, I'm down to just the cane to take the strain off, but another couple of weeks and I'll be good as new. That was a nasty break, Parker pointed out, though it was more of a growl, like he wanted to argue that Oliver was here without his cast on. Was I talking to you? Oliver said to Parker. Hey, be nice, Gage scowled at the medic. Oliver rolled his eyes. Sorry, the man mouthed to Parker. No, you're not, Parker responded with a squinted look. You're right, I'm not, Oliver said with a cheeky grin. We could be here a while, Eagle finally responded a few moments later. She looks like she'll be making a night of it. It was the same answer Eagle had given them every hour on the hour over the past 5. She fucking left him somewhere and doesn't give a shit, Gage muttered after releasing the mic. I know, Mason soothed. Why doesn't she do this fucking shit during the time he's not with her? Why put him with someone, probably a stranger, and scare him? Gage's voice wobbled. I know, babe. We'll get him. Mason linked his fingers with Gage, trying to offer more than emotional support. He could only imagine how scared Joey was right now, and his heart hurt. He held on to his rage as best he could. He needed to be here for Gage. Sometimes people needed someone to hold on to, and he wanted to be that person for Gage. Mason remembered a time when his twin had been in the clutches of a diabolical criminal. It had only been a short while, but Mason hadn't felt that scared in his entire life. Thank God Joshua Green had been there for Forrest. "Come on, I need to use the restroom," Mason murmured. Gage pulled his eyes from the club and turned to him. The fatigue and worry-filled gaze had Mason's own concern growing. "We can use the one at the burger place," Mason said. When Gage hesitated in answering, Mason hurriedly went on. "We can splash cold water on our faces. I'll call Jacob to tell him and Ace to stay put until we get back." "Yeah, that sounds good," Gage rasped. "What?" He blinked, having zoned out. Gage gave him a slight smile. "Washing up and using the head." "Oh, yeah," he huffed with a quick smile and started the SUV. Gage reached out and punched in a number on the phone, and it rang in the overhead speakers. "Mason?" Jenny's soft voice came through the speakers. "Mason and Gage here," Mason said. "Hey, you two. How's it going?" "It's going," Gage said. "How is everything?" "Travis is on the beach playing frisbee with the neighbor kids," Jenny laughed. "I can see him from here. And Molly is playing right here on the patio with me and Forrest's kids. It's almost time for dinner. Did you want me to get them?" Jenny asked. "No, Jenny, that's okay. Let them play. I just wanted to check in," Gage said gruffly. "Of course. If there's anything I can do, let me know." "Jenny," Mason said before Gage could end the call. "Yes?" "Gage has a 3-year-old son. We can't find the boy's location, but when we do, we'll be bringing him home." Her swift intake of breath was followed by a set of modified curse words. Something along the lines of sugar, good grief, and holy moly. Gage's face filled with amusement at the string of emphatically spoken nonsense. "And I've asked Gage to move in with me. That means Travis, Molly, and Joey will need you. We all will need you." "Oh, Mason, Gage, you just made my whole year," Jenny sniffled, her voice clogged with tears. After a few more minutes of talking, Mason ended the call, promising to be in touch. "She's a sweetheart," Gage said. "She really is. She was with a family for a really long time, and when the kids went off to college, they didn't need her anymore. That won't happen at my house," he told Gage. "Jenny will forever have a place at my table." Gage's eyes turned like green fire, and the hand he had clutched around the man's fingers was lifted. "I do love you," Gage whispered against his fingers. Mason winked because his throat was too tight to speak. They used the restroom quickly after that and made it back to again park 2 blocks down the street from the club. Surely Tina would come out soon. It would be dark before she made an appearance, and it would happen in a way nobody was prepared for. Chapter 27. Gage. Waiting was pure hell. As the evening grew later and night filled the sky, he'd become more and more impatient to go in there and demand she tell him where Joey was. Each time the team had talked him out of it. "Shit," Mason said. Gage brought his binoculars up for the 100th time and zeroed in on the front door. A black SUV pulled up near the entrance. 2 men got out and stood next to the SUV. Jackets bulging, he knew they were packing heat. 2 other men emerged. "Fucking hell," he rasped. "It's the Fox brothers," Mason said. "Are you sure?" He strained to see through the binoculars, but the pair of men walked into the club. How the fuck had he missed that? It was stress, pure and simple. He couldn't process anything past the desire to get his son. He'd recuse himself if he fucked up one more time. It was the right thing to do. For Joey. They're supposed to be in Canada. He knew his voice sounded choked up, but everything suddenly felt surreal. Mason pushed the mic and spoke. "Ace, Parker, the Fox brothers are entering the building." "I fucking see them," Parker growled. "Great. Just fucking great," Gage muttered. Mason was the only one that could hear him, and his eyes burned as he stared at his love. Work and family. His two worlds had officially collided. "Everyone just chill the fuck out," Link's rasp filled the mic. "We've got eyes on Tina." "You know those big fuckers guarding the back room?" Eagle asked. "Yeah, Mason and I saw those guys when we were here the other day," Jacob responded. "Well, one of the brothers walked right past them without incident," Eagle said. Several moments went by before Eagle came on the mic. "Gage, any chance your ex-wife knows the Fox brothers?" "No," he said, hot denial in the word. But did he really know that? Did he know Tina all that well anymore? Wait. I honestly don't know. Okay, Charlie Fox is officially talking to Tina. The conversation looks heated. The place is pretty crowded, so what do you want to do? Eagle said over the mic. "Stand down for a minute. She may be flirting with him," Ace said. "It doesn't look like flirting," Link responded. "Parker, you copy?" Ace said. "I've alerted SWAT. We can't let them get away," Parker said. Fuck this. Gage couldn't sit there and wait for SWAT to arrive. It went against everything in his nature to wait. Tina may be a fuck-up in so many ways, but she was the mother of his son. There wasn't any love lost between them, nor had there ever been. But when his son grew up, he wanted to be able to look the boy in the eyes and say he'd done everything he possibly could to protect her. He jerked his 9mm from where it lay resting between him and Mason and slid out of the SUV. Mason didn't try to stop him. Instead, the operative slipped out of the driver's side and met him around the back of the SUV. Gage pulled the vests Oliver had given them out of the back of the SUV and shoved one at Mason. No way was he losing the love of his life to these assholes. Wordlessly, Mason slid on the vest and pulled back on his jacket. Gage did the same. He normally didn't wear a jacket over his vest, but because they might need to get inside the club, he pulled it on. It was a good thing the Southern California springtime evening was cooler than normal. "Gage," Ace said through the mic. "I'm not waiting, Commander," Gage growled back. "You might want to hold up, Gage. One brother is leading Tina toward the entrance," Eagle said. "Did the other come out the back room yet?" Gage asked. "Shit, son of a bitch," Link hissed. "Hold your fire. Do not shoot. Fucking do not shoot." A single gunshot echoed through the mic. They heard screaming before the comm was cut off. "Eagle! Eagle, report!" Ace shouted. Gage took off running in the fucking dark. They'd holed up 2 blocks down, and he regretted that more than anything right now. He could barely make out the front of the club when bodies poured out. People were screaming and running in all directions. A couple fell, and the bouncer was trying to help them up when more people poured out. The sound was a distant roar until they reached about a block away. "That gunshot was a warning shot from Bobby Fox," Eagle said. "The men around Tina were giving Charlie shit when he grabbed her, so Bobby fired into the ceiling." "Is your cover blown?" Ace shouted. "Negative," Eagle said. Above the noise, he heard Tina shrieking as she came through the door. Charlie Fox had her by the hair and was dragging her toward the waiting SUV. The 2 men guarding the vehicle opened the door, and Charlie shoved Tina toward the gaping hole. She slapped and kicked, but Charlie picked her up and tossed her inside. "Hold your fucking fire!" Link shouted through the mic, and when Bobby Fox emerged from the club, Gage suddenly realized why Link was so frantic. His blood froze in his veins. His heart thundered in his ears, and he felt Mason jerk him to stop with a grip on his vest. The Fox brother held Joey in one arm. His son's head was resting on the fucker's shoulder. It didn't appear that Joey was awake. Had they knocked him out? Bobby's arm was cinched around his son's tiny waist, and in the man's free hand he held a gun with a suppressor. Bobby slid into the vehicle, and Joey was lost to his view. In seconds, the SUV was pulling away from the curb and zooming down the dark street. Pressing the mic in his ear, he shouted, "Follow them!" Horror clogged his throat and rooted his feet to the pavement when he reached the parking lot of the club. "She's got a tracker on her. I put one on about 5 hours ago," Eagle said into the mic, answering Gage even over the shouting and enormous noise of panicking people. SWAT rolled up on the scene and started assisting the customers of the club. Parker ran over to speak with the one in charge. "We don't need to follow too close," Jacob said, and jogged up to him with Oliver bringing up the rear. "What tracker?" Gage growled. Was it the special one I gave you? Oliver asked Eagle over the mic. Yeah, that one, Eagle replied. Link and I are coming out. My special tracker? Jacob turned to Oliver. Yeah, with the nifty microphone, Oliver said. Why didn't you fucking turn the sound on? Gage snapped, advancing on Jacob. Ace stalked forward, his fists clenched. Stand the fuck down, the commander ordered, but Gage was far from able to do that. Jacob didn't back up. Instead, the man put out a hand and braced it against Ace's chest to prevent the commander from taking a shot at Gage. Let him. Gage would fuck Ace up if he got in his way. Jacob glared up into Gage's face. Because of the fucking background noise. You can't hear shit through the bug in a fucking nightclub, Jacob growled. Do you know how difficult it is to create a bug that's a listening device in the first place? No, he said gruffly. Jacob sure had fucking balls to take him on while holding Ace back with one hand. We are not one of the agencies, so I have to create that shit on my own, Jacob snapped. I'm sorry, Gage said. And I can fight my own fucking battles, Jacob hissed, turning on Ace. Ace glanced from Jacob's furious face to the hand planted against his chest. Parker made his way back over to them, along with Eagle and Link. It's coming online, Oliver hissed through the turmoil and leaped into the driver's seat of one of the SUVs. Everyone but Eagle and Link got inside, and Oliver rolled down the window and turned up the volume. Eagle leaned in to listen, while Link stood watching the street and patrons being helped by SWAT. You're lucky we didn't kill anyone, Charlie was saying. I would have liked that, Bobby laughed. There was a brief moment of silence. Let go of me, Tina snapped, the irritation in his ex-wife's voice clear over the bug. Like I told your bartender, I saw the chief of police at the place my ex works. I can give you the address. Where's my money? You didn't have to drag me and the kid out of there. We have a better idea, Charlie Fox said. His laugh came out evil-sounding even through the bugged microphone. You're going to take us there. Gage looked at Mason in shock. Are they going to the brewery? They fucking better not shoot it up again, Oliver muttered, and started the vehicle. Eagle and Link ran to their own vehicle and were hot on the SUV's ass when the medic pulled the SUV out of the parking lot. Oliver punched the gas, pointing the vehicle in the direction of the brewery. Call Cooper and have him get everyone out of there and put up a sign that says cleaning or some shit like that, Ace told Jacob. On it, Jacob pulled out his cell phone and punched the speaker. Cooper, how packed are we? 10 of the regulars. It's a weeknight. I'm just shooting the shit with Hunter, Holden, and Beckett. Cooper's slow drawl came over the speakerphone. Is Peter at the door? Jacob asked of the brewery's bouncer. Yep. Look, evacuate the civilians. Get everyone out of there now and get the brewery staff below in the bunker, Ace growled. On it, but what's going on? Cooper said. A rustling came through Tina's bug. Shh, quiet, Gage growled, and everyone inside the vehicle froze. I'll call you right back, Cooper, Jacob whispered and ended the call. More rustling came through the listening device. Why is your kid not waking up? Charlie asked Tina. I gave him a sedative. He's a brat, so I knock him out so I can party. Can you believe this broad? Charlie snorted. Yeah, mother of the fucking year. Bobby sounded disgusted. You're one to talk. You're both wanted by every cop in the city, Tina snapped back. Rage locked his limbs and glazed his vision. She drugged their son so she could fucking party. She knew he would have kept Joey if she felt the need to go out. She'd done it out of fucking hateful spite. He'd fucking kill her. This is all being recorded, Jacob said quietly, sounding worried. The man's voice came to him as if from a long tunnel. Gage couldn't move. The area inside the SUV whitened out, and then his world turned to fire. Only Mason brought him back from the brink. Chapter 28. Mason. Gage, get your fucking head in the game, Mason snarled. Fisting Gage's shirt, he yanked the guy forward and then slammed him back against the inside door of the SUV. The look of rage died on Gage's face, and his glazed-over eyes snapped back into focus. Fuck, that had been a close one, and Mason actually feared for Tina's life. He wanted her charged and arrested, but not dead, and he knew Gage would feel the same after the rage subsided. "You with me?" he hissed, getting into Gage's face. Nobody in the SUV said a word. Why would they? Any one of them in Gage's shoes would have fucking snapped, and who knows what the outcome would have been if he hadn't seen Gage about to lose his shit. Gage's eyes caught and held his, and the man nodded with a jagged release of breath. Mason smoothed down the front of Gage's jacket where he'd wrinkled it and turned to Ace. "What's the plan?" "They're after me," Parker said before Ace could reply. "I say give them me." "No," Oliver said, scowling at Parker through the rearview mirror. "That's just stupid." In the dim lighting of the overhead light, Parker gave the back of Oliver's head a squinty-eyed look. "You got a better plan?" "I do," Oliver's chin tipped. "Have Peter guard the door to prevent any civilians coming inside. Have the staff stay working and put Hunter, Holden, and Beckett as customers. Make it look like a slow night." "So when they enter, we can take them by surprise?" Jacob asked. "Yeah, that's right, and we jump them," Oliver said. "We aren't jumping shit until we know Joey is safe," Gage snapped. "Agreed," Oliver said with a sigh and turned to Ace. "What now?" Ace didn't hesitate. He gave the nod to Jacob. "Call Cooper back and fill him in. Tell them all to stand down. They have Gage's son with them." Jacob got back on the phone with Cooper and explained the situation to him. "Roger that," the Pegasus operative said. "All civilians are out of the building. If that son of a bitch comes in here with Gage's son, we will hold our fire." "I still think this is a stupid idea." Oliver was facing off with Parker. They all stood in the darkened alley several yards from the brewery. The Fox brothers had arrived a few minutes ago and had taken Tina into the bar. Joey was in the SUV. "I'm wearing a vest," Parker said, and knocked knuckles against the hard surface of his chest. "Not on your head," Oliver hissed back. Parker frowned. "Why would I wear a vest on my head?" "You know, for someone so smart, you're dense," Oliver's hands fisted. Mason stepped over to Oliver, turned him away from Parker, and marched his friend away before he could do anything stupid. When they reached far enough away, he let Oliver go. "Fucked up, didn't I?" Oliver sighed, keeping his back to Parker and the rest of the unit. "No, but you almost did. You need to check your emotions and let Parker do his job. He knows what he's doing," he said, gripping Oliver's shoulder. Oliver let out a longer sigh this time. "You're right. Fuck. Now he probably knows I like him." "Probably. Why? Does that matter?" Oliver rolled his head and cracked his neck. "I guess not. I just don't want to be one in a long line of others." Mason smiled. Parker hadn't looked away from them since he'd pulled Oliver over here. He seriously doubted Oliver was one in a long line. If anything, he was at the head of the line. But he'd save that for another time. "Let's go," Mason said and hurried back to the group. He reached Gage's side and stood listening while Ace explained how shit would go down. "We all know that Charlie, Bobby, and Tina are now in the brewery. Gage's son is in the SUV with the hired muscle. Parker won't enter until you get Joey out of that SUV." Ace finished and then looked at Gage. "Gage has some ideas about how to do that." Everyone turned to Gage. "I'm going to create a distraction that causes the guards of the SUV to get out of the vehicle. When they do, you take them out using any method but a gun, meaning do not shoot at that SUV or I will shoot you myself. Once they are out of the SUV, I'll go in and get Joey." "Copy," Eagle said with a salute, and Mason was reminded that Gage had been an officer in the Marines. His lover was badass. Cooper had already cut the lights in the parking lot of the brewery, and that gave the unit the ability to converge on the scene under the cover of darkness. Every single one of them flanked Gage. One of their own was under the gun. Actually, 3 of their own when you counted Parker and Joey, and he knew without a doubt that every man there would go down fighting to get Gage's son and protect the chief of police. Reaching the side of the building, Gage held up a fist and they all stopped and crouched. Gage's finger lifted and he pointed. Mason eased around the side and found one of the bodyguards smoking outside of the vehicle. The man was leaning against the SUV and staring at the brewery's closed door. Mason glanced back and caught Eagle's gaze. With a short nod, Eagle melted away. The guy was stealthy as all fuck. A few moments later, there was a gurgle and then a scuffle. When Mason eased a bit forward to look around the edge of the building again, Eagle was lowering the thug's body to the ground near the SUV. He thought he spotted blood spurting, but it was too dark to tell. Eagle was deadly with a knife, so he imagined the guy on the ground was never waking up again. Once the guy was down, Eagle ran in a crouch toward the other side of the building, and that was when Mason noticed Link on that side waiting. The pair met up and melted away as if they'd never been there. "Ready?" Gage whispered to him. "Let's do this," he murmured back. The plan was fluid. If the brothers had taken the boy inside, they would have breached the back of the brewery while Parker went through the front. Since Joey was in the SUV, Parker wouldn't go inside until they secured the boy. The rest of the team held back, waiting while he and Gage approached the vehicle. Gage moved to the driver's side and Mason went to the passenger door. He pulled his knife and stayed low, almost crawling up to the passenger side. Mason reached up and grabbed the handle and opened the door. The man in the driver's seat glanced over as if expecting his friend. When it dawned on the guy that it wasn't his partner, the man lunged for a gun on the dashboard. Mason leaped into the passenger seat and pulled his knife across the man's throat. The guy slumped over the steering wheel and Mason shoved the guy back, making sure the perp didn't accidentally hit the horn. His hand slapped the locks, and Gage quickly had the back door open and his son in his arms. Mason eased out of the SUV, softly closed the door, and ran back to the side of the building. Mason passed Parker on his way and gave the man a thumbs up. "Better come back safely," he whispered. "I plan on it," Parker said, and opened the brewery door. When Mason made it around the side of the building, he found Gage there with a sleeping Joey in his arms. All Mason could think was thank fuck the boy hadn't woken up through this crazy night. It would have been permanent emotional damage. Gage had the boy's body resting against his chest with Joey's head resting on his shoulder. Gage's big hand smoothed down the tiny boy's back. Mason had been right all along. Joey was the spitting image of Gage. "Ready?" Jacob whispered. Mason nodded, his gaze holding Gage's over Joey's sleeping body. "I'll be right back," he winked at Gage. "Promise," Gage said. The word held a wealth of meaning. "I promise. Now get him to the hospital to be checked." When Gage hesitated, Mason pointed to the alley. "Go. I'll be right there when I can. I promise." He had something to come back to. He had a family of his own now, and he wouldn't be taking that lightly. Lifting his hand, he crossed his fingers over his heart before he turned and followed the rest of Pegasus back to the front entrance of the building. They had a chief of police to protect. Chapter 29. Gage. "All his vitals are good," Dr. Anderson said with a solemn nod. Joey's pediatrician had made the trip to the hospital this late at night. A nurse had helped him get Joey out of the soiled training diaper for toddlers and wash his son. Joey's bottom had a rash from being in the diaper for so long. No wonder Joey was struggling with potty training. Would his son have eventually woken on his own in the back room of that club with soiled pants? How many times had that happened to him? How many times had Tina left Joey in that situation? "Gage," Dr. Anderson said quietly, placing a hand on his shoulder. Gage swallowed around a tight throat and brushed the hair back from Joey's face. "If you want, I can give him something to wake him up. But I think it might be better to let him wake up naturally," the doctor continued. "No, don't give him any more drugs," he said gruffly. Thank God he'd found Tina's purse in the back seat of the Fox Brothers SUV. He'd grabbed that when he'd grabbed Joey. Sure enough, inside had been a box of over-the-counter sedatives she'd given Joey. 2 were missing from the pack. Joey's blood work had come back with normal levels of the sedative, so at least she hadn't overdosed his son. Since Joey's vitals were stable, the doctor's suggestion to let him sleep it off made sense. "You said she's done this before?" "Yes," Gage croaked and blinked his dry, burning eyes. "I'm not sure how many times. She was overheard telling someone that she drugs him when she wants to party." "Where does she leave him?" Dr. Anderson frowned, his face filled with a horrified expression. "At the club in the back while she drinks at the bar," Gage muttered. He didn't know exactly where in the back, but the thought of his vulnerable baby boy sleeping in the back of some sleazy club brought a sting to his eyes. I have to check on another patient while I'm here, but I'll be back in 10 minutes. We will file a report, Dr. Anderson said. Okay, thanks, he murmured, and after another moment, both the doctor and nurse left the room. Gage's gaze zeroed in on the heart monitor Joey was hooked to. As long as the steady beep sounded, he could stay relatively calm. Yet the urge to kill Tina was still there. She'd be lucky if she got supervised visits after she got out of prison, because as sure as his little boy was breathing, Gage was going to bring her up on child endangerment charges. Which reminded him. He pulled his cell phone out and called Bethany. Gage? I found him. Tears clogged his voice. Oh, thank God, she exclaimed, and then said to someone close by, Gage found Joey. Gage, I'm putting you on speaker. Gage, Scott here. That's good news. He couldn't speak. Where is he? Is he okay? Where are you? Tim this time, firing questions, and Gage could picture him in court. The man's confidence went a long way in settling his nerves, and he took a deep breath. Ventura County General Hospital. We're on our way. Tim clipped the words out. Sit tight and don't talk to anyone, and don't sign anything until I get there. The line went dead and Gage held it tightly in his hand. If he couldn't have Mason with him, then he couldn't think of better people to have there with him. He thought about calling Travis and Molly, but the clock showed just after midnight. He sent Jenny a text anyway. We found Joey, and we'll be home in the morning. Thank goodness, Jenny responded with a plethora of smiling emojis. He shifted in his chair and placed his finger in Joey's small hand. When he was little, Joey would close his fist around his finger and hold on tight. While his son's hand was bigger now, his finger was still huge against his son's small hand. He'd give anything for Joey to wake up and squeeze. Roughly 20 minutes later, he heard a commotion out in the hallway. Sir, I can't let any of you in here. It's after visiting hours. You can shove your visiting hours. That was Tim Olson's voice. Gage eased his finger from where it rested in Joey's limp hand, and he stood, hurrying to the door. It's okay, they're with me. He stood in the open doorway and spoke to the nurse. I don't care who they're with, she hissed. Nobody can be... Shelley, Dr. Anderson's voice overrode her objections. I'll handle this. Go on. Shelley nodded and disappeared. Gage turned back into the room and returned to the chair next to Joey's bed. Dr. Anderson, Tim, Scott, and Bethany all came into the room. Scott closed the door and wheeled his chair to the other side of the bed. The thruple's Bel Air home had to be over an hour from this hospital. Even with it being early morning, it would still take longer than 20 minutes to arrive. What'd you guys do, break the speed limit? Tim snorted. Of course not. We brought the chopper. Gage blinked blankly at Tim. Of course they would have a helicopter. How is he? Scott said. She drugged him. His voice felt raw as he filled the attorney team in on the details. Tim turned on Dr. Anderson and asked, How is Gage's son doing? The doctor took a step back. He's fine. We're letting him wake up naturally. What is that? Tim eyed the paper in Dr. Anderson's grip. I have to fill out a report. The doctor held up the paper. Tim snatched the document from the man and stalked across the room to perch against a table to read it. Bethany gave Gage a quick hug and followed Tim. Is he always this intense? Gage murmured to Scott. Scott's eyes sparkled with amusement. When children are involved. I assume you've alerted the authorities, Tim said to Dr. Anderson. Yes, they're sending someone over. Can you guys take it in the hall? I don't want Joey waking up to a room filled with strangers, Gage asked gruffly. Joey might be fine as long as he was there, but he wasn't going to traumatize his son further just in case. Sure, Scott smiled and lifted a hand with a finger in the air. Let's move this to the hall. I saw some chairs. There's a small waiting room directly across from this room, the doc offered. Tim finally looked up from the paper. Thank you. Dr. Anderson looked taken aback and then smiled. Of course, right this way. The door closed and he placed his finger in Joey's limp hand again before he glanced at his cell phone. It had been well over an hour since he'd left Mason at the brewery. Where the fuck were they? On the heels of that thought, Joey squeezed his finger. His eyes jerked to his son's face, and the boy blinked his eyes and made a noise like a whimper. "I'm here, baby. Joey, it's Daddy," he whispered. Gazing upward, Joey stared at the ceiling for a split second and then rolled his head to glance at him. A smile creased his little boy's face. "Daddy?" "That's right, baby. Daddy's here." Joey rolled on the bed toward him, and Gage reached out to pull his son close and hit the call button next to the bed. "Dr. Anderson is here." "Where?" Joey's eyes lit up and he gazed around the room. "He's going to come through that door any second." Right on cue, the doctor came through the door with a nurse on his heels. "Doc!" Joey said excitedly. "Joey!" Dr. Anderson grinned and tucked his hand into his pocket. Joey held out his hand with gimme fingers and Gage laughed. It was a standing thing between them. The doctor's smile grew and he pulled a strip of brightly colored stickers from his coat pocket. Dutifully, the doctor handed over the stickers and Joey started pulling them off. He placed them on whatever was handy, mostly Gage's cell phone and the front of his shirt. The nurse got a sticker on the front of her as well when she came over to take Joey's temperature in his ear. After a thorough checkup, Dr. Anderson rolled the stool back from the bed. "You're in tip-top shape, Joey." "Tip-top," Joey said, and placed a sticker on the bedsheet. "I'd like to keep him until morning." "Okay." Gage nodded and brushed back Joey's hair. "We're going to spend the night here, buddy." "With Daddy?" Joey said. "With Daddy." That seemed to satisfy Joey, and he played with the stickers for a while longer before curling on his side in the bed. Gage put on the Disney Channel and watched his son's eyelids droop through the song Let It Go in Frozen. Resting his forehead on the bed, he willed the phone to ring, but it stayed silent. He fucking hated being in the dark, but every single member of Pegasus was at the brewery, so he had no way of knowing what was going on. He wasn't sure how long he'd had his head down, and he might have dozed off, but a sound drew his head up and his eyes to the door. Oliver stood there. "Hey," he started, but then his voice petered out at Oliver's expression. Fear clutched at his chest. "Gage," Oliver swallowed. Gage stood in a rush and advanced to the door. Oliver backed up and blocked the exit. "How bad?" "I don't know. But before you go ballistic, I do know he's still breathing." "Where?" he rasped. "In the ER." "Watch my son." Gage gnashed his teeth. "With my life," Oliver promised and approached the bed. Gage took one last look at a sleeping Joey before he left the room. When he reached the hallway, he ran. Chapter 30. Mason. His whole fucking body hurt, but most of all his arm. "Quit touching it," he snarled, trying to get his damned arm comfortable on the bed, but someone kept lifting it and messing with him. "Sir, hold still, please." "Did you give him pain medicine?" another voice asked. "Yes." "Give him more," the voice responded. It wouldn't help. It would only make him sick. "Don't," he rasped, and slowly blinked open his eyes. "Makes me sick." The hospital ceiling came into view over his head, and he blinked until the fuzziness went completely away. The room smelled like sterilized alcohol and medicine. "Are you allergic to pain medicine?" One nurse leaned over so he could see her eyes. "Sort of," he croaked. "Nauseous more than anything." "We can give you something for the nausea." "And then more medication after that?" He squinted at her. "No, thanks." "We need to prep you for surgery, sir. You can't go in with a local. You need to be put under." "Okay, but I need to see someone first," he said. No way in hell was he going under the knife without speaking to Gage first. "That's out of the question." "Then so is your fucking surgery," he snapped. She jerked back hurriedly in the face of his anger. "Mason." Gage's bellow would have woken the world, and the two nurses jumped a mile high. One bumped the tray, sending items rattling. Mason smiled and then smiled wider when Gage bellowed again. His eyes stayed glued to the door of the ER room until Gage's big body filled the doorway. He lifted his good arm and held it out to Gage, even though his head was swimming with the need to pass out again. Gage was at his side in seconds and holding him tightly. Fingers stroked through his hair, caressing every bit of his scalp while the nurses looked on with wide eyes as the man the size of a linebacker cradled him closer. One of the braver nurses stepped forward when Gage didn't release him. "Are you a relative?" she asked. "His fiancée," Gage murmured, brushing the hair back from Mason's face. "Oh, yeah?" He squinted at Gage. "I don't think they'd let me back here if I were your boyfriend." Gage shot the nurses a glance. "That's right. Family only," one of the nurses smiled. "Give me a kiss before I pass out." It was the last thing he said, and Gage's worried face was the last thing he saw, but he felt the touch of Gage's lips before the room went dark. His mouth felt like metallic rubber, if that were a thing. He was sure that was what it tasted like. He smacked his tongue at the top of his dry mouth, trying to collect enough moisture to swallow. A slight giggle sounded next to him. A little boy's giggle. Cracking open one eye, he glanced toward the noise. He found Gage asleep in a chair right next to the bed with Joey in his lap. Sun sprinkled through the blinds covering the hospital window and sent a glow through the room, lighting up the boy's dark brown curls. Joey's bright green eyes were on him. Gage was sound asleep with his head tipped at an awkward angle Mason felt sure would give the man a crick in the neck when he woke up. He put a finger to his lips. Joey glanced at Gage and then back at him and put his finger to his lips. Mason spotted a cup with a straw on the tray in front of him and lifted it to take several long, grateful swallows. Putting the cup down, he pushed the rolling tray to the side and spotted something in the boy's tiny fist. "What's that?" he whispered and pointed. Joey lifted up a piece of plastic, and Mason realized it was covered with several colorful stickers. "Wow," he murmured, this time his voice filled with awe. "Is that yours?" Joey nodded and climbed from Gage's lap up onto the bed. Mason scooted the boy closer and away from the edge with his good hand fisted in Joey's pant leg, just in case the boy decided to launch off the bed. With busy fingers, Joey pulled a sticker off the sheet and leaned over Mason to place it on the cast on his left arm. "For me?" he whispered with a smile. "Thank you." Joey grinned and proceeded to take each sticker from the plastic and cover his cast. Mason glanced over and found Gage's eyes on him. Lines of worry bracketed the man's mouth, and emotion so intense filled Gage's green gaze that it brought a lump to Mason's throat. "Daddy, Mason is awake," Joey said, pointing to him. Mason's eyebrows lifted at the cute way Joey said his name. Gage grinned and wiped a hand down his sleep-filled face. "It's the closest he could come to pronouncing your name." The man's voice was rough, as if he needed to sleep for a week, and all Mason could think was that he wanted this man with his rough voice in his bed. Instead, he turned his thoughts to the boy at his side. "Say, Mason," Mason told Joey. "Mason," Joey said. Mason laughed. Well, that's a little better. He didn't really care. Joey was a cutie. He could call him whatever. "How about you call him Papa?" Gage told Joey while holding Mason's eyes. So it hadn't been his imagination. Last night in the ER, the man he'd been crushing after had announced himself his fiancée. So it wasn't a dream. No, it wasn't a dream, and while you're getting well and we're getting to know each other better, Gage went on doggedly, I'd like you to think about it. "I will. I promise," he whispered. "Papa," Joey said, bringing a lump to his throat. Gage gripped the hand of his uninjured side tightly. A man entered the room, preventing them from speaking further. It turned out to be the surgeon who'd operated on his arm. "You're lucky. The bullet missed your arteries. It nicked a few blood vessels and broke the bone, but I was able to repair all that. You'll be in the cast for several weeks, but you should have a full recovery." When can I go home? He asked the doctor, but kept his gaze locked with Gage's face over Joey's head. Today. I'll stop at the nurse's station and let them know to get the discharge papers ready. Thanks, Doc, he murmured. With a nod, the doctor left. Hear that? We can go home today and... Something in Gage's face had his breath lodging in the back of his throat. What? Mason said, trying to keep his voice from cracking for Joey's benefit. Are you sure? I know I sprang the whole I'm your fiancé on you suddenly. But are you sure you want us all there? Mason's lips trembled. He was so upset he couldn't formulate any words. Did Gage not want to live with him? Was Gage having second thoughts? Hey, Gage said quickly and reached for his hand. Mason almost jerked his own hand away, but they'd caught the attention of Joey, and Mason made himself smile. No quai, Joey said, lifting up to pat his cheek. I'm not, Mason said with a sniffling smile, and kissed the palm of Joey's hand. Keeping his voice in the same pleasant and teasing tone, he turned his eyes on Gage. Your daddy needs to rethink his words, or Papa is going to give him Jell-O for dinner. Amused shock filled Gage's face and his eyes went wide. Joey made a face. Daddy hates Jell-O. I know, Mason smirked. His eyes were slits as he glared at Gage over the top of Joey's head. Good thing Joey was turned away from him, because he mouthed words to Gage. You are in big trouble. Papa is just teasing, Gage told his son. Daddy is changing his words right now. Oh? Mason quirked one eyebrow. We'd love to come live at your place, Gage said, amending his earlier statement. Good answer. I aim to please. We will see, Mason smirked. Gage laughed and picked up his good hand to kiss his fingers. Hey, Bethany said from the doorway. Mason pulled his hand from Gage with a wink and held it out to Bethany. She hurried over to give him a tight hug. The guys are outside. They'll come in after you two are finished. Okay, he smiled when she kissed his forehead. Don't do that again, her voice wobbled. I won't, he promised. Joey? Bethany said. Bethy, the little boy said with a smile. Can I take him to get a snack? She asked. Gage nodded and lifted Joey down from the bed. The little boy clutched Bethany's hand and left the room. He seems okay, Mason murmured. Yeah, he doesn't remember anything about last night, except for the new friends he met, Oliver, Bethany, Scott, and Tim, Gage said with a smile and leaned his chin on the hand that held his. Who else was hurt? Mason asked suddenly. He'd been shot early on and had no clue what had transpired after that. Tina was killed. Parker and you were both wounded. The Fox brothers are dead. Oh my God. He squeezed Gage's hand. How's Parker? He's going to make a full recovery. The bullet went through his calf. Oh, thank God, he said, and then gave a sad pull of his mouth. I'm so sorry about Tina. I would have pressed charges. She probably would have served time for child endangerment, but I didn't wish her dead. I know, baby. He pushed his fingers through Gage's hair and cupped his jaw. I spent the evening wanting to kill her myself, but I didn't want her to lose her life, Gage rasped. Mason nodded, not sure what else to say. Did you tell Joey? He said. I did, Gage said with a nod. He told him that Mommy was in heaven like his aunt. What did he say? He wanted to know if his mommy was taking care of Molly's mom. Gage's voice cracked. Mason drew the man closer and held him tight. Chapter 31. Gage. A choking half-sob sounded at the hospital door and Gage jerked his head around. Mason's petite mother stood in the doorway with her hands over her mouth. Eyes so much like Mason's were filled with tears. Behind Leslie stood Forrest, Mason's twin brother, and Gage was reminded once again of how identical they were. If not for the bright red tennis shoes Forrest wore, people really couldn't tell them apart. Gage could, though. Mason had a tiny scar on his bottom lip. "Hey, look who's here," he murmured and sat back. Mason had already seen his family in the doorway and held out his good arm. When Gage went to pull away and stand, Mason said, "No. Stay, please." Gage sank back down in his chair while Leslie clutched at Mason. "Mom, I'm okay," he said, wiping her tears. "I told her your head's too hard to break," Forrest offered and ruffled his brother's hair. Mason squinted at Forrest, but his twin only smirked. "Need me to move in until you're better?" Leslie pulled back and smoothed the blonde hair from Mason's face. "No, Mom. Gage and his kids are moving in," Mason said with a wide smile. "Oh, my goodness!" Leslie drew in a shocked breath and turned her eyes on Gage. "Why are you looking at me?" Gage raised his eyebrows. "Silly," she called him and said, "It's about time." Forrest cackled and Leslie turned on the other twin. "I told you, didn't I?" Forrest stopped chuckling and nodded. "You sure did. Good thing I'm not a betting man or I'd have lost." "How'd you know?" Mason looked at his mother with curiosity. "Well, a mother always knows, but really it was in the way you looked at each other." "But we were always fighting," Gage blurted. "Yes, but it was in the way you looked at each other." Leslie stressed the word. Mason turned and smirked at him. "Destiny." "You were mean to me," Gage said, biting back a smile. "I'm sorry. Forgive me?" Mason leaned forward with his lips pursed and Gage dutifully kissed him. "Forgiven." "A housewarming!" Leslie clapped her hands and Mason laughed against his lips. "So, here's the party," Jenny said from the doorway. Gage stood, his arms wide when Molly darted from Jenny's grasp and launched herself into his arms. "Uncle Gage, where's Joey?" Molly asked with a sniffle. He rubbed a hand down her back. "He went to get a snack. He'll be right back." Travis came slowly into the room, and when Gage held his free arm out to his brother, the teenager rushed forward. He wrapped both Travis and Molly into a tight hug and then turned them toward Leslie and Forrest. "They'd like you to meet my family," Gage told them. Molly skipped around the bed to Leslie, and Travis shook Forrest's hand. When Bethany arrived back with Joey and snacks, the room became noisy. Now Molly wanted a snack like Joey, and the grown-ups fell all over themselves to spoil the little girl. They left the room in a group, and the sound was so quiet his ears rang. He glanced at Mason to find him watching him. "What?" Mason said. "Are you ready for this?" He jerked his head toward the hallway. "I am so ready. We went from arguing to hanging out to thinking of marriage in a matter of a week." "So?" One of Mason's eyebrows quirked. "What's your point?" "It's kind of fast. I don't want you to have any regrets." "I'll think on it long and hard if it makes you feel any better. And in the meantime, you can take me out on as many dates as it takes for you to understand that we belong together." Corny. Gage's tone was teasing. "But true," he pointed out. "All true," his man responded. Epilogue. 2 months later. Pegasus Bunker, undisclosed location. Mason. The new Pegasus Bunker was better than the old, and it kept civilians out of harm's way. While Pegasus still owned the brewery, the bunker beneath had been converted into a wine cellar. Their new location was down the block. No civilians allowed. All paid for by his estate, and it had been worth every fucking dollar. "I know you all like the idea of having the brewery upstairs, but that's twice we've had civilians in jeopardy, and I, for one, don't like it," Ace said. A murmur of agreement ran through the room. "We can thank Mason for covering the cost." Mason lifted his hand with a nod at the comments of thanks coming at him from around the room. "Thanks, good buddy," Eagle said, patting his shoulder before dropping into a chair with a powdered donut. "For this place or for that donut?" Link snorted. "Both," Eagle said, then poised his mouth to take a bite. The operative glanced left and then right and then bit off over half of the thing. Gross, Link muttered when jelly dripped down Eagle's beard. You wish you could eat like me and look like this. Eagle wiped his chin, licked his fingers, and patted his ripped abs. Voices from the hallway drew Mason's attention. Well, if you'd let me get the door, you wouldn't have smacked your leg. Oliver's voice floated through the room when the man yanked open the door. The rest of the room turned to watch the show. Boy, oh boy, how the tables had turned. Parker thumbed into the room using what looked to be Oliver's cane. I'm only using yours because I forgot mine at home. Parker waved the cane. How in the hell does one forget a cane when you need it to walk? Oliver asked, holding the door wide for Parker. The big man stopped in the doorway, causing Oliver to run smack into him. If Jacob hadn't have been standing close, Parker would have ended up in a heap on the floor with Oliver. Careful! Jacob steadied Parker. Oliver, looking guilty, darted around Parker and made his way over to take the vacant seat next to Mason. Mason patted Oliver's thigh. Oliver didn't even notice. He was too busy watching Jacob help Parker to a chair. After getting Parker settled, a person might think Jacob would take one of the many chairs available in the room. But nope. The dark, curly-haired operative walked to Ace's desk and plucked up the small square piece of electronics before perching his ass on the corner. The thing looked like a Kindle e-reader to the untrained eye, but that small object held every job they'd done and ones coming down the pipeline. Ace gave Jacob a resigned look that was completely lost on the younger man. Pressing his lips into a flat line, Ace looked out over the room. Every single Pegasus operative was there. Dalton, Adam, Maverick, Holden, Beckett, Eagle, Link, Jacob, Hunter, Oliver, Parker, Gage, Ace, and him. And with Parker officially resigning from being chief of police, it brought their numbers to 15. Although Parker wasn't full-time yet. As a favor to the governor, he was staying on as a consultant until the new chief got up to speed. I think this is the first time I've had you all in one place, Ace said. There was a murmur of agreement around the room. Well, don't get used to it, Ace rasped. Most of the jobs you'll be doing won't take a full team, so I'll be frequently splitting you up into smaller teams. That made sense to Mason. The smaller the team, the easier it was to get in and out, in his opinion. Gage settled deeper into his chair, legs splayed, and the big man's shoulder brushed his, sending a tingle of awareness up his spine. You're up, baby, he whispered. Gage squinted at him and shook his head. Amusement curled the corners of the man's mouth. His fiancée cleared his throat and stood. When all eyes turned on Gage, the man spoke. You're all invited to our place this Saturday for a party. What kind of party? Oliver asked with a donut in each hand. Will there be food and food? The men in the room broke out in laughter. Yes, bring family and friends, Gage smirked at Oliver. There will be plenty of food. What is it with your food fetish? Parker gazed at Oliver curiously. Nunya, Oliver squinted, and by the look on the operative's face, that subject wasn't open for discussion. Mason had always wondered himself, but the one time he'd asked Oliver about it, his friend had closed up tightly. Wait, Saturday's tomorrow, Hunter said loudly. What will I wear? Oh, for fuck's sake, Dalton muttered. Mason lives on the beach. A swimsuit will be fine. Now, don't judge Hunter's sense of fashion, Adam said, patting his fiancée's arm. Dalton gave Adam a squinty-eyed look, but seemed partly mollified when Adam gave him a loud, smacking kiss. Again, the men in the room broke out in laughter. Mason snicker-snorted and pulled Gage back down to sit. See? I told you they'd all come. They love you. No, baby, Gage whispered back. They love you. Okay, he conceded. They love us both. Gage. The next afternoon, he stepped out of the house with a new tray of food for the table. Oliver watched him carry the tray over, but the man didn't approach. Something was wrong, and neither he nor Mason could figure it out. Normally, Oliver was the first one at the table, but something had changed after yesterday. Other than a soda in the guy's hand, Oliver hadn't eaten a thing. Gage and Mason weren't the only ones to notice. Parker had piled a plate high and carried it while struggling with his cane over to sit beside Oliver. When Parker placed the plate between them, Oliver had looked blankly down at the food. After several moments, Oliver stood and walked away, leaving Parker's face filled with worry. You think that's because we teased him too much? Mason whispered. Gage glanced down and tucked his arm around his love's shoulders and drew him closer. No, Oliver is the first one to bring up food. We just follow his lead. Yeah, Mason's mouth pulled down. I guess. He'll be fine. Look, Parker is going after him. Mason's eyes lit up. I have high hopes for those two. He grinned. And for us. Well, Mason smirked up at him. We're a sure thing, baby. We sure are. Mason, a man called his love's name. Dean! Mason laughed and hugged the good-looking agent. I wasn't sure you'd make it. Yeah, last-minute change of plans, Dean said, and glanced at him with a smile. Gage, this is Dean. Nice to finally meet you. Gage shook the man's hand. Mason has told me good things. Dean laughed. All lies, I'm sure. Mason shoved his friend playfully and then pointed toward the table laden with food. A few hours later, once everyone was on or around the patio, because with the amount of family and friends they had, the patio couldn't fit everyone, Gage lifted his glass and tapped a spoon against it. At the tinkling sound, the whole place grew quiet. He cleared his throat, set his glass aside, and reached for Mason's hand. A few months ago, when Mason was injured, my world almost stopped. What most of you don't know is on that night I asked him to think about marrying me after we got to know each other better. Gage lifted their linked hands. And I said yes, I'd think about it, Mason shouted with a laugh. The cheers were deafening. With slaps on the back, he was almost dislodged from his spot next to Mason, but he braced his feet. Once everyone grew quieter, Gage nervously turned to Mason. His love's eyes grew wide when he dropped to one knee and lifted the ring box upward. I want to do this right. I want to do this in a way you deserve because you are my one and only. Gage smiled into Mason's surprised eyes. Will you marry me? Mason's next words made his life complete. Yes, Mr. Hillcrest, I will marry you. Standing, Gage took the twin wedding bands from the box and slipped one on Mason's finger and then one over his own. You're all invited to the wedding. Whenever that is, Mason shouted and threw his arms around him. I love you so much, he said huskily into Mason's neck. I love you more. Family and friends converged around them, and he lifted his head but kept Mason close. Over the crowd of heads, Travis lifted Joey toward him. Gage took Joey, and Mason reached down and lifted Molly. Mason was Molly's favorite person in the whole world, and she was never far from Mason's side when they were home. Lifting Joey into one arm, Gage reached for his brother and pulled him close into the tight circle of their family. The three children already knew they were getting married and had given their stamp of approval. Gage knew his own parents were missing out. They would never know that Travis had grown into a strong young man. He'd stopped giving them money, but did offer to pay for rehab if they chose. They hadn't chosen to get help, so he'd cut off all ties with them. Love you, Daddy, Joey said into his neck, bringing his attention back to the patio filled with love and laughter. I love you too, buddy. Love you, Papa, Molly told Mason, not to be one-upped by Joey. And I love you, Mason said with a smacking kiss on her cheek. Gage crouched and lifted a wiggling Hassel into his arms, and the pup proceeded to give them all kisses. You two are corny as hell, Travis said, and then held up his hands when Gage gave him a squinted look. It's cute, just corny, his brother added with a laugh. Yeah, they were gushy and mushy. But so what? This was his life. This was his home. This was his family. This concludes Rough by Reese Knightley. Narrated by Declan Winters. Copyright 2022 by Reese Knightley. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Reese Knightley and was produced in the year 2023 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.